So I also did miss out on a Final Death first pick last time, not understanding the clicking well. We won't do that again. Let me make this a little smaller so I don't block the actual draft. I'm sure you'll want to see the packs, not just my pretty face. All right, so let's dive into Ikoria. So this rare I don't think is really playable. Lord Dracus is really good. I mean, this is a card that you're blue or red, not blue and red to play. And it's pretty easy to buy back great removal spells and things like that. Thank you, PTAC76. Pitaku, appreciate the subscription. Dire Tactics is quite good if you're exactly black-white, but, I mean, black-white humans is definitely a deck, but you'd have to be exactly black-white. Volpakeet and Checkpoint Officer are both nice white commons. Mutual Destruction's a pretty good removal spell. This format is about killing big things, not small. That's not to say you don't play small removal. Deadweight and Prophecy are very efficient as far as small removal goes, but I value big removal much higher than small removal in this format. That said, Lord Dracus, I think, is a pretty clear choice. It's not actually a blue-red gold card. It's actually a blue card or a red card, because when you mutate is when you get that powerful ability. Sure, sometimes you have other mutate stuff. You want to cast it on turn 3, you know, and then you mutate on top of it to trigger it. So it's better in blue-red than it is in blue or red, but you get 90% of its value if you play blue or red. You don't have to play blue and red. So it's actually the opposite of a gold card. It's like a card that's two different single colors. So it's super easy to play. So cards like Lord Dracus are really good first picks because you can play them in any blue deck or any red deck. And yes, blue-red spells is a good archetype as well in this format anyway, if you do see blue and red, which hopefully we will, right? I know nothing about this application. You have the same amount of information I do as far as it, if you can see the link. I just clicked on a link in the Discord for whoever created this. Okay, so these uncommons are nothing special. Fight as one is fine, you know, as a trick. I don't really like Call of the Death Dweller. It's kind of situational recursion. Flourishing Fox is very good in the red-white cycling deck, which we could certainly go after a Dracus, but it's not a direction we're super looking. I think that Essence Scatter is just a clear choice. You know, blue-red spells, Essence Scatter is perfect. Essence Scatter is really pretty much perfect in any blue deck in this format. Like I talked about, I want to stop big things more than small things. Essence Scatter trades up multiple mana. This format revolves around people spending a lot of mana on creatures. This is an Essence Scatter format, like, all the way. I forget how to take it. Confirm pick. Thank you, Foxy Must. Appreciate that subscription. Appreciate the support for my channel. Also, I think I missed a couple subs when I was messing with this, but thank you, Hilbert90. Really appreciate the support. Thank you, A Bean Sprout. Really appreciate the support. And my girlfriend's a vegan. I'm sure she appreciates your support, A Bean Sprout. I personally eat vegetables, but also greatly prefer junk food and meat. Okay, so let's take a look at this pack. So Sanctuary Smasher is pretty good. It's a cantrip, kill a creature if you get to use the cycle to give first strike, and the creature, of course, keeps first strike, if you can pull that off in combat. If not, a 6-mana 6/4 first strike's a very real creature on its own. Symbiote is really good with a bunch of morph. We already have one, so we might want to consider Symbiote, knowing we can draft around it early. Rock Slide's good removal, kills big things, and Essence Scatter kills big things very efficiently. So we're not committed to red at all at the moment. We have a blue card and a blue or red card. I think Poliwag Symbiote makes the most sense here, as I think Scatter can be better than it, but I think this early in a draft, starting with already having a mutate creature, blue is the second biggest mutate color after green, and these just synergize nicely. You can prioritize mutate more highly the rest of the draft if you get stuff like the Symbiote early. I think it's the right pick. Thank you, Marky Mark. Appreciate the subscription. Not a huge fan of your rapping and acting, but I do appreciate your support for my Twitch stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. And it's great to have top celebrities watching the Twitch stream, so thank you. All right, so let's see here. We can take Pyroceratops. It's good for the blue-red spells deck, which is a deck we definitely want to consider with the Lord Dracus, Essence Scatter already. Gust of Wind is also quite good. It's good in spells. It puts a spell in your graveyard in cantrips. It's good in tempo. It bounces big things. You can net a lot of mana off of this card. Channel Force is fine. I don't love it. I don't hate it. Like, I'll play a copy of it, but I think it's a lot more fancy than good. I think, basically, since we don't have a second color yet, I mean, we might end up blue-red spells. It certainly seems like a deck we're seeing. But I don't think the difference between Pyroceratops and Gust of Wind in that deck matters. For all we know, we're still going to go blue-white or blue-green mutate or something. So I think we want to take Gust of Wind here, staying committed to blue only at the moment, and just see what comes next. Yeah, I mean, as you'd probably guess if you followed me, I think red-white cycling is an excellent deck, but I'm looking to go it for good enablers. I'm not looking to just force it every draft. These are human drafts, not bot drafts. It's not like there's going to be some kind of massive leak. You know, other people should be drafting it if it's there. So when I'm the one seeing Save Thundermare early and, you know, cards like that, I'm totally open to it. I think it's a tier 1 archetype, probably the best archetype. But I also believe draft finds its natural balance, and if I'm seeing these good blue spells cards, and I started with Dracus and Scatter and all of this, I'm not going to be forcing red-white cycling by any stretch. Okay, so now there's not much for red-blue spells, but I mean, Go for Blood's a decent fight card that also just cycles and puts a spell in your graveyard for 1 mana. I think Ivy Elemental's probably the right pickup here. Blue-green Mutate, definitely a deck we're interested in potentially drafting with what we have. Ivy Elemental goes well in that deck. We're not going to miss Go for Blood should that happen. Should we end up happening to go back to blue-red spells. But now we have to ask a real question, because Thieving Otter's excellent. It's good in blue-green Mutate. It's good in blue-red spells. It's good in every deck. But Sprite Dragon is one of the reasons to play blue-red spells. Sprite Dragon is like move into blue-red spells. If you play this on turn 2, it just grows and grows and grows as a ridiculous haste flyer. And it does feel like our cards make us want to play blue-red spells. Last pick, I didn't care. I took the Ivy Elemental because, you know, who cares about a red cycling fight spell that, you know, is not a particularly good card. I don't want to miss out on a Sprite Dragon. We haven't seen any green in this draft. Blue-red spells might be wide open. So, I mean, now we're going back to Sprite Dragon. Yes, we are playing on Arena. I don't know much about the site. I can't endorse it. I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I just, we draft on this because they don't, even though we do finally have human pod drafts on Arena, you can't, like, organize your own pod with friends or anything yet. So then we draft on this, and then we import the decks and play on Arena. Okay, so this pack doesn't have anything for blue-red spells except an Anticipate, which is a playable, but it's not an exciting card in that deck. But it is a playable. You know, card to get back, trigger your Sprite Dragon, put a spell in the yard towards those Wolverines, which we don't have yet, but are incredible cards. 3 mana, 3/2 double strikes. Divine Arrow, though, also a much better card. It's pretty easy to light splash sometimes in this format, especially on Wedge. If you're blue-red, the third, you can play white or green off the splash. Maybe we'll play blue-white splash red. Maybe we'll play blue-red, want a Divine Arrow. I'm not going to miss an Anticipate. Maybe we'll just play blue-white and drop Sprite Dragon. It really just depends on what we see the rest of the way. So we're 100% committed to blue. We're seeing blue. Most of our cards are blue. But we could pretty much play blue anything here. Like, I'm not going to care whether we go blue-red, blue-white, or blue-green from here. We're 100% committed to blue, and then we can play blue anything. Okay, I'm going to grab that Otter that I love now. Of One Mind, definitely fine in the blue-red spells decks, but I'm always taking Otter over it. Otter's the new Audacious Thief. Even though it's substantially worse than Audacious Thief on the front end, because it has to connect instead of just tapping to draw the card. So if you trade it with an opposing 2/2, it's not a good trade, whereas Audacious Thief can trip. You drew the card when it attacked and then killed the opposing 2/2. You can mutate in this format, and that's a game changer. Slap a Flying Dream Heron on Thieving Otter, and suddenly you're drawing 2 cards a turn for the rest of the game, and you win. Plus, there's plenty of removal and bounce and all of that. People stacking creatures on top of each other, not going wide. Thieving Otter just performs very well in this format. Alright, so these cards don't much matter. We can make a decision between Tranquil Cove in case we go blue-white, or want to splash white, or we can go, well, I don't really want any of these green cards, so I guess Tranquil Cove it is. We do have a Divine Arrow. We don't know what we're going to play. I'm still open to blue-green. I'm still open to blue anything. Like I said, we're clearly getting hit in the face with blue. We're 100% to play blue. We can play blue anything from here. Lord Dracus isn't a blue-red card. It's a blue or red card. So we effectively have 1 white card, 1 red card, 1 green card, and we're 100% committed to blue. Don't think Honey Mammoth's even a card I particularly like. I'll play it sometimes, but it's not an exciting card. We're definitely not a go wide deck if we're blue-white. I think I'm just going to grab this Highlands, enable our splashes, give us opportunity if we open one of those busted gold mutate, cycle mythics or something like that. I don't think we're going to miss out on any of these cards otherwise. I don't really like Convolute in this format. I'll play it. It's filler. Like, it's not unplayable, but it's not good. That's awesome, Pitaku. Well, thank you for your support. I appreciate that. Okay, we tabled the Pyroceratops. That's a really good blue-red spells. It tells us this archetype, blue-red spells card. It tells us that archetype's probably wide open. I'm excited about that pick. Blue-red spells is our #1 choice from here, and then we can splash green if we want, or splash white if we want, or just play solid blue-red if we want. I mean, it is our #1 choice, but of course, you don't control what you open in draft. We might open Vivian, one of the best cards in the set. We might open some broken Jeskai Gold Rare or something, so keeping the options open. We're definitely committed to blue. Blue-red spells definitely our #1 choice from here. It is a good archetype. We have Sprite Dragon and Ceratops, along with spells and Lord Dracus. So that is our #1 option, but we are only committed to blue at the moment. Okay, so nothing too exciting for blue-red spells in this pack. Forbidden Friendship's better than it looks. If you can mutate onto the dinosaur, you get 2 bodies, and it's a spell that goes to the graveyard immediately. Cloud Piercer's another card I like. You mutate this onto your 2-drop, right on curve here on turn 3, hit for 5, rummage, loot. It's a good card. That said, it's not of the power level of Gemrazor here. Gemrazor, double green 2 mutate, single green to cast. If we go blue-green, it's a pretty big loss if we don't take this Gemrazor. It's not great off the splash, though. It's not very exciting to just tap 4 and cast a 4/4 Reach Trample, on turn 6 or something. It is great to mutate and then attack immediately. When you mutate, you destroy an artifact or enchantment if they have one, so not sure what to do here. This pack doesn't really have anything I'm happy about. I consider this a bad first pick regardless. I would definitely take Vivian or something super exciting. Blue-green is an option. But I don't think Gemrazor is super exciting. It is good. It's first pickable for sure, but it's not Vivian. It's not S tier. So I think having tabled that late Pyroceratops, I think I'm just going to take Forbidden Friendship. I want to look towards blue-red spells. I want to be able to keep my creature count and my spell count up at the same time because you need creatures, but I also want to pump Sprite Dragons and Ceratops. That kind of does both of those nicely. Of course, I'm immediately punished. Now there's Brokos the Broken. Green, though, so not great off the splash. We'd have to be blue-green. If it was the blue one, then we could, of course, splash it. If it was single green, let's say, to do. As far as blue-red spells, this pack doesn't really have anything exciting. I mean, One Mind is a fine card in that deck. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do with Brokos, though. I think we just have to stay the course here, even though it's not breaking our way. I saw no green in pack 1. It's not like we saw a little green and I was able to waffle. I mean, we got this one Ivy Elemental, which is a card people may not realize is good in this format because of the mutate synergies, because Ivy Elemental wasn't particularly good in its previous formats. So I kind of think we are seeing blue-red. This is unfortunate. I think I'm just going to have to take Of One Mind here, which, to be clear, is a good card for blue-red spells. It helps you never run out of ammo, keep going. There's humans, there's non-humans. It's a fine card. It's just a disappointing pick. Just going to pass this whole cycle of gold mythics that are totally broken one after another. I mean, this one is black. I clearly can't do anything with this. I wish I could, but it's not possible. Spells you control with flash. So that means the spell has to specifically have flash, right? Like, this doesn't make, like, instance cost less, does it? Thank you, Pepperidge Farmer. Appreciate that subscription. Love your cookies. So we can take Facet Reader if we want to. We could take Farfinder if we want to. Farfinder's really good with Mutate. We could also take this Cunning Nightbonder and try and prioritize flash stuff if we see it. But we don't really have flash stuff. Whoa! And Pepperidge Farm gives not only the gift of tasty snacks, but also 5 subs out. Thank you for the support, Pepperidge Farmer. Appreciate your generosity. I guess Farfinder, even though we're not splashing yet and we don't have much mutate yet, it's still only early in Pack 2. It's certainly the card with the most upside, I think. Appreciate the generosity, Pepperidge Farm. Love your stuff. And I appreciate your support. Alright, easy reconnaissance mission here. Even though this isn't one of the better decks for it, it cycles for 2 mana, so it's kind of a free roll. And if you ever just play it, hit and draw cards, like with a flyer like Sprite Dragon, or with a creature that can't block that turn, it can be a really powerful threat. Prickly Marmoset's fine in this deck. I'll probably have a few cyclers, but it's not on the level of reconnaissance mission as far as winning games. Okay, let's see. Blue-red. Sanctuary Smasher. Fine trick. Nothing special for this deck. Proud Willbender, though it is a red or green card, I'm not interested in a 4-mana 4/3 trample for a blue-red spells deck. Dual land's fine, but we shouldn't really need the fixing if we don't splash, and we already have a Farfinder and still nothing to splash. Drana Stinger isn't great, but I do like that we can play it as a 2-drop on turn 2 or cycle it later. Also, we might draw a couple cycling cards. I think Drana Stinger is fine in this deck, and blue and red have plenty of cycling. But I think ultimately Sanctuary Smasher, even though it doesn't fit what our deck is doing in particular, it's a really good card. 6 mana, 6/4 first strike is a closer that can win games all by itself. And the fact that you can cycle it is a strong ability. Once in a while, you'll eat a creature with that ability for 3 mana. Okay, I'm glad to see Spell Eater Wolverine, one of the marquee cards for the blue-red spells I keep talking about. We definitely want to draft that deck. I mean, we have Sprite Dragon, Lore Dracus, Pyroceratops, plenty of reason to. And Spell Wolverine is definitely another one of the big reasons to. This is, as a 3-mana 3/2 double strike is just subtly a broken card. Look, this isn't a 3-mana 3/2 double strike. But if you play all this card drawing and cycling cards that are spells, and it's really easy to turn this card on very quickly in almost every game. And a 3-mana 3/2 double strike is a near broken card. So, Double Strike is very hard to interact with profitably in combat. You can grow this further with Mutate, but even just starting as a 3-mana 3/2 Double Strike on like turn 4 to 5, that's a ridiculous Magic card. So, we definitely have our lane. We had to pass some cards that I'm not happy that we weren't able to make use of, but I do feel like this was the open archetype, and things just didn't really break our way. Here's a trick that I don't like to cast too often, but once in a while it kills an opposing creature for 2 mana, or kills them. Most of the time it's just a 2-mana cycler to help fuel your spell count. I don't think we're too interested in Skybonder. It's easy to cast in blue-white. It's not that easy to cast in blue-red. We don't have that many flyers. It does synergize well with Reconnaissance Mission, but I think I'd rather just grab the spells card. I had another close pick between Forbidden Friendship and, let's say, Frostlinks, but we're not a Mutate deck. We're a Spells deck. I'm going to grab Friendship. Again, goes to the yard, turns on Wolverine, triggers Dragon, triggers Ceratops, just does everything we want. I'll happily play Frostlinks in this deck, but Frostlinks synergizes better with Mutate and stuff like that as a body you can mutate onto. We're already well covered. I mean, Friendship does offer that too, but Frostlinks is a little bit higher power level of a card. But Friendship just synergizes with the fact that it's a spell, and so it triggers everything and fuels everything, just what our deck is looking for. I would like to grab a Mutate card or two where possible. We do have Symbiote, which I'd like to make use of, and we already have that Lore Dracus. I mean, both the 5/4 Dino Red Common Mutate and Dream Heron the Blue Common Mutate are pretty good cards. I don't know if we'll see them in a position to take them or not. If we do, I'll happily play them in this deck. We are playing on Arena after the draft. It is a premium article. Unfortunately, CFB has pretty much moved all their limited content, all their written limited content to premium. So I'm currently writing Ikoria draft guides for them. They are all premium. I'm not even sponsored by the site or anything right now. Of course, they're paying me for the work. So I'm not trying to sell it or anything. It's a pretty good deal, though, just to be honest, as an unbiased, honest opinion. You pay $10 a month, but you don't pay $10 a month just to read the articles. They give you 10 credit back. So all they're really doing is locking up $10 worth of sales with CFB. You might be an online-only player, in which case that might not be worth it for you, although they do offer a $5 option then if you feel like you can't spend the credit. But if you're an in-person Magic player, you spend $10 a month on Magic cards. And the credit doesn't expire, so you can just save it up and buy a box once a year or whatever set you like or whatever. So basically, they're not really charging for the content. They're really just locking up that amount of sales from you in exchange for you getting to view the content. We don't make this content for them for free. I can tell you that at the moment, like I said, they're not currently sponsoring me or anything, and I took this deal and I'm writing for them because they pay well. And and when you're paying top names like me and Huey and Reed and Mingucci and Martin Yuza and so on, we're not cheap. So at the end of the day, if you like the content and you want to have access to it, it's certainly reasonable that CFB asks that you spend $10 a month with CFB. They're not even charging you $10 a month to read the content. They're just locking up $10 worth of your sales per month because they're giving you 10 credit back in exchange for your 10 cash. So, I think that's pretty fair. It's not something I mind being involved with and supporting. Yeah, obviously I had nothing to do with any of the business decisions behind the scenes. They just reached out to me to see if I'd want to write these draft guides for them, and I was happy to do so. And like I said, I don't get like commission based on like how many people sign up or something. Obviously, the more people on there reading my articles, the more incentivized they are to do more business with me and stuff like that. But I'm not like endorsing. I'm not being paid to endorse this or anything. I'm literally being paid as a writer, just to write for them right now. And but that's just my honest opinion. Like $10 a month, but you get $10 credit back. Like I said, I've been playing Magic for 25 years. Every single in-person Magic player spends over $10 a month on Magic cards. Like, come on. So I think it's pretty reasonable for them to ask that if you want access to all these top quality, top pro writers like myself and Reed and Martin and Huey and so on, that you spend $10 a month on their site. They're not even charging you $10 a month. They're asking you to spend $10 a month. Okay, here we're going to take Mythos of Illuna. It makes a creature. It makes a copy of a creature, and it's a spell, so it triggers the spell synergies while letting me copy these creatures that my deck is built around. Make a copy of Wolverine, and put a spell in the graveyard immediately to help fuel the Wolverine. Make a copy of Sprite Dragon, and pump the Sprite Dragon in play. You get the point. We have this one red-green duel, so maybe we'll be able to even kick it once in a while. I'll certainly play the duel to try and kick it. I'm not going to jam Forests in my deck, but I don't mind putting in one tap land that gains a life. Thank you, Count Coco Fang. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the support. Alright, so now there's two cards in this pack I really want, but one is a lot better than the other. Shark Typhoon, perfect fit for our deck. Again, it's a creature when you cycle that goes to the yard. And since we're going to be a heavy spells deck with a lot of card drawing, we may actually cast this card on turn 6 as well, as opposed to cycling it, depending on the game state and our hand at the time. Also, it cantrips, it helps you keep going. Flame Prophecy, also excellent in blue-red spells. Even though this format doesn't revolve around killing small creatures, Flame Prophecy does it efficiently. This will often trade with a 3-drop and let you bottom a land if you drew excess lands. It's a really, really nice removal spell, but it's not on the level of Shark Typhoon. I made fun of Voxy a lot on stream for not cycling this card. This was like 2 days after the set came out. I don't even know if she knew really it had cycling, like it made a creature when it cycled and stuff. But in reality, you should cycle this the vast majority of the time that you have it, but We might not be cycling it the vast majority of the time we have it in this deck, because we're a heavy spells deck. If we play this card and we're not too far behind that we can afford to tap 6 and not add to the board, if we untap with this card, it's going to make endless sharks turn after turn. This is a totally broken card for our deck. Its flexibility means we'll never get too punished. If we're far behind, even if a little behind, we can cycle it and get a shark immediately. If we're empty-handed, we can cycle and get a shark and draw a new card. If we have 4 cards in hand, a card drawing spell in hand, it's an evenish board, we can tap 6, play this as an enchantment, and then we just outright win the game. That's a really strong pickup. So far, I felt like the ball hadn't been bouncing my way this draft, as blue-red is clearly wide open in our seat and the archetype we're supposed to be in. But we had to pass those gold mythic rares, and we haven't really seen good cards for blue-red. That Shark Typhoon is an excellent pickup for us. Okay, I'm just going to take Flame Spill here. Even though it looks like an aggressive card, it's really just a good removal spell. You kill a 4/4 with this for 3 mana. 3 mana instant, deal 4, that's just a good card. The fact that if they're at 3 or less and you can target a little creature and use it as a lethal removal spell is just bonus. Or the fact that if you want to kill a utility creature, you get some free damage to the opponent is just bonus. Yes, the more aggressive you are, the better this card is. But no, you don't need to be aggressive. In a pure control deck, Flame Spill is excellent removal. Limited revolves around creatures. 4 damage for 3 mana is a very solid removal spell at instant speed. No consideration for the ultimatum here. It's pack 3, not pack 1. We do not have that much time to gather white crystals and white dual lands. We've got 1 white dual. We just can't realistically cast that ultimatum. We already have a pretty good late game and a pretty high power level. We have Shark Typhoon, we have the Smasher, we have the Ceratops, the copy card, Reconnaissance Mission. The ultimatum is strong, and the Jeskai one is one of, if not the very best of them, but it's too late for us to go down that path. If this was pack 1 or even pack 2, then we could prioritize white crystals and white duels and Farfinders and card drawing and Cathartic Reunion and everything that really lets you shrink your deck and be in a position to cast it. Like you saw me do with that Mardu ultimatum when I first picked it, that one draft on stream last week. But here in pack 3, that ship has sailed. While Anticipate is good in this deck, I like Cloud Piercer. Like I said, we have things to mutate onto. We have 2 Forbidden Friendships. We have Polywog Symbiote. This is a card that lets you rummage away extra lands and make a big creature on the cheap. Anticipate is one of the most mediocre spells cards. It would make our deck, but I would never be excited about it. I think Cloud Piercer offers us just a little bit more. Gonna get that Convolute out of there. That's not a card I really like. Okay, so now we have to take a look at some very different cards. Reconnaissance Mission is certainly the most powerful, but we don't have that many little creatures, not many flyers, right? I mean, we do have these 2 1/1s. We are going wide. That's good with Reconnaissance Mission. We have 2 copies of that. Sprite Dragon's good with Reconnaissance Mission. Thieving Otter's not really. If you're hitting with that, you're already winning. But Phase Dolphin's pretty good with a Reconnaissance Mission. The Wolverine also can be hard to block. Probably not playing this Crustacean. We'll assume that's in the sideboard. So Reconnaissance Mission's good. Certainly I'm happy to have it because it cycles. Not amazing. Do I want second Reconnaissance Mission? Yes, the trigger stack if you have 2 out. Do I want second Reconnaissance Mission, or do I want, like, Go for Blood or Forbidden Friendship? I think we have enough 2-drops. I think I want the second Reconnaissance Mission. Obviously, it's a card that gets worse in multiples because you don't need to be drawing 4 cards a turn. If you're hitting and drawing extra cards, you're already going to be able to win with those. But you just don't draw 2 of 2 that often anyway. And then, of course, the card is cycling. So if I have 2 of 2 in my opening hand, I'll just cycle one of them most of the time. So I think we do want second Reconnaissance Mission. All right, this pick's a no-brainer. We're really heavy on spell count. Pyroceratops is excellent in our deck. I'd happily play Stingers, Frost Lynxes, and Lava Serpents, but those are all more medium filler cards for our deck. Pyroceratops is what our deck does. Let me get this Crustacean out of there. There's no way where that's going to make it. We have plenty of better 4s. The rest of these 4s are great. These cards are probably not getting cut. Phase Convolute is cuttable. Phase Dolphin is cuttable, but now it's pretty good with the double Reconnaissance Mission. So it looks like a 16-land deck for sure. We have cheap cantrips, cycling, and so on. I don't think we're at 15, so at the moment we're going to be cutting 1 more. Probably this Facet Reader. We don't really need it. We don't need to loot stuff away. Okay, Easy Rock Slide here. That's a good spell. It's a good removal spell. This is a deck that would play a Cathartic Reunion to fill its yard, but I'd rather just kill their creature and put a spell in my yard that way. This is a clear pick. It's also definitely going to make our deck, so now we have to cut a card again. Maybe a Phase Dolphin. It's pretty good with these 1/1s, though, right? Give one of them unblockable. They block the Phase Dolphin, but it probably bounces, and then we draw a card. Now that we have double Reconnaissance Mission, we do want to plan for that a good bit. Yeah, this is going to be 16 for sure with cycling and a Farfinder and some card drawing, but I don't think we're at 15. We don't have that many 1-mana cyclers or anything. We just have some Reconnaissance Missions we could cycle if we really need a land. We have a couple of these 2-mana cycling tricks that aren't very good. Maybe I'll cut one of them. This definitely looks like a 16-lander to me at the moment, with some cycling and some cheap card drawing, but we're not at 15. All right, this is a tough pick. Gust of Wind is the best of these cards, but we don't actually have a lot of cheap flyers, and it's another 4-mana card, and we have a lot of good 4s. We might just want Forbidden Friendship to get like another cheap 2-mana spell, or we might want Frostveil Ambush for a 1-mana cycling spell that can tap down their creatures, and then we hit with Reconnaissance Missions and draw a million cards. Not really sure what to take here. I kind of want like all of these cards. Not Anticipate, but Gust for Wind, Frostveil Ambush, and Forbidden Friendship all offers us something. I don't think we need the duel. We're not really splashing. I mean, the duel's fine, and I agree. Look, we're already cutting decent cards. But I think Forbidden Friendship and Gust of Wind and Frostveil Ambush actually all offer us a lot. I think I'm going to go with the Frostveil Ambush. This is kind of a weird choice, but a 1-mana cycler offers us something unique for our 16-land deck. The ability to cycle on turn 1 when we can't use our mana otherwise, if we have a land-light hand. Additionally, Frostveil Ambush synergizes incredibly well with Reconnaissance Mission. You go down a card when you ambush, so if you're not using that tempo to get in 20, then it's not very effective. But if you tap their creatures and then hit them and draw a bunch of cards, then it's super effective, right? Then it's not just a life gain spell, it's a life gain plus card drawing spell. It's kind of a weird build of a Sphinx's Revelation, kind of like a build your own Sphinx's Revelation. The real reason I chose that card there, Frostveil Ambush, is because it cycles for 1 and we have nothing to do on turn 1, but we already have plenty of 2-mana cards and 2-mana cyclers. So it can it can powerfully let us use our first mana if we draw a land-light hand on turn 1 out of a 16-land deck. So that's the real reason I took it. But I think it synergizes really well with Reconnaissance Mission, so it'll play well early as a 1-mana cycler in our land-light hands, and it'll play well late with Reconnaissance Mission sometimes. Okay, so Startling Development as a 1-mana cycler is kind of the same thing. With these 2 Forbidden Friendships, I really like that trick, and it's a 1-mana cycler. So we're going to have to cut some cards here, because these late pickups are probably going to make our deck. So what are our weak cards? We can definitely cut like a Phase Dolphin. Wow, another Startling Development. Channel Force, like I said, is medium. We already have tons of great 4s. I'm much more interested in these 1-mana cyclers. Keepsafe's a sideboard card in my opinion. It's a fine one, but I'm not looking to start it. Let's play 1 Phase Dolphin probably, but not 2. It's one of our mediocre cards, and our deck's really good. We could just cut Symbiote and Cloud Piercer. We didn't pick up any other. We didn't pick up any other mutate. I do think they're pretty good cards, and we have these 2 Forbidden Friendships, Symbiote. Sprite Dragon is really good to mutate onto also. It keeps the counters, don't forget. If you mutate Cloud Piercer on like a 3/3 Sprite Dragon, you're hitting for 7 in the air. So I'm not saying we can't cut the Cloud Piercer or the Symbiote. I'm just saying I'm not sure we want to. We could definitely cut some of the 2-mana cyclers. They're fine, but not exciting in our deck. We did just pick up all those 1-mana cyclers that are actually just better cards in our deck too, I think. So yeah, that sounds about right, Akinar, but I don't know if we want to go to 15 lands or not in this deck. I mean, maybe if we cut the Smasher and the Cloud Piercer. Red-White Cycling tends to play almost all cheap cards. I mean, this is just more of a normal deck. Like, we're not going to just cycle. That's not the point of our deck. Cyclers offer us the ability to help trigger Wolverine, but Cyclers don't trigger Sprite Dragon or Ceratops. So I wouldn't just... We're not, like, looking to just jam-pack our deck full of cycling do-nothings. This is not a cycling deck. Cycling has some synergy with a little bit of what our deck does. So I think Hampering Snare, that's a pretty easy cut. I don't think we're going to need to spend 2 mana and Anticipate. That doesn't seem like it offers us much. So we're down to 27 right now. Do we have humans, or is Of One Mind just a draw 2? I see almost no humans. Oh, the 2 Forbidden Friendships make a human. So we'll play it for 1 mana a decent amount of the time, so I do want it then. I mean, Of One Mind is a great card in this deck if we're playing it for 1 mana. If we're playing it for 3, it's fairly mediocre. But we see a lot of cards, and Forbidden Friendship gives us a 1/1 human token. Farfinder's cut a bowl, but it does take us from 3 to 4, and we are going to play 16 lands, so I'm not excited about cutting it. We might cut the Sanctuary Smasher. We just don't have a lot of hard-hitting ground creatures or anything like that. I could see cutting Sanctuary Smasher, even though it's a pretty good card overall. I mean, these next couple cuts are not easy. All of these cards are literally excellent in our deck. It takes us from 3 to 4, as in it searches land 4, like, out of our deck and puts it in our hand, and then we can play it next turn. It does not ramp, no. We could go to 15. We did pick up 3 1-mana cyclers right at the end of that pack, kind of unexpectedly. And these startling developments are pretty good with Farfinder and these Forbidden Friendships. I could see going to 15 lands now that we did pick up 3 1-mana cyclers kind of unexpectedly at the end of the pack. Raking Claws is definitely meh. That's definitely one of the more cuttable cards, I agree. So this would be 15. I'd like to play 16, but maybe I'm supposed to go 15 here. We do have 3 1-mana draw cards in our deck if we need to. Plenty of 2s and 3s. Our curve is pretty low. Like, this cycles for 1 mana. This mutates for 4. This cycles. I could definitely see going 8-7 here. 8 blue, 7 red. Definitely not playing a single basic forest, but I'll play the 1 tap land. It gains a life, and it lets me trigger Mythos, which, you know, if you make a copy of something decent and you fight and kill a creature, that's awesome. I'm not sticking basic forest into my 15 to 16 land blue-red deck, but I'll play the 1 Rugged Highlands for that. Even with a Farfinder, I'm not sticking a forest in. If I had some really good green card I wanted to splash, I would, but I'm not splashing Ivy Elemental. So let's see. How do I add the lands? I've got the 8-6 queued up. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Probably do. Oops. Just got rid of my sideboard. What did I do? I have no idea what I'm doing on this program. Okay, they're already added. So I think this is right. We could cut the Symbiote, but we don't have a ton of 2-drops, right? We only have 4. Lessens the cost. Well, it doesn't even lessen the cost of this Mutate because it only lessens colorless. So it only lessens the cost of 1 card in our deck. We did end up with 0 Cloud Herons. We could cut the Symbiote. But also, we don't have a lot of 2-drops. That's kind of why I'm somewhat inclined to keep it. Maybe I should have took Friendship, that 1 pick late when I took the Ambush. Could use another Friendship in this deck. I think that might have been a mispick. No, I wouldn't run a Forest here even at 17 lands. We don't even have a green card. It's just to be able to kick Mythos, and we don't have that many big creatures. This is often not going to be a great card. We're going to play it because we're going to copy something and, like, put a spell in the yard, trigger our Sprite Dragon when we cast it. But, like, I'm not worried about kicking it. I'll play 1 tap land, but, like, I'm not going to put a basic forest that doesn't cast all these blue and red cards in my low land count deck. Even if I was playing 17, I probably wouldn't play a forest. Well, we don't have no mutate. We have 2 mutate. So we can still mutate onto it, and we can Cloud Piercer on turn 3, which is disgusting if we draw both cards. I agree that Symbiote did not turn out excellent in our deck. We only picked up 1 Piercer. We didn't see any Dream Herons, and Dream Herons are excellent, and we didn't see any of the blue uncommon mutates, which are almost all great. So I'm not saying Symbiote's not cuttable, but it's still one of 4 2-drops. And it does go incredibly with turn 3 Symbiote on it, and we could also put Lord Drakus on it and then get to draw 1. And I mean, you can also just, you know, cast these, whatever. But we could get to loot off it. We could play a turn 3 Cloud Piercer on it. Not saying it's not cuttable. It's definitely cuttable. It's probably the weakest card in this deck at the moment. But it's not like it offers... Just because we're not a heavy mutate deck doesn't mean we must cut it or something like that. Where did my sideboard go? How do I get to see my sideboard again? There it is. So right now we're on 15 land. I wouldn't mind going to 16. Maybe I'm supposed to just cut Symbiote and play 16. The first cards out on the board are like these 2-mana tricks. I don't think Fairy Reader's good. We're not going to Facet Reader. We're not going to be sinking mana into this. Phase Dolphin's pretty good in this deck with the double reconnaissance mission. It blocks well. We have a pretty good late game, and then it can also poke them, get through a 1/1, and then draws cards. Usually they can block the Dolphin because it makes some other creature unblockable, but the Dolphin has 4 toughness, so it'll usually survive. And then you just get through a 1/1 and draw a card or something like that. We don't really have any other 2-drops or anything like that, though. Facet Reader, I think, is worse than Symbiote here. I don't think we're going to be activating that very much. I think I like this. I think I like having the 2-drop. Thank you, Lord Tupperware. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for your support. Okay, so let's export to Arena. I don't know how to do that. Clicking the button doesn't seem to be doing it. Do I need to do anything here? I don't want to import my MTG Arena collection. Oh, I don't have Arena open. Maybe I need to open it first. How you doing, Lord Tupperware? Lords Unlimited, thank you for the raid. Yeah, maybe it does. We'll go check it out. I'll go in Arena and check it out. Let's see. So import. Well, not yet. Go back and try now that it's open. This doesn't seem to be working so far. Last time it worked, so I don't know what I messed up. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be copying. I agree. Do I maybe need to put in these basics so it'll be like 40 and then I can copy it? Does anybody know, like, on this program, if I'm supposed to add these basics or something like that? If there's, like, a way to do that? Basics don't matter. Where's... Oh, draft log. Okay, maybe that worked. We'll go check. Tech successfully imported. I will never forget that y'all are always my tech support. I don't know where the deck is, but it said it's successfully imported. So it's blue and red only. The one green card is a kicker, so it should show up as just blue and red. Is it League? Probably not. No, definitely not. Oh, I imported somebody else's deck, lol. Well, I'm not trying to take a look at somebody else's deck. Obviously, it doesn't really matter, but let's see. Draft log. Okay. Let's try mine. Plus. Wait, that's not what we wanted. Import. Ah, there we go. Y'all are my tech support, always and forever. Okay, looks like we have to build it again here, but I can work with that. Out all you expensive creatures. Double click to put a card in the sideboard. That sounds better than what I'm doing. Yep. No. We actually lost the card into the collection. That's what I thought might happen. The Phase Dolphin, it didn't go to the sideboard. It went to my collection. Yeah, that doesn't work. I actually had this one right. Count Twitch chat 100 million, Ben 11. I do have to bring them over manually like that. Yeah, it works in normal draft, but we're building a deck sort of here. Obviously, I can't go actually add cards for my collection. That would be cheating, and I wouldn't do that, of course. But we're effectively in like the normal deck builder, not the normal draft. This is technically a constructed deck. Not a very good one. I think we played all of this. Looks right. It's a 3-drop, but okay. Is that 15 lands? Yes, it is. So, okay, we recreated it correctly. Now let's go back and add. I believe it's going to be 8-6 because it's 8-7. We definitely want one more blue than red. If we're going to have to play one more of one, I would play 8-8 before I would play 9-7. But if we're going to play 15 and not 16 lands, then it's going to be 8-7. Oh, wait, we're one card short. I lied. What did I lose? One phase. Did I play the raking clause? Thank you, Soul Reaper 8. Appreciate the support. Add Phoenix. I'm not going to say add a broken card. That would be cheating. Smasher. Yeah, what was the last card? Well, we can probably just go back and look at the program. I think I played the Cycling Cheap Spell, maybe Smasher. We can see what we chose here if we want to. Not that we have to stick to it. That's not cheating. It's my deck, but... No, there's the Raking Clause and the Smasher. What did I do wrong? Did I lose a card? Let's go back and look at Arena. Sprite Dragon, Symbiote, the 2 friendships. What's the missing card here? Cloud Piercer's right there. Lord Dracus, that's all of our Mutate. 15 lands is what I settled on because we have the 3 Cyclers for 1. Those 2 in a Frostveil Ambush. Not a fan of Facet Reader. It's a low land count deck. We're going to draw extra cards. I don't need to loot. Maybe I miscounted on the program. That's possible, yeah. Thank you, Sean Pab. Appreciate that subscription. Also, thank you, Soul Reaper. Appreciate that subscription. We can go back and look at the program. Maybe I was just one short. I don't think so, but maybe. 26 and 14, and this is the 15th land, so we're not one short. So we are missing a card. We just have to figure out what it is. Probably lost it in all the clicking. Alright, so let's just go by casting cost. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 2-drops. We'll just go back and forth. We'll figure this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 2-drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 3-drops. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 3-drops. Thank you for typing that out, John Doe. 4 drops is also 7, which we have. 2 and 1. Well, that's right. I am very confused. Let's figure out. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's just count. 3, 7, 7, 3. Okay, so this is 24. It's just saying 26. I think the number is just off. Because 7, 7, 7, 2, 1 is 24. Yeah, I mean, it says 26 up here. This isn't me miscounting. I don't know if you can see right under the camera where I have the camera. The deck, it says deck 26. Just so you know I'm not, like, this dumb. I'll show you. See how it says deck 26 right there? But I guess it's just miscounting. This is 25. It's 24 and the Rugged Highlands. Well, I know it's counting Rugged Highlands, but you see how it says deck 26 now that I move the camera? So presumably it would be 14 additional basics in the Rugged Highlands, and it should be 25 plus the Highlands if it says deck 26. Right. It's just miscounting. Because, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 17, 20, 21, 24. So it's just miscounting. It's the program, not me, but it is just miscounting. So now, do we want to put back in the last card we cut? Do we want to put, or do we want to put in a 16th land? It's pretty close. We could play like Facet Reader, which I think is not very good in this deck. We could play like Raking Claws, Phase Dolphin, Smasher. I don't think we want Smasher in this deck. I don't really like Face Reader either. I think Dolphin is probably the best. We have all these 1/1 tokens that could easily end up doing nothing. Dolphin blocks well, and it could give things unblockable to draw cards with Mission. I think Dolphin is the best of them. Oops, apparently you can't make names that long. Not in the aggregate, BW. Not in the aggregate. But in this lowland, double reconnaissance mission, not that many creatures, like, it's red-blue spells deck. This is not your average draft deck, I'll tell you that much. Okay, we've got the round 1 pairings. I'm up against Mobius. I'm going to get a drink, and then I will be right back to play. I'm back. I spilled a little bit of my tea on the floor, though, on the way in. Thank you. What's the matter, Potter? All right, let's get to business. I'm going to challenge Mobius, my round 1 opponent. The Mobius. So it needs to be 40 card decks. Best of 3, coin flip, challenge match, streamer draft. Mobius. And let's see, it's probably not where I want the camera on Arena. Where do I usually keep it? Somewhere like over here. It's not really blocking anything, I think. Thank you, Undirected. Appreciate that subscription. I like how you directed your support for my stream. Okay, I think we can pretty much get rid of that. Looks like we connected. We play 3 rounds. It's just an 8-person pod. 3-0 is the winner. Like, so it's basically single limb, but we play all 3 rounds either way. You know, because it's all streamers, and we just play each other, and there's brackets, and there's a pod, and we draft it against each other, and then, you know, whoever 3-0s wins the draft. Kind of a fun little regular thing that Lola Man has been organizing. I'd counter a lot of creatures here with my scatter mana up, but I'm not going to counter a 3-1 when I'm about to play a 1-1 utility creature. That just doesn't make any sense. Farfinder stopped Sabretooth just fine, so there's just absolutely no need to counter a Sabretooth. Even if they had played like a 2-2, I might have Essence Scattered it there, but again, Farfinder blocks Sabretooth, so I'm not going to scatter that. course, I'm going to play the Wolverine. The nice thing about counters is they're flexible. You can use them on any turn. So if you have the ability to tap out for creatures, you mostly want to do that. I'm not ecstatic about trading Wolverine for Frenzied Raptor, but I think it's the right move. I'm nowhere near 3 spells in the yard. Well, Lola Man strangely didn't attack with the Raptor there. That tells me they may have some plans for it, like they may pump all their creatures or something like that. Presumably, it's a good trade, the 4-2 for the 3-2, because my 3-2 can go on to gain double strike, and the 4-2 will just always be a 4-2. So them not making that trade kind of communicates that they may have something. I'm going to scatter the Tapper, of course. Tapper's pretty scary. If I had, like, another card drawing spell in hand, I might let that out and hard cast Shark Typhoon. Hard casting Shark Typhoon in my deck is very real. But given my hand has no more spells and, you know, I don't have anything to do post Shark Typhoon, I think I'm definitely going to be cycling it here just to dig up more business. And now they're attacking. This is kind of a strangely played game by Mobius. I'm not sure what changed. But now I get to trade my Farfinder for their 3-1, which so that they're 3-3. It's not a big difference. I would have traded it for a 3-1. And then I think I'll just eat a free 1-1. I don't mind taking 7. I've got plenty of life. I would trade the Wolverine for the 4-2. Like, I consider that an acceptable trade, and I would have done it 2 turns ago. But now if they're going to offer me a free kill on the 1-1, I'll just take it, because if I draw the ability to cycle or put 2 spells in the yard and turn on the Wolverine before it trades with the Raptor, that's good. And in the meantime, I'm clearing a 1-1 token for free here. This is, I'm not going to say, like, I don't know Mobius' hand, of course. Maybe Mobius has reasons for the plays they've made this game, but they've been strange, I gotta say. Not offering the 4-2 for the 3-2 earlier, and then letting me eat a free 1-1 at 20, and then fighting and trading a 3-3 so that I could eat a 3-3 with my 1-1 instead of a 3-1. These plays just haven't made perfect sense to me. Alright, so I'm going to cycle and make a 4-4. We'll see what we get. It can eat the 3-1. And then we'll just, if we get a spell, I probably won't block the 4-2 with the Wolverine. If we draw a land, I probably will. We'll see what we get. Because I'm still 2 spells away. Why not 1? I have Essence Scatter. Oh, Typhoon's an enchantment. Yeah. So I can't wait on that. So 4-4 on 3-1. 3-2 trades with 4-2. Obviously, we're super flooding out with our 15-land deck. Only 6 lands left in our entire deck. Hopefully, we'll draw all spells from here. It really depends more on your hand, LARP momentum. I'd say in an average blue deck, you're going to cycle the vast majority of the time. In this deck, you're probably going to play it and cycle it about 50-50. And I'm not going to try and block. Who knows if they'll have a sorcery speed removal. 4 for 2, even though we're down 6 life, is an acceptable race. Especially when we have a phase dolphin. Both players getting low actually kind of benefits me. In addition to my iced tea, I went and got some Honey Nut Cheerios. Well, now it's 4 for 4, so I'm not going to be attacking. If Mobius doesn't have anything, then my 4-4 is stopping both the 2-2 flyers. And they're up in life. Probably Jickerman. I probably just have all of the cards in my collection. I know they have something. I don't know what. But, like, +2/+2 would still be a trade. +1/+1 in first strike doesn't work. +1/+0 in first strike. If it's a Divine Arrow, they're going to Divine Arrow the 4/4 whenever I attack or block with it. Can't do anything about that. So I think I block. My guess is they have, like, a Flame Prophecy or the 3-mana +2/+2 or Divine Arrow. But I save 2 damage. It's not like if I take it and attack back, then I play around Divine Arrow. All I did there was save 2 damage. We're going to lose this game to Super Flood. There's just not really any way around that. We're playing 15 lands. We've drawn, what, 10 of them? No real choices here. I play 16 a lot, Lamenter. Okay, so we have 3 blockers, so we're not dead on board. So I assume there's no real decisions. Block the 5/5 with one of the 1/1s. I don't even have Cardboard Live open. I apologize. I'm opening it now. Tell me if it doesn't work shortly. I apologize for that. Alright, so they're an aggro deck, a Boros aggro deck. 1/6 looks like something we might want, but they also do have a decent amount of flyers. Let's see. We're going to be on the play this game. I'm definitely going to be playing against them, so I'm not super worried. I'm more worried about missing land drops. I don't think I need to board in stuff like a 3/6 flyer and a 1/6 blocker when I'm on the play. For the next game on the draw, I very well might. Here... Yeah, I think we're good to go for game 1. I think I just lost a flood. For the next game on the draw, I will probably bring in the 3/6 Pterodon, whatever it is. Maybe the 1/6 blocker also. But a card like Reconnaissance Mission is a lot better on the play than the draw, and is pretty bad against aggro. So for this game, I think I'll go with the Reconnaissance Missions on the play, because it's harder to make land drops all the way up. So I want to have the cycling cards, and I have a much higher chance to be able to hit and draw cards. What's up, Ryan Tucker? On the draw for game 3 against an aggro deck, I'll probably switch out the Reconnaissance Missions for the 1/6 and the 3/6 flyer, so because it's harder to hit and draw cards and easier to make your land drops. So, like, on the play, I'm going to keep the Reconnaissance Missions. On the draw, I'm going to sub those out for better blockers, like the 1/6 and the 3/6, for both reasons. I'm more likely to need to cycle them to hit land drops on the play than I am on the draw, and it's easier to be the one attacking and drawing cards on the play than it is on the draw. Those cards swing a lot from the play to the draw. You're welcome, Exodar. Thanks for joining us. Cardboard Live is open now, so... oh, wait, there's an update. I'm updating. Hold on. Okay, it is now open, so now tell me if Cardboard Live is working. It's updated and open. Sweet. Thanks for reminding me to do that, chat. Y'all on top of things as usual. Forbidden Friendship is excellent. There are a lot of formats where that card would not be very good, but because of the human non-human synergies and wanting to have both, because of Mutate, because of Spells Matter, it's an excellent card in this format. Okay, we don't really have much to mutate onto. I'm happy to trade off creatures with them. Just going to keep attacking. This turn, of course, as I said, you can always leave up Scatter whenever. I'm going to put down the 1/4. See what happens next turn. If we draw a land, I'll certainly be casting Ceratops. If we don't, I can cycle Startling Development, leave up Scatter. Forbidden Friendship's a little bit of a curveball in that regard. I guess it's still a pretty good turn. I do want to have stuff to do post-Ceratops, but I guess Scatter is going to be post-Ceratops too, plus I can already copy it immediately. So let's just Friendship here. And then I can attack. Still have the 1/1 back to block the 3/1. We are trying to dig up land 4 here for next turn to play Ceratops. So post-combat cycle this. I guess I could have done that first in case it changed my play, but highly unlikely. Okay, we can play that for 1 mana, but sadly we cannot just play Ceratops first like we want to, because we still don't have land 4. Not complaining, I know they're stuck on 2. I'm stuck on 3 with plenty to do. Do I want to Flame Spill? Not really. Maybe the Cycler, because I'll get 3 damage to them. The 1-2 isn't particularly scary when somebody's stuck on lands. Checkpoint Officer is a great mana sink, but if they're already behind and they're spending their mana tapping things, they're just falling further behind. So I think first and foremost, I'm going to play the one of 1 mine for 1 mana, see if we dig up our lands. Okay, we didn't, but I'm more interested in getting the dragon out before I start casting spells than I am Flame Spilling the 3-1. So that makes it kind of easy. I definitely don't need extra blockers. They can double block the Dolphin, but I don't mind. I'll just trade it for the 3-1, which seems fine to me. So I can attack with these. I don't need to give unblockable to Flyer. I can give it to the 1-1. If the Dolphin bounces, I got an extra point of damage. If they double block the Dolphin, I'm happy with that trade with the Valiant Rescuer. Plus, I got an extra point of damage. And then post-combat, I'm going to play the Mountain. It wasn't a poor trade. It was about an even trade for both of us. With them on their back wall, they can't afford to be letting me get an extra points of damage with unblockable. And they obviously don't have a handful of cycling cards, or they would have cycled them to try and dig up lands while they were missing land drops. I think that was about an even trade. I don't think it was a poor trade for them. I don't want to miss out on the Ceratops growing. So even though it's a really unexciting turn, I'm going to take this turn off. Then next turn, if we draw land, we have Flame Spill plus Scatter. If we don't draw land, we have Mythos. We can copy the Dragon or the Ceratops, whichever makes more sense, and trigger both. That's why Mythos is so good in this deck. It's not like 4 mana clone one of your creatures is a particularly good card. But we're a Spells Matter deck. We can trigger both of these and get a creature at the same time. So that's a good card. I'm not, like, I am currently writing, I know I'm going to get asked about this a lot, I need to make a command. I'm currently writing for CFB Pro. They're not currently sponsoring me. You know, we haven't, it's not like we've talked about it and they like, it's out of the question or something. It's obviously a really difficult time for Magic dealers. You know, they're not selling cards. That's how they make the vast majority of their money. So for now, I'm sitting at home not playing poker. I wanted the work. I'm happy to be writing for them. And I'm sure they're not looking to take on more expenses. So I plan to have that conversation in the future. But at the moment, just consider me a freelance writer. I'm certainly no exclusivity. If anybody else has any interesting projects, any dealers, any content sites, and you are interested in having me write for you, I'm available. As I said, CFB is not sponsoring my stream right now. They're not sponsoring me as a Magic Pro. I'm just a writer writing for their website at the moment. So if anybody is interested in me, I'm still open for business, but I appreciate the opportunity CFB is giving me to produce content for them and get paid and, you know, try and do high quality limited content in a huge media presence in Magic. So it's a win-win, I think, for me and CFB at the moment. And of course, I would be interested in being sponsored by them or rejoining them. I've said since over the past year, I always liked working with CFB. I think they're great. But at the moment, I haven't even broached that conversation because they offered me a good amount of writing work at good pay, and I needed the work. I'm sitting at home. Casinos are closed. And so, and I know they're not looking to spend extra money right now because they're not selling cards right now, which is how they make their money. So at the moment, I'm a freelance writer taking on a writing project. Obviously, don't know what the future holds. Okay, back to this game. They can activate the Tapper for 1. I kind of want to get rid of the Zerta so that the Tapper costs 2 again. I definitely want to play Mythos this turn. So I think I have a lot of spells in hand, and I even have the Lord Dracus to buy back the Mythos. So I think I'm going to copy the Ceratops. It's cool to hit now with the Sprite Dragon, but ultimately the Ceratops is the bigger, better creature, and I'm not under any pressure. And I've got 2 more spells, and really 3 more spells, and really 4 more spells, because the Dracus gets one back, the Cloud Piercer, if I mutate onto the same thing, Dracus gets one back. So I should be able to grow these Ceratops, like, indefinitely, and I'm in no hurry to do anything here, with the life totals at 20 to 14 and me ahead on board. I don't think any of their creatures were better than Ceratops. What did you want me to copy? Like, my creatures don't have activated abilities, like, Zerda's not really doing anything for me. I don't have white mana for Checkpoint Officer. I'm well aware you can copy theirs. I don't see it. I'm not a professional gambler. I'm a professional Magic player. Poker's more like my side hustle. Like, I just grind poker. I mean, there's a lot more money in it than Magic. Or at least there was before the MPL and stuff. But, you know, I consider my profession to be professional Magic player, and poker to be a side hustle that brings in some decent money, especially when Magic was a little underpaid and stuff before recent times. Okay, so, what do we want to do? I kind of want to Lord Dracus. I kind of want to Flame Spill. The nice thing if I Lord Dracus this time, create a token that's a copy of target permanent. Why wouldn't I be able to copy their creature? I'm pretty sure you can copy their creature. I just don't want to, because, I mean, I don't need a Zerda out, like... Okay, anyways, at the moment, I want to Lord Dracus, I think, and then I can get back Mythos and leave up Essence Scatter. Again, there's nothing I really need to Flame Spill right now. So, I'm going to put Lord Dracus... Well, I don't have to Lord Dracus pre-combat. It doesn't really change anything. They're probably going to tap the Sprite Dragon, so I'm just going to go to combat, let them tap their mana, so it's harder for them to kill it in response. Well, they didn't do that. They're communicating they have Divine Arrow. We saw Divine Arrow last game. I'm going to play around it. I don't see a reason to attack Sprite Dragon into Divine Arrow. Again, this is also not like a big blowout. Like, I would prefer this not get killed in response. But if they do kill the Sprite Dragon in response, I still get the Lord Dracus in play for the future. I just lose this mutate. Of course, we go over. It's the bigger creature. Getting back Mythos for sure. And... okay, life's pretty good. No reason I tapped red-red. That was silliness. Obviously, it's a red-blue hybrid mutate. I just, in my head right there, saw it as red or blue, but in reality, I could have tapped a red and a blue. I mean, I don't have a red spell I can cast right now. I don't have enough mana to cast Flame Spill, so it was completely and totally irrelevant. But no, there wasn't a good reason. Looks like the opponent's getting aggro. I don't really see it. I'm going to double block. Oh, the 1/1 can't block. Never mind. I was going to say, I don't care if they have Divine Arrow. Like, I would double block with 2 1/1s. This opponent's been playing super aggro all the time. I'm not saying this play is right or wrong. Do I want... because it's not like the 3/3 was blocking, and so it's fine. Presumably, they're going to tap, but they can't tap and use Divine Arrow, so they're going to have one of the two. Not sure what I want to do. I don't hate putting my 2/3 in front of the 4/2. How quickly is this 2/3 going to grow? Like, if I play Mythos, it's only growing once. It's not out of Divine Arrow range yet. I assume if I Mythos this Lordrakis, I literally get the face up of the card. Like, I assume I get, like, flying haste whenever this creature mutates, return an instant or sorcery. Is that true? I don't know how it works. I've never copied a mutate creature before. I have a handful of business. I don't mind this trade. I don't want to risk letting them sneak in lethal. And I still have a good target to copy. And I have a Cloud Piercer. Like, I could always just cast Cloud Piercer, too. Okay, so now... do I want to play any more lands? Not super duper, but I do want to scatter and Mythos this turn. So, I guess I'm going to start by playing the Mythos. Oops. I forgot to play with red-green. That was just a kind of a quick misclick mistake. Of course I wanted to fight the checkpoint officer. Of course that was just a kind of a quick misclick mistake. Sorry about that. The right play there was to cast that, just to tap Rugged Highlands, Mountain Island, and fight off a 1-2 for free. I apologize. So now they can't Divine Arrow 4-5. I'll attack with that. Even though the 2-3 has haste, I'm pretty sure they have Divine Arrow from how they've played this game. I'm not going to send with the 2-3 that grows. I am going to play around Divine Arrow, which we saw in Game 1, and they've represented it all times, and they've missed land drops this game. Thank you, Maester Gregorius. Appreciate the subscription. Listen, as I told you, I'm not here to, like, super promote business side of things. I'm not in business. I own no CFB shares. I'm not a stockholder, you know. I mean, I don't think they're public, but you get my point. I personally think, you know, they pay pretty good money to have top quality people like me and Reed and Huey and so on, and Martin and everybody. You know, if they were charging a lot for the content, I wouldn't have been down. But they're literally charging $10 a month and giving $10 a month in credit back out. So they're locking up $10 worth of Magic sales. So it is my honest opinion, despite the fact that I took this writing gig with them, I'm not even a sponsored pro of theirs at the moment, and I'm saying, like, I think it's a pretty good deal. Every single Magic pro, every single in-person Magic player spends over $10 a month on Magic, and they're not charging you $10 a month for the content. They're saying, give us $10 worth of your business per month, you know? Because you're going to get your cards somewhere. You have to buy booster boxes or singles or whatever to be an in-person Magic player. To get, like I said, I'm not cheap. I know Reed and Yui and Martin and these people are not cheap. Manguchi, like, they have a lot of top people. They're not cheap. So for them to say, we're not even charging you for this content, we just want you to basically promise us $10 worth of your business a month, I think that's pretty fair. Okay. So what are we doing here? We want to Cloud Piercer onto one of these two mutate creatures, probably the smaller one, and then we can get back Mythos again. Wow, this is disgusting. Alright, so you always go over if you're bigger, because you get the bigger of the two and you get all the abilities regardless. We'll buy back Mythos. We don't need to lethal this turn. Who knows? Oh, I guess they only have 1 mana open. But we didn't have lethal if they tapped something, right? They have 1 mana. They could tap the Lordrakis. So I doubt this 2-3 plus these 2 1-1s was lethal. I mean, it wasn't far from lethal, but... Okay, so now they're going to tap the bigger one, 5, 6, 7. So again, we don't have lethal. We can actually cast the Gust of Wind. So I'll go ahead and do that. First, let's go to combat. Flamespill gets 2 more, right, but that still wasn't lethal, right? Doesn't look like it. If they tap the Lordrakis and I don't put out the Cloud Piercer, this was only a 2-3. So it grows once from Flamespill. You're talking about 1, 2... 3 over here is 5, and 2 from spell is like 7. I don't think it was lethal, but again, it doesn't really matter. It's not a big deal. We don't need to lethal them this turn as opposed to next. So now I'm going to bounce their more expensive creature just to make sure I don't get somehow miracle lethaled. And back to you. If I mutated, I couldn't cast Flamespill also. I didn't have the land. I just drew land 7 off of the Gust of Wind. And I drew the Gust of Wind off of whatever, but... I could have played the land I discarded, yeah. It is possible if I played the land and mutated and flame spilled, I had Xaxes. Again, I'm not, like, this is one thing I've totally noticed between me and the chat. Like, I'm not that focused on that. Like, you know, like, if you're getting further ahead, you win by default anyway. Like, it's really, like, I'm not saying, like, it's not better to take lethal when they're tapped or whatever. Of course it is. But, like, who cares? What were they going to do? They couldn't win that game. Like, I'm much more focused on, like, locking them out and furthering my advantage than I am searching for Xaxes in a game I'm winning. We're playing a tap land despite not using it because we have Mythos. And if you kick this card, you kill an extra creature. That's a pretty big deal. Okay, so now we're on the draw. Like I talked about, Reconnaissance Mission, not at its best against aggro decks, not at its best in this deck anyway. I'm going to take those out. I'm going to board in some better blockers here on the draw. I'm going to board in a 1/6 and a 3/6 because we saw 2 copies of the 3-mana 2/2 flyer. I wouldn't mind Hampering Snare against them. They are kind of a go-wide aggro deck. It's still a situational card, but it definitely has some potential here, I think. Should I bring in, like, one of those, maybe? Thank you, Nova Flux. Appreciate the subscription. Better than Ambush. Which one is Ambush? Oh, Frostville, yeah. Yeah, Frostville's not at its best in this matchup. The 1-mana cycling is pretty important for a 15-land deck, though. But the Phase Dolphins are great blockers against them. I'm not taking out Otter. It's still a body on, like, Reconnaissance Mission. Could take out Gust. Their creatures are pretty small. Bouncing something on the draw is not that strong. I think Hampering Snare could be better than Gust in this matchup. Especially because I might need to cycle it early or something, because I am a 15-land deck. Thank you, Meisder. Appreciate the subscription. So we drew both their sideboard cards. Unfortunately, they're expensive cards, not really cards I want in my opening hand. But we're on a 2-lander on the draw. We've got our turn 1 cycle. Hopefully we'll draw lands, cards we can cast, or at least more cards with cycling, which we have a lot of. Here I'm snap cycling because we don't have more lands. I don't care about showing it to them, just to speed it up and take advantage of the auto tapper, auto passer here. Can I fix my Windows bar menu on the left? Oh, I see. I can probably hide this. I don't know how, but I bet there's a way. Thanks, chat. Okay, I'm not going to cycle Typhoon. That's too good of a card. I already have a 3-drop. So now I'll just take my 3, I'll take my next draw, start playing blockers. Hopefully they're not able to overrun me. It's a pretty annoying 3-drop for me right now. Attacks right past my 1/4. No real choices. I want to get the Symbiote out so I could Cloud Piercer. Unfortunately, I drew it 1 turn too late. But I'm not going to play it since it doesn't really block the Sabertooth. Like, I would trade, but the 1/4 stops the Sabertooth and stays in play. Hopefully they don't have much to do. Maybe this turn I can Symbiote if I don't draw a land. Hopefully I'll just draw a land, and then I can do bigger and better things, potentially. Okay, so we did get the land. We can't block the flyer, but if we flash in this 1/6, that's pretty good. It's a great blocker. We can double block the 4/2. If I get to trade a 1/4 for the 4/2, I'm happy. I just take 2 in the air. So ultimately, I think it's a pretty good turn. Secure a nice big blocker. We got 2 different flyers to try and stop that 2/2 with yet and later, and we're only falling to 11, so we're not dead yet. Thanks, King Fishy. Appreciate that subscription. Right, we also have Cloud Piercer. We actually have 3 things to block the flyers. Okay, so we're 1 mana from Symbiote Cloud Piercer. The 3/3, you're supposed to play this card pre-combat, by the way, and then you get to trigger it the first turn. Most times you play your creatures post-combat, like Mobius did this turn, but Crystalline Giant is the exception. You generally want to play this card pre-combat, unless you're going to have to use your mana in combat, because then you get an extra trigger. Okay, so what do we want to do? I don't want to cycle and make a 2/2, but I might be willing to do it, given how powerful our hand is, just to get lands. If they have no removal, which we haven't really seen anything, I could put Cloudpiercer on Crustacean, but that's kind of lame. Crustacean's already so big. I could put out the 2/3, and then I have, like, double block potentially on the 3/3 if it doesn't get something awesome. Could also just, no, it doesn't remove abilities, just -2/-0. Could put out the Symbiote, and then I could play or cycle Snare, depending on what they do and what they get. If this gets Death Touch, I won't have a block on it. A lot of reasonably close options here. I think I'm going to play the Symbiote. If Snare gets turned on in a good way, like, you know, if it makes sense for me to Snare, cool. If not, I'm just going to cycle Snare. I want to hit land drops up to the Typhoon, and I want to get this Cloudpiercer on the Symbiote so that I can stop the Flyer. So I think I want to get Symbiote in play here. They hit Lifelink, that's good. It's not Death Touch. I don't care if they gain 3 life this turn. My creatures don't have reach or flying. I'm certainly not going to cast Snare just to save 2 damage. I'd rather cycle it and dig deeper in my deck. I might honestly not even cycle it. I might just hold it. We'll see what they play this turn, if they're going wide or not. Well, they did play another creature that can tap a blocker. So now they kind of are going wide. So I think I'm going to hold on to the Snare. We sadly don't have a human yet. It's pretty bad if I go for the Cloudpiercer here, and then I don't get the lands. This game's actually not going very well. I need to find lands. I could one with the Mind, and then as long as I find 1 land, I can Snare when they attack, and I can eat like one of these 3/1s. And since I'm snaring, I won't take like any real damage. If I don't find the land, it's brutal. Do I die? Block a 3/1, take 3, 6, 8. Theoretically at 1. I guess I have the Snare for later. Oh wait, I get to see 2 cards if I play the Piercer also. Yeah, I could hard cast the Piercer too. That's definitely an option. Then I get a 3rd blocker, including the Reach one. But then I can't cast Snare for sure. If I mutate it for 3 mana, then all I have to do is find a land, and I get 2 cards to do so. I think that's still the right play. Well, they're just going to tap it, though. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I really have no idea. I need to start doing 2 things in one turn. I think I might just want a 1 mind here and try and find a land. Hopefully we'll get there. Because, I mean, we're in really bad shape if we don't anyway. But they don't. Since they don't know we have Hampering Snare, they're pretty likely to tap a blocker, tap the 1/6 and Alpha here. And then Hampering Snare means we take almost nothing this turn, and their tapper gets used, and our 1/3 eats a 3/1 because it's a 1/1 after Snare. So assuming they don't play around Snare, which would be pretty weird for them to play around, given it's game 3 and they haven't even seen it, this turn should work out okay. So as expected, unfortunately, I had another 1/1 haste, but that doesn't really matter. And then cast our Snare. So, I mean, we get through this turn. I'm not saying the game's looking good necessarily, but now we have some time to dump our stuff out, and we made our land drops. So we really want to double spell, and we really want to get our... Yeah, the Crystalline Giant's, of course, a problem, but You know what? Like, it's going to take a long time, though, before this is a huge problem, right? I mean, we have reach creatures and stuff. But so now we want to double spell. How do we do that? Can we do that? Not really. So we're still not really out of the woods yet. Like, I can mutate for 3 and play a 3-drop, but that's not really double spelling. I could tap 6 and play, like, the Terron, the Wingfold, which is good. Then they'd have to tap it. I can leave up Shark Typhoon. If they then tap an Alpha, I can make a 4/4 flyer. But then I don't even really want to eat Heliglider like that. I'd much rather trade with Crystalline Giant. Give the Patron Hexproof? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, give it Hexproof so they can't tap it? I mean, I'm not worried about them tapping it. So I can't really double spell this turn, so I probably want to use all my mana. So the question is, do I play anything? I think the answer is no. I think I'd rather just Typhon here. If they attack on the ground at all, then I can use Typhon. If I get to trade with Crystalline Giant, I have to take that, I think. Otherwise, I can eat Heliglider. Well, I don't have to get 2 blockers out. I'm at 7. If checkpoint stops 1 and I have 2 blockers, I can block like a 3 and a 3 and take 4, or a 3 and a 2 and take 5. I mean, I'm losing if they have anything else, but I mean, I'm comfortable with that. I'd rather it not be the case, but... Like, I don't really have any life gain or, like, sweepers to catch back up. I have plenty of ammo in my hand. I can dump tons of stuff out. If it hits Death Touch. Obviously, if it doesn't hit Death Touch, I'll snap block it, I'm saying, but, like, it gets another ability. Obviously, if it gets First Strike, that does nothing right now against a 4/4 potentially. It got Death Touch. It's almost like I'm Psychic. There aren't that many abilities. Like, it either was going to get, like, Trample, Vigilance, Reach, Death Touch. Unfortunately, it got Death Touch. They know I have a handful of spells. So, I mean, them making a cautious play this turn makes sense. Last turn, like, it didn't make sense to not go attack because they weren't scared of, like, 1/2 mana blue card. Like, they had no reason to put me on Hampering Snare. They didn't even see it yet. But I'm not surprised if they don't, like, make an aggressive attack here, knowing I have 6 mana up and all spells. But again, assuming they don't have anything, this works out reasonably well for me. The plan now, of course, cycle, make a 4/4 flyer. It's true that this Crystalline Giant's a long-term problem, but there's nothing I can do about that. For now, I'm pretty happy to eat the 2/2 flyer with my 4/4, 1/3 on 3/1. I can't afford to put the 1/3 on a 1/1. We don't got that kind of life. And then we'll take 2. So we can get back, unfortunately we can't get back Typhon. We can get back Frostville Ambush. We can't ever tap the Crystalline Giant. We could get back One with the Mind for some cheap card draw, but we don't have a human, so it's not really that cheap. Does this do anything with abilities? No, it just changes the base to 4/4. They just keep coming. I can cast both of these. Then I can double spell this turn. This doesn't have flying, but if it gets flying or First Strike, then we can't really block it. Do I need to double spell, or can I just play like a 6-drop? Let's say I play just a 6-drop. They tap it, or the 4/4, whatever. It's 4 attackers to my 2 blockers. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world, because 2 of their attackers have 1. Why does everyone keep wanting a Hexproof Terron? It's very unexciting to me. I'm not saying that that won't happen, but I mean, like I said, I'm very uninterested in a Hexproof Terron. Like, if I played it this turn, I'd probably give it flying. This way, it and the 4/4 can block the Giant if it picks up flying. Hey, we got a big raid from Deathsea, one of my favorite streamers, as everybody knows. Thank you, Deathsea. Appreciate the support. We're here in a tough game 3 of this streamer challenge. Got a little flooded. Well, we honestly got a lot flooded game 1. I was a Deathsea style landlord. This has been a pretty good game, though. They just had a nice aggressive hand, and we've been on our back foot. Pretty fair game. I think I just play a flying Terran, so that if Crystalline Giant gets flying, I have 2 flying blockers, and they can only tap 1. Yeah, I came on at 2 instead of at 3 for the streamer event, because there's some Europeans and stuff, so we've been starting at 2 p.m. Eastern, so that's not too late in Europe. I could play Cloud Piercer, but I can't double spell. I could just cast the Cloud Piercer, that's totally reasonable. I know it has reach. But if I'm only going to single spell, I'd rather use 6 mana than 5. I think that's the play. I mean, I have to start getting aggressive because this Crystalline Giant unchecked will win the game eventually. Like, it's a really good card. It's not that powerful that quickly, but eventually it will win the game. It's already got some of the key abilities. It's got Death Touch. If it picks up First Strike, I'm pretty screwed. If it picks up Flying, this turn it's okay. I have 2 flying blockers, but yeah, if it picks up First Strike anytime soon, I'm pretty messed up. The choice is at random, of course. And a +1/+1 counter doesn't actually change much either. So no, the 1/1 counter doesn't. Oh, yeah, it does, because then they can attack into the 3/6. You're right. Maybe Cloud Piercer was better for that reason. Okay, Reach is no big deal. That's one. I mean, Vigilance and Trample do almost nothing either. So we got through this turn. But I do have to get aggressive at some point, or I will lose to this Giant eventually. I do have a handful of ammo. If I draw... I don't know. I don't know how to win, though. I don't know how I can turn the corner. They keep playing things. I mean, the turn after I double spell, I can probably start attacking with one thing. So Farfinder's a pretty nice pickup. That means I can start double spelling more. So this turn, I think I want to, ideally, though, Farfinder and put Cloud Piercer on it, so that I have 3 flyers. They can't go end of turn tap on tap, especially since they have 2 flyers now. But I may not have that luxury. If I Lord Drakis back a spell, none of my spells really deal with flyers. I mean, I have Frostvale Ambush. I'm a mana short of that this turn, but next turn I'll be able to Lord Drakis back Frostvale Ambush. Can't tap down the Giant, but I can tap down the Officer and the other flyer. How am I with 4 creatures to their 6? If they go end of turn tap on tap, they have 5 to my 2. That's just lethal. No, it's not. 2, 3, 4. So as long as the Crystalline Giant doesn't gain Menace, I won't be dead. Because I can let these 2 and the 2/2 flyer through. Well, it doesn't matter much if it gets flying, because I will have a flying blocker or reach blocker. Menace would actually be the one that would lethal me, I think. The problem is if I don't make a reach blocker this turn, they can go end of turn tap the Shark, on tap the Terran, and then I can't block the flyers. So I die if this hits flying, and otherwise they're getting in more damage. So I think this is the right play. If they don't draw anything and they don't hit Menace, then I don't die. Like, Trample and Vigilance do nothing. +1/+1 counter is good, but it doesn't beat me. Like, I don't lose. Menace, I think I'm dead on board, but I think we're in a position where we have to accept that. Yeah, I might end up mutating and getting back the -2/0 spell so I can start attacking, but I can't do that this turn, or I'm just not even getting further ahead. Like, that's just not a path to victory. I discarded the Ceratops because we don't have time to grow it. We just gotta hope that they hit Trample or Vigilance this turn. Or, like, +1/+1 is bad, but not unbeatable. Like, Menace is lethal, but almost all the other abilities don't matter. Like, Trample and Vigilance do nothing. They're literally blanks. A +1/+1 counter is okay. Menace, we lose. So it's like a 25% chance we lose. Oh, Trample Death Touch might kill me. I forgot about that. That might be lethal also. Well, is that lethal? Well, whatever. They hit +1/+1. So now we can still just block it with either one of these. So we're fine for this turn. Yeah, you're right. Trample Death Touch mattered. Hexproof is the worst. I do agree. But assuming that card in their hand's a land, or like a random little creature, then we got through this turn. Like, we're fine on board. If they have removal or pump or anything, we can just right-click concede. Even +1/+1 is lethal. But the +1/+1 counter doesn't change a whole lot. It's 1/6. Let's say they tap the 5/4 reach, our biggest blocker. It's 4/4 on 4/4, which I would love to trade. And then 1/6 on 3/1, take 4 and go to 1. But that's okay. I mean, then I can untap, I can get back the -2/-0, I can play something else. Like, I can stabilize from there. I mean, I'll be at 1, but 1 does not equal 0, as we know on this stream. Okay, so just another creature, and now they can't even tap in a turn. Not saying they did anything wrong, they didn't have a good attack, but that actually worked out okay. So now I have this 5/4 with reach, but it also has vigilance. So can I attack with it? If they put like a 3/3 and a 1/1 on it, that's not good for me, so I have to have something to interact with that. Still don't have a human, so I think I want to Lord Dracus. Get back the -2/-0 card, probably. I could get back Frostvale Ambush. And then, what am I tapping? Yeah, it lets me filter the island, I agree. Oh wait, it also gives us actual flying, so then they can't block it on the ground. So I like that. Oh no, what am I saying? Dracus doesn't have flying. It just looks like it does, but it doesn't. That was a lie. Sorry, I lied to you. Yeah, so I think that makes the most sense, though. It doesn't make it smaller. You just go under. You get all the abilities anyway. And then we'll get back Hampering Snare. Pretty glad I boarded that one in. I'd have already lost this game if I didn't have that. Okay, so now we're going to attack with the Vigilance creature. We can't send anything else, but I don't think there's any blocks where this works out badly for us. We might use Flame Spill. We might use Snare. Now, do we want to Flame Spill the Tapper, or do we want to just put out, like, a Wolverine this turn? Wolverine's a pretty good attacker also. Unfortunately, I'm a mana short of both. I would love to have exactly one more mana right now. I'm not that worried about them tapping on their turn this turn. Maybe they'll get to use the Checkpoint Officer on my next turn. I think I'm going to get the Wolverine in play so it can start attacking. It's a 3/2 double striker, right? It's already a pretty good attacker. I mean, they can't go for like a tap alpha, but now they know I have Snare, so they're not going to get blown out by it, unfortunately. But I can give it double strike. I can play this or this and give it double strike. I could cycle these. I could cast these. Like, it's effectively a double striker. This is an awesome game. It does have double strike because I have a 1-mana cycler or 2-mana instant I can play and a 2-mana instant I can play. I'm never cycling Snare this game. But, like, view this as a double striker. I can give it double strike for 1 mana or 2 mana at instant speed anytime I want. This is game 3, round 1 of the streamer draft. In a really tight game here against Mobius with a nice Boros aggro. They had an early Crystalline Giant and drew exactly 5 lands, which is always ideal for aggro. But my draw was good. I made my land drops up to 4 on the draw, and I've just been on my back foot the whole game. Hampering Snare early took me out of what would have been a Shore loss. And now I'm just trying to close before this giant takes over the game. I'm running out of time. I mean, as soon as this hits first strike, I'm pretty scarred. Trample and, Vigilance does nothing. I don't care about this attacking and blocking. Trample with Death Touch would have been bad last turn, but now it's not that big of a deal. But as soon as this hits, and Menace makes it harder to block, but I think I have enough blockers now because they can't alpha because I have the snare. So this turn, if they hit Menace, it's not a big deal. If they hit Vigilance, that does nothing. But as soon as they hit First Strike, this becomes like the abyss. So that's why I'm making aggressive plays, like getting the Double Striker out to attack with, because I need to end this game quickly, because I will lose to this Crystalline Giant eventually. Yes, the Wolverine can theoretically deal with the Giant at some point. It is possible. Okay, this may be good for me, right? I can make it a 4-4 in response, and then the Giant will die, right? This is a fight. So assuming I don't die if I tap out and I can't play Hampering Snare, this may get me through the Giant. But I have to make sure I don't die. Let's say they tap a blocker and then they alpha. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers, and I'll have 1, 2, 3 blockers. That's not death. Yeah, we're saved by the Startling development. We're still going to lose our creature, but it's well worth it. Well, they didn't know I had Startling development in hand. I don't even know if they saw Startling development in the previous 2 games. Their play wasn't bad. The Wolverine was the right creature for them to fight there. You'd rather kill off one of my creatures with that fight spell than cycle it. We just got them with a trick. They had no way to put me on Startling development. I left my 2 up for Hampering Snare. But now the biggest problem is off the board. We still have pretty good ammo in hand. We're not dead on board. This game is winnable now. There's no reason for them to put me on development there. Snare doesn't win that fight. Double Strike doesn't work in fights. That's why I said their play wasn't bad. This is being results oriented. They have no reason to put that card in my hand. It's just a random trick I don't even think they've seen yet, and we're in game 3. Okay, so now let's go to combat. They still have more creatures than us for now, so I don't think we can attack with anything but the Vigilance creature, but we can certainly send that. If they go for a double block, we have Flame Spill, we have Hampering Snare. We're not out of the woods completely yet. Now, we definitely want our better blocker, I think, so I'll put down Phase Dolphin. We have to have up Snare, so we don't die to an alpha, and then end of turn, we can spill the Officer. I am a favorite now, I agree. Like, if they drew a land this turn, this game starts to turn. I wouldn't say it's over. We're at 5 life. They could certainly outdraw me. There's cards they could draw to win this game. But I agree, we went from losing on board to the Crystalline Giant to a favorite on board. Now it's time to just, hopefully they brick off this turn or next turn. Hopefully we turn the corner here. Well, that's definitely not bricking off. I mean, it gets rid of my best card. Doesn't kill us or anything like that. Nothing I can do. Definitely keeps this game tighter, though. So this, if it becomes a 4/4 double strike, that's tricky to deal with. I'm not sure if I want to Flame Spill the Officer or the Rumbler. 3/3 double strike I wasn't too scared of. Definitely going to Flame Spill end a turn. Don't know which. It's probably the Officer. I can always snare this when it attacks. The Officer is the scarier card, I think. Come on, I need spells. It's a 15-land deck. Okay, so I think I can attack with 1 creature now. Maybe I can actually just attack with both flyers, because I do have the snare, so they can't alpha me. What happens if I send for 7? They go to 6. Or they chump, and then I'm threatening lethal next turn. Do I get aggro here? I can always block the 4/4 first strike with the 1/6 this turn. I think I get aggro here. I'm playing a blocker, but I've got snare up, so I'm not scared of an alpha. I mean, I don't have lethal next turn or anything, because if I give one flyer unblockable, they can block the other, potentially. I could give Otter unblockable, but then the Helica Glider blocks a 4/4, so I don't have lethal. But I'm not really scared of an attack this turn. If they made some kind of alpha, I'd snare and eat their team. If they attack with the 4/4 first strike, it bounces off the 1/6. It picks up first strike, but so be it. Zerd is annoying. I mean, the primary plan here, we win if they brick next turn. Because we can attack with both flyers, they chump and go to like 2, and then we have snare. So we're not dying on board, like, next turn. We're going to have some ground blockers, even if they make one unable to block. So, like, assuming they brick next turn, we win the game. Like, if they draw a land next turn, we win the game. It already has first strike? When did it get that? You're right. I didn't know it already had first strike. Doesn't change anything. I don't need that many blockers for next turn if I give all their creatures -2. I can still chump on the ground. They even have to chump this turn, so they're going to lose a Helica Glider. But I didn't know it already had first strike. I don't think it does it. I don't think it has first strike. It got a +1/+1 from Swallow Hole, but it didn't get first strike. It never attacked yet. Yeah, it never attacked me. It picks up those counters when it attacks. It picked up a +1/+1 counter from Swallow Hole. But even if it had first strike, it wouldn't change much. It would get to eat like the 1/4 or the Crustacean, but I would still have 2 ground blockers, and I still have Hampering Snare for next turn. They can't make me use Hampering Snare this turn. But yeah, it doesn't have it. So 1/6 on 4/4 first strike gets us through this turn. Hopefully we just draw a removal for the flyer and we win the game. No love there, but we can counter a creature. So yeah, nothing's changed. We can't lethal them on board, but we can attack with the 2 flyers. They then have to chump and go to lethal range. And then we have snare, so we're not worried about an alpha necessarily. So it's a tight game, but there's no way we're dead on board. They just drew Swallow Hole and Zerda. I need them to brick this turn. I have Scatter for a creature. That's a land, so we win. What a game! I didn't have lethal. If I made the 2/2 unblockable, they chump the 4/4, and they're at 6, and they go to 1. If I make one of the flyers unblockable, they chump the other. They started that turn at 6. So if I make the Otter unblockable, they just chump the 4/4 flyer and go to 1. Yeah, that was a sick game. Thanks, Mario. All right. We advanced through round 1. Tougher than I wanted for round 1, but can't complain. That was epic. Let me see what's going on with round 2 pairings. I assume we were probably the last match. Celebration Honey Nut Cheerios. I deserve some Welch's Fruit Snacks, but I'm out. Thanks, Glenn. That is when I always say I play my best. Like, when it's a close game, but I'm a little behind, that's when I play my best Magic. I play my worst Magic when I'm ahead, like, by a lot. I can't get myself to focus on which play is 99% and which play is 99.5%. And when I'm mana screwed or whatever and I just can't win, I just concede or I don't care. But when it's a game like that where I have options but I'm a little behind is when I think I play my best Magic. Looks like I'm up against Jamie Topples. No offense taken. I'll take Tom Hanks. Okay, we're a play first deck. Can't mulligan this. We obviously need to draw lands, but we do have a cycler, plus plenty more cyclers in the deck, and with one land we can one with of one mine, so hopefully we won't get stuck on lands. So do we cycle Reconnaissance Mission, or do we hold on to cast it? We don't have double blue, but we do have draw 2. Let's see what Jamie's up to. Looks to be red-white cycling. I think I'm going to cycle it. If it was like a control deck, necessarily, I might hold it. But against red-white cycling, I think that makes sense. Oh, wow, we can have a great turn now. I mean, we play our spells, but that's fine. Then we can play Ceratops, then we can copy it, and we'll draw more spells. We have a ton of them. So now we can go Forbidden Friendship for a human and a non-human. I'm going to of one mind immediately after, because I really want to play this card for 1 mana. If she has Flame Prophecy or Divine Arrow, I don't care about these creatures, but I want to make sure I get to cast this card as opposed to just getting stuck with it in my hand. Land! Hooray! No decisions now. We want to get our Ceratops out. We don't want to play more spells necessarily before it's in play. If we didn't draw land, we'd have to evaluate. But if we do draw land, we definitely slam our growing 4-drop. Hopefully we draw an island and then copy it, and then life is good. We have a bunch more spells. But even if we don't, now we have options. We can Cloud Piercer up a dragon or whatever we need to do. Gust to win something big. Thank you, Ricky Suezo. Appreciate the subscription. So I was going to Cloud Piercer up, but we drew the Ceratops. So again, now we just want to get that out before we do other things. So we'll replay the Ceratops since she killed the last one and see if she's got another removal or what the board looks like next turn. I got you, Datsy. Hold on. I just have to permit Datsy, right? I assume I have the ability of mods. Alright, so 2/2 Fox, no big deal. Doesn't kill my Ceratops. I mean, it's a great card. I'm not happy to see it out against a cycling deck, but it's not turn 1. Well, there goes my Ceratops. I'm even less happy now. Okay, that looks like it makes it a pretty easy turn. We can play the dragon, play the friendship, grow it immediately. Again, you always want to get your growers out before you play your spells. So we still need second blue, but now we can play Gust for 2, so that's kind of nice. We also have the ability to Cloud Piercer. So if we draw a mountain, which is our worst draw, we can Cloud Piercer it away. If she's out of removal and we Cloud Piercer the Sprite Dragon, that's pretty sweet. But we need a way to, because it keeps all the counters, and it keeps growing. But we need a way to get rid of that Snare Tactician, or presumably she can cycle and tap it a lot because she's playing red-white cycling. Okay, well, I think that makes this turn pretty easy. Separate this. Yeah, they get the Volp Keep back, but the 1/1 Fox will lose those 2+1/+1 counters. They'll have to reassemble everything. I think we certainly want to start with that. Although maybe I attack first. If I Startling Development, I'm a 5/5. No, that's not big enough to get through a 5/6. Oh, no, it's a 6/6 because it'll get the +1/+1 counter. But that said, she's probably not going to block. Because, I mean, obviously I have an answer. And so if I knew she'd block with Volpikey, I could attack with Sprite Dragon, and then if she blocked, I could turn it into a base 4/4 with a +1/+1 counter and a second +1/+1 counter, and eat the Volpikey, and life would be amazing. But if she doesn't block, I'm just missing a point of damage or 2 points of damage or something. No, just 1. So I think, anyways, I'm not going to count on her blocking, and I'm not going to telegraph the card here. I'm just going to gust that. That's actually a pretty good land, because I have the Mythos. So now, as soon as I draw another island, which there's 7 of in this deck, I then have the ability to fight and kill one of these utility creatures, which is pretty useful. Other than that, on board, I think we're chilling. I'm not looking to cycle these Startling Developments, because I have an army of 1/1s that could turn into 4/4s and eat real creatures. I'm not looking to attack and try and make that happen right now, because I only have single blue. But certainly these will turn into 4/4s at some point. Or, again, the Sprite Dragon can turn into a 4/4 and keep the counters. So for now, I'm just going to draw. If I draw an island, I can do the Mythos fight, and life is good, potentially. I might have to Cloud Piercer first, or I could copy one of her creatures. We'll have to see. Okay, well, we drew Mountain, the worst draw in our deck, but that means we'll Cloud Piercer to get rid of it. No decision. I'm not going to put Cloud Piercer on the Sprite Dragon. I think that's a little too greedy. If I go to combat and attack and she blocks, let's see. I get blown out by Divine Arrow if I go for Startling Development. I think first and foremost, let's see. If we draw an island, we might do it anyway. But first and foremost, I'm going to mutate. Just going to suit up one of these dinos. I'm not really worried about anything here. Like if she Flame Prophecies in response, who cares? I still get the 5/4 reach. So it's not really, you don't really get blown out. Like I'll miss out on rummaging a mountain. I want to rummage the mountain, but it's not that big of a blowout. Okay, now we know I'm going to end up playing the island. And then I can attack with the 5/4. Can I attack with the Sprite Dragon? If she blocks with Vulpikeet, again, if I go for it and it works, it's great. I eat the Vulpikeet. But if she has Divine Arrow, I get destroyed. So I think I'm just going to send the 5/4. If I get to trade that off, I'm pretty happy about it. If I kill the Vulpikeet, then I can start attacking with the Sprite Dragon. Then she has to Divine Arrow first, and then I can respond with Development, and I get the blowout instead of her. I'm definitely not attacking all. That telegraphs I have a trick. She'll just make good blocks. If she has no trick, I'm in good shape. If she has a trick, I want to play around it because I have the ability to do that. Now, the only reason I didn't have the ability to play around Divine Arrow well on previous turns was because I only had one island. Now that I have two islands, I can play around Divine Arrow. I can just play this, and if she has Divine Arrow, I can just respond with another one. And then my creature will just get all those +1/+1 counters, grow bigger, at least kill the Vulpikeet. I also have the ability to play Mythos now, copy the 5/4 or the Dragon, like fight and eat something. Like, I'm not really in, I'm in pretty good shape. Like, it depends on the 3 cards in her hand, of course. But overall, like, I have a pretty strong hand now. You're welcome, Scotty. Again, I just don't want to let her play a Divine Arrow. I see no reason to have a card that's bad against me right now end up working out well against me. I don't need to make an aggressive play at this moment. It does not copy the counters. Okay, I don't think that matters much because you don't get to keep the toughness. So this is going to turn into a 3/4 flyer. So, okay, so now I'm just going to copy the 5/4. It's even going to have haste. I can fight off this 3/4 because this isn't a fox, so it can't grow in response, even if she has the 1-mana cycler. Then I have another island. I can attack with like 2 5/4s. I can attack with this 4/4 Sprite. Like she has a 2/3 and a 1/4. I'll even send all the 1/1s, and I have access to a starting development, and she doesn't have any ability to play a spell. This game's pretty much over. Let's make sure I tap right. I'm not sure if it's lethal. I don't need to count it. I'm going to wipe her board. I might lethal her, or I might just wipe her board and put her low. But she's going to untap with like a 4/5 or a 4/5 and a 1/4. So I'm just not really in a position where I'm afraid of anything. Like, if it's lethal, cool. If it's not lethal, cool. This is genuinely a math is for blockers scenario. So she cycles, but remember, this one wasn't a fox, so it's not growing. So I still own on the fight here. All that happens is, like, this grows to a 5/6, the tap one, but that doesn't really matter. My 5/4 still wrecks the 3/4 flyer. She did have the cycler to tap the dragon, but I've also got the startling development, so I can make one of these 1/1s into a 4/4 and eat one of these creatures. Or I can lethal her if she blocks like that. She has to block both 5 powers, or I'll just change a 1/1 to a 4/4, and that's game. Blue-red spells is so fun. It's like the most intricate deck. Like in War of the Spark, in the Team GP, we had 3 decks, me, Sam, and Pat, And I didn't care about the power level. I just immediately shotgun playing the blue-red spells deck. Because you have all these cheap cantrips and cheap removal, and sometimes you're attacking, and sometimes you're defending, and you have to switch gears constantly. I love decks like this. They're just so fun to play. Okay, so we're on the draw. Let's see. She's got... Turn 1 Fox is awesome on that deck and could be a huge problem. I don't have any bounce in the sideboard. I did see removal. She played Rumbling Rock Slide, which is expensive, as well as Swallow Hole. So I might want Keep Safe in against her. Did we see anything besides Swallow Hole and Rock Slide? I know we saw those two. She doesn't have, like, great creatures, necessarily. Plus, cycling decks see their cards more often. I could definitely see Keep Safe coming in. I don't think she's a go-wide deck. She's more of a Volpikite cycling value deck. She cycled a fight card, that's true. Yeah, I think I want the Keep Safe if I have anything bad against her. Gust of Wind's great. Missions are okay. I'll board one out on the draw and keep one in. I don't think we want the 3/6 flyer. I mean, it's okay against Volpikites. Maybe we want it. But her deck's not that aggressive. It's more of a deck that's going to beat you with the value. Like, obviously, if she goes turn 1 Fox, she might just attack and kill me quickly. But in that case, I'm just losing to kind of a broken card, like a turn 1 5/5. I wouldn't describe her deck as an aggro deck. The last deck was an aggro deck, just a straight Boros aggro. That's why I wanted the 3/6 flyer, because it's just a good blocker. Don't eat Cheerios off your shirt if you don't want hair in your mouth. Yuck. Pro-level advice right there. I'm going to play the Symbiote because the haste creature can't attack anyway. Next turn I can still go Friendship of One Mind if I want to. But if I do top deck the Bronchiosaur, then I get the turn 3 5/4. I don't need this Symbiote. I don't know if you have anything or not. I don't care. I'm not taking a point. If I had the 5/4 Reach Dino in hand, I wouldn't block there. But since I don't, who cares? I'm definitely not against Flame Spilling the Splendor Mare, but I think for now, I'm going to draw cards and put out blockers. If she has nothing, I can always triple block it anyway. If she attacks, it's a pretty risky triple block. I don't know if I'll make it or not, but I can always take a hit for 3. So, do I triple block or do I not? I kind of want her to spend removal in combat here. Like, I really don't care about any of the creatures I have in play. I didn't draw any of the mutate stuff. I only have 2 mutate cards in my whole deck. I kind of want to end up in a situation where Otter is drawing cards to win the game. I think I'm just going to triple block. Even if she, like, Flame Prophecies the Symbiote, I'm obviously not going to be ecstatic. But I really don't care. Like, I want to fight over the Otter. I want to be clearing the way for the Otter. I want to win the game with the Otter. I really just don't care about any of these 3 creatures in play. Thank you, Popular Hermit. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for your support. Nah, this is a whatever it's called. I forget the eating stream term from YouTube. I mean, I don't eat that much of the total time I'm on, but I'm not going to mute the mic every time I take a bite. Mukbang, there you go. I don't know what that is, but every once in a while when I start eating, people say it. Okay, let's see. I don't see a reason to hold Gust with the Wind. I can attack with the 2/1/1s here. If she blocks, I'm happy to trade Startling Development for that 1/4. If she doesn't block, post-combat, I'll just Gust of Wind, just mostly to cycle it. Okay, I'm not going to Flame Spill it, and I'm not worried about holding the Bounce Spell. I actually don't even think it's a great card against her in general. I'm probably not boarding it out. It's a pretty good card in my Spells Matter deck. I understand, but it's not like I'm sitting here eating. Like, if I'm on stream for 8 hours, I'm eating for a total of 15 minutes, and I'm not eating for a total of 7 hours and 45 minutes. Like, you can mute it, you know, like, and still watch the game for those 15 minutes. Like, look, I'm hungry. Like, it's not like I'm not streaming for 2 hours. I'm streaming for 7. Like, okay, so what do we want to do now? We have the mutate creature. We can get back a spell. We can get back up 1 mine and draw two new cards. Thanks, Renshank. Appreciate the 13 months of support. I think there's not anything better than Flame Spill to get back. Like, I'd rather get back Flame Spill than draw 2 in a situation where I don't need lands and I don't have ways to loot or rummage them away. So I think what I want to do here, I'm going to Flame Spill the Vulpikeet and then attack with the 2/1/1s. I already represented the 4/4, so she knows about it from last game, and she knows it's probably in my hand, so she probably won't block. If she does block, I can just use the 4/4. She's tapped out. If she doesn't block, then post-combat, I'll lure Dracus up my Dino and get back Flame Spill. Oops. 2 mana mutate, right? Yep. So I'm going to start by Flame Spilling the better of the 2 creatures. Then we can attack. If she blocks, I'll Development. If she takes it, post-combat, lure Dracus, get back Flame Spill. I'm going to play 1 more land. We have the Rummage Dinosaur, but we have very little mutate, and we can spend our mana. So, and we even have Shark Typhoon, which is an X spell. So I think I don't want to hold too many lands. I'll almost certainly always be holding 1 land, because we might draw the Rummage Dinosaur, and I don't expect to spend this much mana on any given 1 turn. But I think it makes sense to only hold 1 land in this scenario. Well, that's a pretty good card. Serval's not odd, but that's effectively a 6/5 right now, because it does double its own damage. Can't do anything about that either. So, not the best. I can't Flame Spill the 6/5, but I can block with a 1/1 and then Flame Spill it for 4. I think I'm going to cycle 1 Startling Development. I don't see me using these now, and I do even have 2 of them. No real help there. Oh, you know what I can do, though? I can attack, because now I still have a 1/1 back to block with. I don't care about the Farfinder or the 1/1 token, so I might as well attack for 1. If she blocked, I'd Flame Spill. And now, of course, if she attacks, I'll just block with Farfinder on the Obosh and then Flame Spill after combat. She has like a Vulpikeet. I'm pretty dead, I think. I mean, I can't do anything about that. I can't kill the 5 toughness creature right now. I have a Rock Slide in my deck if I draw that. I've got the Rummage Dinosaur. I have Shark Typhon. I have good cards in there. But on board, I can take 2 a turn. Who cares? This isn't even odd. And then the plan for Obosh is to put a 1/1 in front of it and then Flame Spill it. Of course, we're not going to do it till post-combat, till post-damage. No reason to let her play a removal and keep it around. So I just said, we're going to do it end of turn. We're not doing it until post-combat. I don't mean main phase 2. Why would you do it then? I just mean, like, we're not going to do it until the damage is resolved. Won't be shocked if she had something. She knew I had the Flame Spill. But again, all we did there was trade Flame Spill for Coordinated Charge and lose a 1/1, which chump blocked to save 6. So there wasn't any... I didn't mind that. I wasn't afraid of that. Now, though, I'm going to cycle because a 4/4 doesn't really help us. Hopefully, we'll draw spells. Unfortunately, that doesn't help us either. No way to get through with the 1/1. Just got to go fishing. Rock Slide, please. Oh, that trades. It's a 3/2 double strike. That trades with Obosh. So we're back to okay on board, even on board. Hopefully she's not holding much. I mean, we do have 10 of our lands already. We have the Rummage Dinosaur. We're a 15 land deck. We have Shark Typhoon, which would be an amazing draw. Make like a giant flyer and draw a card. So this is a pretty 50-50 game. Because, I mean, like, if she's not holding anything, we've drawn a lot more lands than her. Wolverine trades with Obosh. Manserval's hitting for 2 a turn, but we're at 15. So hopefully we'll draw Rock Slide, Shark Typhoon, Rummage Dinosaur, anything like that. Not a land, that doesn't help us. The Mythos copy thing would be pretty incredible. We can copy her Obosh, fight something or whatever, but that doubles the damage from Wolverine. That would be an incredible draw also. I didn't even think of that, but assuming she doesn't have an instant, if we make a copy of her Obosh and fight, like, that's pretty incredible. Remember, Obosh is odd, so it'll get doubled. Oh, that little biter doesn't do much now, but we do have a lot of spells in this deck. Just a top deck battle right now and a good game. I'm definitely not going to trade this Wolverine for the 2/5. It's stopping Obosh. So come on, Shark Typhoon, the Mythos copy rare. There's Shark Typhoon. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so I'll just make an infinite flyer, end of her turn. I don't even think it's worth eating the 2/5. I want to just attack with it. I don't want her to be able to play sorcery speed removal here. I'm making an 8/8 flyer. I'll take 2 more, I think. And then end of turn, I'll make an 8/8 flyer. Well, now I'm going to make it in combat to block Obosh, because now Obosh is going to attack. But Obosh is dealing 6, so unless she has a pump spell or Divine Arrow, 6 is not 8. Also, Obosh does not have First Strike, so even if she has Divine Arrow, I'll still kill Obosh. It just trades with the 8/8 flyer. So that blocks there. These are not odd. I'll take 3 more. No reason to chump those yet. Hopefully she doesn't have anything to finish off the shark. Looks like life is good. Unfortunately, Obosh is gone, so we can't copy that. But I can just copy an 8/8 flyer. That seems decent. It doesn't have haste. But I'll get the fight. I'll fight off the 2/5. Life is good. I think I might only send one 8/8 flyer, not the 8/8 and the 2/2. If she goes to 7, she's dead next turn, even if she draws a flyer or removal. If I attack with the 8/8 flyer and the 2/2 flyer, I lose the game if she plays the Steal a Creature common. I doubt she has that, but I just don't need the 2 damage, because if I have 2 8/8 flyers, even if she top decks a flyer, I can attack with all 3 next turn and kill her. So I'm just going to send only the 8/8 flyer. This way, I have a 2/2 flyer back to chump block my 8/8 flyer if she steals it somehow until end of turn. And I can attack for lethal with these 3 next turn, even if she draws a removal or a flyer. Thank you, Luca Orov96. Appreciate the subscription. It's red. It's a red common. I mean, you don't always play it. It's only really good with sack synergies. I wouldn't necessarily expect her to even play it. But it is a common. It does exist. I'm going to refill my tea. I'll be right back. This isn't like the online Magic Fest. The next round's going to start soon. There's only 4 matches playing. The next round's going to start probably in a couple minutes. But I just want to refill my tea. I'll be right back. Looks like we got the round 3 pairings. It looks like I'm playing Scotty Nada here in the finals. I didn't check it out yet, Detsy. Certainly will. A challenge match, but at the moment, kind of focused. I don't want to play myself. I need to play Scotty Nada. No, Pattern of Rebirth is another one of my favorite decks. Academy Rector Pattern had like Wall and Feeder and like I think Cabal Therapy and Vamp Tutor. It had a lot of sweet cards and extended back then. I love that deck. I got 33rd with it in Pro Tour Houston in 2002. I thought it was like a really sweet deck. I really enjoyed that one. And then I played it in the extended PTQ season after that. Thanks for subscribing, Orc Noob. Really appreciate the support. I need to try to get to the bottom of my camera situation. I'm using my laptop cam, which is a lot worse than my Logitech webcam. I'm not doing that because I want to. I'm doing that because for some reason it's not picking up my webcam. It's plugged in and the light is green. So it's for sure on and plugged in and everything. I mean, while I'm waiting for Scotty here, I can try and add a better video capture device again. I don't know what the deal is. It just doesn't seem to be picking it up right now for some reason. Yeah, like, I can't... It's just not even picking it up. I don't know what the deal is. Streamlabs is just like, no, we won't use your Logitech cam for right now. Oh, I'm missing a 7. Thanks. That explains why I'm not connecting to Scotty. Still can't explain the webcam. No, there's no 7 in the name posted. If there's a 7, then there's a typo on the here. Yeah, there is a 7, but it's a typo. I copy paste from the Discord. But yeah, there is a 7. You're right. It was just missing from the Discord where they pasted it. Okay. Challenge match, 40, best of 3. All right, let's see if we can take this down. This is the finals. This is 3 rounds, single elimination. I mean, you play even if you get a loss, but you have to 3-0 to win, basically. Oh, that's a pretty nice hand. I'll cycle the ambush to try and help me hit my land drops up to 4, or find a 3-drop. If I can go, but I mean, I can always gust a win on turn 3. So if I go Sprite and they don't have removal for it, I'm looking really good. If they do kill the Sprite, I don't have any other creatures, so then I might lose. This hand's kind of a one-trick pony. I'll tamper with the camera. Well, now it's not even lighting up green. I unplugged it and replugged it. Not that we were using that camera anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, I'll give that a sec. So what did we want to do for turn 3? Just gust of wind. There's a nice target to gust. No, we drafted against each other. It wasn't like an arena league. It wasn't in arena, the draft. We just put the decks in arena after. But this was like a pod draft with all of us against each other. Yeah, it's just not picking up my webcam. I really don't know what the deal is. Not ecstatic about this. Wait, it just went green again. I think it's working now. Yeah, it is. It's working now. Sweet. Okay. So we can fix the cam situation. Good job, chat. As usual, you my tech support, always and forever. Now we've got the better camera again. Okay, they're going to attack for 2, whatever. Do we cycle this development? Yeah, probably. We don't really foresee casting it anytime soon. Okay, that makes no decisions. We need to get the Ceratops out before we play more spells. If I didn't draw the Ceratops, I would have probably Lord Dracus back Gust for Wind. But since we did draw the Ceratops, I just need to run that because I'm not under that much pressure yet, and I need it out and in play and starting to grow. Obviously, if they untap, have removal, and hit me for 5, it was a bad turn cycle for me. But I can't just strand the Ceratops in my hand. I'm not that far behind yet. And if they do that, all on tap, I could like Rock Slide the 3/3, hit back for 3. They just have a 2/2 out. So, not super scared. Not great, not horrible. Okay, so what do we want to do now? If we play the Reconnaissance mission, they have no good blocks, but we leave ourselves pretty exposed. If I had like another 3 or 4 life, I'd probably do that. But as is, I don't think that's something we really want to do. I think I just want to, like, Rock Slide away the 3/3. Because I have more threats. So, like, if I take their pressure off the board, I can just play this. I can play this mutated, get back the Rock Slide, or get back the Bounce Spell. Get back the Ambush might even be awesome. And that grows both my creatures. Okay, so now we can hit with the Flyer, but unfortunately that was a pretty good answer for them to have. Can't attack into the indestructible creature. That doesn't accomplish... I mean, no, trample wouldn't trample over. It's a 2/3. It doesn't accomplish anything. Everybody's so aggressive. I'm not saying this play was right or wrong. It depends on their hand. It's just... Snap, tap, block, attack. Like, everyone's so feisty. You don't have to get in the most damage you can every turn. You're allowed to, you know, pass, tap, end a turn. You know, you're allowed to play for the longer game and the most value. Okay, so let's see. I can mutate and get back a Rock Slide. I can kill, like, the Flyer if I want to, or the Zirda. I have a Flyer. They can obviously tap it, but if I play, like, 2 more blockers... I'm not too worried on the ground, right? Even if they tap 2 creatures, I still have 1 that's big enough to trade with the 3/3. I feel like I just want to deploy my 2 threats this turn. Can I attack? No, I can't attack with 1. But then I just take 2 in the air. It's not that bad. And then I can evaluate next turn whether I need to kill the Flyer or something else. Non-creature, non-creature. But I can't even play 2 non-creatures, right? If I lure Dracus, I can get back Rock Slide or Gust. I'm 1 mana away from getting back Ambush, which might be for the win if I have more threats out. So I'm pretty sure this turn I just want to play my 2 threats and pass the turn. The games are going well. We've had some really awesome, really fun games of Magic. Game 2 against Jamie and Game 3 against Mobius were pretty incredible. This is Game 1 here against Scotty Nada in the finals. Again, it's a pretty good, pretty tight game. If they whiff here, I'm like, okay. But if they draw if they draw anything, I'm dead. I die to a Pump Spell, I die to a Haster. But on board, if they tap 2, then they attack with all 3. I trade 2/2 for 2/2 and just take 5 and go to 1. 1 isn't 0, and they're tapped out. So, you know, I could barely survive, but 1 isn't 0. And they're empty-handed. And it's not like if they lay a 4-drop, it's that bad for me. They can't even do that. Well, they can do that and do 1 tap because of Zirda, but you get the point. But if they drew like a removal, a Pump Spell, or anything, I'm dead. But if they drew a land, or they just drew like, you know, a random 3 or 4 drop or whatever, it's not. It's a game. It's a good game. Yeah, white is really good in this set. Both removal spells are good. Checkpoint Officer is good. Volpikid is good. Glider's fine. White's pretty good in this set overall. I mean, I guess it's technically better. There was no shot I could attack. I would be dead. I don't know. I don't even think about what the best color is very much. Like, sometimes it's just so obviously evident, like black and Theros, but, like, I focus on learning how to draft all the color combinations and colors well, so I can draft whatever's available to me in each draft, and so I can avoid anything that's, like, truly unplayable. But I don't even worry about best color, second best color, best common, second best common. Like, I always answer it and stuff, but it's like, I think that's basically the wrong way to think about limited. Okay, so they can go 2 taps, on tap 2 taps. So this is pretty scary. We do have the ability to get back removal. We're at 4. So if they do that, I can't mutate Dracus and kill a creature, because if they tap all my blockers, I'll still be dead. I can do things like just play these creatures. I mean, I can play Farfinder, I can mutate onto the Farfinder, then I have 2 mana to work with. I was really hoping to draw a land this turn to Frostveil Ambush. I can always cycle the Reconnaissance Mission, though I kind of want to grow my team. It's pretty sick, Reconnaissance Mission, with Wolverine and all of these creatures. I'm just not in a position to be able to attack. I can Farfinder, Dracus, and Gust for win this turn, but then I'm not getting back the Frostveil to win with or anything. Although resetting the 3/3 is a pretty big deal. They have to spend 3 mana to cast it to make these cost 1 again. Oh, well, they have enough mana to do that. It's not that useful. I mean, I could bounce the flyer so I don't take any damage and see what I draw next. If I bounce the flyer, can I attack for 6 like on the ground with the Wolverine this turn? If I get in 1 hit for 6, my attack becomes a lot more threatening on future turns. So let's say I plan to bounce the Helica Glider or the Zerta, doesn't really matter which. They go tap, 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 tap. So I have 1 blocker for their 2 attackers, so I'm not dead on board. If I attack with a single one, even if I bounce the flyer or bounce the Zerta, then I am dead on board. So I can't attack with a single one, though, if I want to take that line. Still seems like my best line, I just can't attack. Because I even get to draw a card here. Because I'm getting back Gust for Wind. Whatever it's called. Certainly we have draws that can still break this game open. But this turn, I think it's not great for us. But, I mean, we do grow our 2 creatures. And we also get a card. It's not just the tempo value of the bounce on this type board. I mean, we get a card, too. So then hopefully, we'll find some good stuff. If I attack with all, they have to block something. Is that true? No, it's not. They're going to tap my creatures. They have 2 checkpoint officers up. I could only, like, they could tap Wolverine in one of these. I'm only attacking for, like, 6 or whatever. Let's bounce the flyer. So I save some damage this turn. They're going to tap. If I go to combat, they're going to tap 2 creatures. Why would they let me attack with scary threats? Like, well, Scatters would have been a better draw, like, to start the turn or something. Now I can't cast it. See, like, they're almost provoking me to attack because I'll be dead, right? If I attack with 1, they tap 1, on tap, tap 2, and hit me for 5. So I can't attack or I'd be dead on board. I mean, listen, my threats are pretty good. It's not like they can just go tap, tap, attack with both, force a chump. They might be dead on the backswing, especially if I find anything. I mean, I have some good draws. Scatter wasn't one of them, but if I find the Shark, the instant cycler, that's a big game. If they go and tap in combat when they're attacking with this, then I'm going to get a nice attack and it draws more cards. If I find the Reach Bronchiosaur, I can put it on the Lore Dracus. I can then get back Gust or Rumbling Rockslide or Frostville Ambush. How am I dead from Zerta making unblockable? It doesn't have Vigilance. If they're using Zerta to make something not block, Zerta's not attacking. I'm dead to a removal. I mean, if they can go tap, tap, and play removal. But on board, I'm not dead. Unfortunately, Scatter's not much help. I can still cycle Reconnaissance Mission. I'm only playing 15 lands. There's still another 8 in there, but there's also plenty of business in there. And that's an even better creature than the Flyer. But I should be okay through this turn, so we'll see what we draw. So land is no help. Scatter was no help. Start by cycling the mission. There's no way I can cast this card right now. Come on, I need something in this tight game. Anything. 2 more lands, deck? I'm playing 15 lands. Really, deck? Well, now I'm not going to do anything. I mean, I'm dead if they go for it. They obviously don't know I'm holding nothing here. So maybe they will, maybe they won't. Hopefully they won't. That was pretty sad. So many lands there. Draw Scatter, a card I can't cast off of the bounce spell, and then land when I already had 7 with my 15 land deck. Bleh. So they look to be like another Boros aggro deck. They're not like a cycling deck. I mean, they might have a few cyclers, but maybe they have some cycling on common. But it seems like for the most part, they're an aggro deck with checkpoint officers and Zerta. We are currently 2-0 in the finals of the streamer event. Well, I would have been dead if they sent everything. If they don't have anything, I'm no longer dead on board, and this block's not even that bad for me. I don't know why they didn't send the 2-2. I guess they didn't want to overcommit too much. I don't know what's going on. This is kind of a really weird play. To tap main phase and then make a trade that isn't even good for them to get in the 3 damage. Well, that makes it make a little more sense. It's still not the worst for me. Now they give first strike to the 4-3, so they won't lose their 4-3. I still only lose one of the 2 creatures, but that definitely makes the play a little better. I really need to draw something good next turn. If I draw the... Well, unless they're killing me, they're doing something else. If they have anything, I'm dead. Yeah, and that's lethal. Because I was going to say, like, if I drew, like, you know, like the dinosaur, and I can mutate and rummage, and if I drew any of my bounce or removal, that was actually pretty tight. Like, even though my back was to the wall, I could have won that game, for sure. Okay, so they're a Boros aggro deck again. So we want our Hampering Snares against them, I think. Didn't see much in the way of removal. This doesn't work against tappers. We're on the play this game, so I'm not going to worry that much about, like, a 4-mana 1/6 or a 6-drop. I'm still going to take out 1 mission. I think I might have 1 in on the play, but there's no way I can have both. And then, what's the other board out? Just one of these. On the draw, maybe. I don't think we need more 2-drops on the play. Like I said, for game 3 on the draw, I'll probably board a little differently. And remember, they played first that game, too. Like, my deck is not slow. Like, if we were on the play first that game, we would have probably won, I think. Okay, can't hold a Frostvale Ambush forever here when it's in my opening hand. Let's look for a 2-drop. Also, if I'd stop drawing all the lands with my 15-land deck, that would be great. Thanks, deck. Okay, so I don't want to fall behind against the aggro deck, so I'm going to probably Flame Spill unless I draw something better to play. I could cast that. It does work against a 2-2, but I have a handful of good spells to get back. I think here I'm just going to plan on Flame Spilling. I'll wait and see what they do in case they play Zerta or something better. I'm not going to Flame Spill a 2-2 pre-combat just to save 2 damage. But end of their turn, I don't mind using Flame Spill kind of aggressively, because then I could always get it back later with this Lord Dracus. And that's clearly a better creature to Flame Spill. I'm more scared of a Checkpoint Officer than I'm a Drannith Healer. No decisions now. Untap, get our Ceratops out before we start playing all our spells, or the rest of our spells anyway. I'm not blocking, even though they're the aggro deck, and sometimes I'm going to force them to have it. Not in this position. I think I can probably race them. I'm still not going to attack, because if they tap 1 to attack, cool. I like kind of nerf their turn. If they don't, I can double block, and then like they can play a trick, but I'm going to get to like beat their creature and their trick and just lose one of my 2. Forbidden Friendship's good. Yeah, it's a spell. It gives you 2 creatures. It works with like everything as far as synergy. It works with going wide. It works with mutate because you get a dino. It works with human non-human because you get a human and a non-human. I mean, look, it's not an amazing card, but it synergizes with everything. All right, and now we get to go off to a degree. Let's get to work. No! Oh, that's not what I wanted, Auto Tapper. Ugh! I wanted to get back the of 1 mind and play it again for 2 more cards and +1/+1s. Sigh. Well, in that case, do I get back Frostvale Ambush? I know, the price of convenience, you're right. I should have tapped manually. It's my own choice. But now that I can't replay... the reason I was doing that pre-combat was to play up 1 mind again. Now what do I get back? I don't have the green. I could get back the Mythos, but I'm not really copying anything amazing. I can get back Flame Spill to deal with the Tapper or their 4/3. Ambush looks pretty strong here. If I tap 2 creatures for 2 turns, I should win. I don't want to copy a 4/3. I can do better than that, I think. I wanted to get back 1 with the mind, grow my 2 creatures again, and draw 2 more cards. But that's off the table now. So I attacked with the 5/6, because that'll kill 2 creatures if they double block it. Like, they can't even double block with the little creatures. But if they blocked with Tigerella and Drannith Healer, I'd get to kill both. I didn't send the 4/5 because then they could double block with Tigerilla and Drannith Healer. I don't want to trade my growing 4/5 Trample for Tigerilla, but I would trade a 5/6 for Tigerilla and Drannith Healer. So that's why I attacked with just the 5/6. The reason I made all those plays I made pre-combat was because if I grow this one to a 5/6 and this one to a 6/7, then they don't have a block on this one either without me killing both their creatures. So even though I'm still in pretty good shape and the ambush is going to be strong, what I wanted to do last turn was play of one mine for one blue here, and then this would have grown to a 5/6, and then it could have attacked also. So that was the plan. That said, we're still in great shape. Like, I'm not really worried. For now, I think I'm going to go to combat, but then I'm just going to pass the turn. I want a Frostfell ambush, tap down that tapper and their good blocker, and then I'll just untap and unload more spells, and, I mean, life is good. I'm not going to attack with the 4/5. I know I can grow it, and I know I have tricks, but I don't want to risk losing it in combat here. This is a turn to take off while we ambush. Things stay tapped for a long time. Like, if we ambush on their turn, they can't block with them on my turn. Then they don't untap, and they can't block with them again. So I think this turn we want to chill. If they tap out for a good blocker, we can ambush the two good blockers. If they leave up mana for Checkpoint Officer, we can ambush the Officer and the Tigorilla. I didn't play a land because I have the Rummage. I have the Rummage Dragon, so I always want to hold a land. Once I have the Rummage Dinosaur, so I always want to, and the Looting Symbiote Mutate card, so I always want to hold like one land. Okay, so end of turn. Let's tap the Checkpoint Officer because they left their 2 up, and the 4/3, their best blocker. This is round 3, Fishmas. We lost game 1. This game's looking great, so we'll probably be going to another game. Okay, I'm going to play this pre-combat. It's a non-creature. Grow the squad more. Even if they kill these, if they trample over for 1, I get a card. I don't care about this 2/3. I'll happily trade it for one of their creatures, so we can attack with all 3 of these. Unfortunately, I don't have triple blue for Hampering Snare this turn, but I don't think I need it. These don't even untap next turn. I think we should get a game 3 unless they have an incredible array of cards. Like a +2/+2 trick here or something does very little. You're welcome, Psytree. Thanks for coming and thanking me for it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Also, thanks to Dangle, who's been really key in making that happen. There will be a VOD on my YouTube channel of the draft part, but it's not up yet. It'll be up like tomorrow or the next day. I don't believe there's anything for a white and a red that like kills one of these big creatures. They have like +2/+2s and stuff like that. Alright, let's put them in the order I want to kill them. Since they all have the same toughness, might as well put the 3/2 first. Like, they could do indestructible to like a human and a non-human or something like that. Or +2/+2. But basically, there's no way this can work out anything but awesome for me. I don't need Hampering Snare up. They have a lone 4/4. So now the Dolphin +6/7 means they're dead unless they find something. That doesn't change it even though they're at 7 because I have 3 attackers to the 1 blocker. Cool. So we got a game 3. Game 3 of the finals. Alright, so now we're going to be on the draw. So we do want a little bit more of that good blocking. We still didn't see much in the way of removal. They have combat tricks, like they have pump spells, and they have checkpoint officers. So Keep Safe looks horrible against them. The Hampering Snares look good. Reconnaissance Mission on the draw is just not realistic in a matchup like this against a deck this aggressive. Bringing like a 3/6. Their creatures are small, so I don't think I'm that interested in making things 4/4s. I'm going to bring in that. The only thing is if I board out too many cyclers, can I really be on 15 lands? But I am on the draw. Farfinder gets a land. How many cheap cyclers do I have now? I have the 1/1 mana 1, and then I have these for 2 mana. It's not a ton. It feels like it should be 16 now. I think I ought to do it. I can't really stumble against an aggro deck like this. The ambush is, like, not great in this matchup. I know it worked out that game, but it's not something I should really be expecting. Oh, I don't have a mountain in my sideboard. Yuck. This is constructed, like, with our draft decks or whatever. Like, these are draft decks, but I don't have a mountain in my sideboard to bring in. Yeah. Good beats. Alright, ambush can stay. It's not that serious. Hopefully the ambush will win the game and we'll feel very smart. Yeah, you have to add lands before you start. I could have brought in the Tranquil Cove, but I didn't really want another tap land against an aggro deck. And I would have brought in the 8th mountain, not the 9th island, since I took the reconnaissance missions out. So, whatever. Maybe Frostful Ambush will win us the game. I mean, it's a close call between the 16th land and the 1-mana Cycler. It's not like, you know, one of them might be worth a tiny fraction of a percent more than the other. Hardly that big of a deal. Varvatros said maybe if I went to the vertical layout, I could just hit the plus. I'm not sure if I could have done that or not. We're sideboarding. We're not in deck construction. So I think that's not the case. I think I had to put in my sideboard basics if I wanted to have access to them. Okay, I'm going to get down the Otter first because that's the one I'll most want to attack with, and I'm not worried about blockers at the moment. It's not a big deal. Like I said, maybe it's even better just to have the ambush in. I mean, now that I drew 4 lands, I'd much rather have the ambush in my deck than another... Ah! What a blowout. I thought this game was going well. I hadn't seen that card yet. Not that I could have done anything. Oh, back to setting up the defenses. I mean, what are you going to do? 4 mana, 5 damage, divided any way as you choose. Just a total broken rare. But now I'm happy because I don't need more lands. I'd rather have the ambush in my deck. So, I mean... Wingfold's fine against Officer. If this opponent doesn't have flyers, so unlike against Jamie or whoever I boarded in against last, the round 1-1. So I'm very likely to play Hexproof this time. I don't care at all about this Dolphin, so Snap Block the bigger one. If they play +2/+2, cool. Well, they do have 1 Helica Glider. As I say, they don't have flyers. So I don't know if we're going to call flying or Hexproof, but we'll figure that out later. Still may just call flying. I mean, Hexproof's cuter, but ultimately I might draw removal for the checkpoint officer. And then I want to be able to block these gliders that are beating me. So I think I definitely call flying. I don't really care about them tapping this as opposed to Wolverine or something else. At the very least, if they want to get in now, they have to tap it on their turn. And a 3/6 Hexproof just isn't doing a lot for me. I really need to draw, like, you know, I'm only playing 15 lands. I need to draw some card drawing. That Rummage Dinosaur would be great to get rid of this island. I have my Sharknado, which would be an awesome draw here. Even though they could tap it, it would force them to tap on their turn. And then I'd get to untap with a lot of aggressive flyers. And just aggressive creatures in general. Really, if I draw a bunch of spells, I'm going to win this game. And probably, I mean, I might lose. But if I draw like, if 3 of the next 4 cards I draw are spells, I like my chances. If I draw like any more lands, I'm going to lose because I have 7 lands already. I don't have a lot of removal, but I do have Rock Slide. That would be a pretty good draw. Forbidden Friendship here, not great, not horrible. The 3/6 stops everything, so what I think I want to do is attack with the Dolphin and the Wolverine. Make the Wolverine unblockable, because I don't want to let them trade Drannith Healer for Wolverine here. And then post-combat, I'll just play the Friendship. Obviously, if they play +2/+2 and they get to keep the counters, a trick we saw, that's not great. But really, I don't care about this dolphin. And I have to try and race. I mean, I can't just be sitting here missing damage in a tight game. It does put a sorcery in the yard for Wolverine, but it's the first one. Granted, we could cycle or cast a snare, and that's already 2. I mean, I'm definitely losing to the Flyers. I can fog a turn with the snare, but that's not super great. Like I said, if I draw Rock Slide for Officer, my 3/6 Flyer can stop both 2/2s. If I draw, like, the Shark Typhoon, I get a second big Flyer at instant speed. If I draw, you know, the draw 2 for 1 mana, that's pretty sweet, just to keep going and put a free card in the yard. Frostville Ambush would actually be an awesome draw. Maybe we'll win because we weren't able to board Frostville Ambush out for a 16th land if we draw Frostville Ambush. Right, copy a 3/6 Flyer and fight would be a really strong draw as well. Basically, I have to draw some of my power cards in card drawing because I drew 7 land and got 2 for 1 when they killed those 2 with their broken rare here on turn 4. So, please no lands. Well, that's not a land, but it's one of the weakest cards in my deck, so that's not great either. I don't see how I can really have an attack. I mean, I can attack for 3 since they can just tap it anyway. They don't have a block. But then they don't have to tap on their turn. That doesn't really seem any better for me just to get in the 3 damage. I'm not cycling because they may end up going for an alpha and I may really get a blowout with this. I mean, I will cycle it under certain conditions, but right now I don't think it's necessary. Like, maybe I'll just get to block this with a bunch of things or something like that and play this. So let's assume they have, like, all +2/+2, because we saw a couple of those or something. If this is a 4 power, it grows to 6. It can take out the Pterodon again, but only the Pterodon. I mean, I can't take 6, so I'm either chumping it or I'm blocking with a bunch of things. I don't think I care that much about these little ground creatures. My creatures have a lot of toughness. It does have first strike. What happens if I block it with, like, everything but the Wolverine? If they take out the Pterodon with +2/+2, it's going to effectively be a 6/6 if I give it -2/-0. So I'm not killing it. If I put the Wolverine on, I am. And the Pterodon has so much toughness and is the creature I care the most about. I think I'm just going to throw everything on there. This might go really poorly, but if they have multiple tricks or something really good, I'm going to lose anyway. I don't think +2/+2 is devastating. We'll see the order. So if they first strike out the Pterodon, I still kill their creature. I think I can just play the snare. If they don't have anything, this just goes to a 4/4, bounces off the Pterodon, and I eat their creature. I think it's worth it. Just hopefully this works. I don't know what's in their hand, but it's not a lot that would be a huge blowout. +2/+2 doesn't wreck me. Then they just kill the Pterodon, and I still kill the Smasher. If they have removal for the Pterodon, I certainly lose, but how could they kill a 3/6 at instant speed? So if they have nothing, I just eat the Smasher. If they have +2/+2, I still kill the Smasher. They just use +2/+2 to kill the Pterodon. Well, fight as one. It gets indestructible, but it doesn't even kill the Pterodon. So all we did was trade tricks. So that's fine. Whatever. That said, they added another 3/4. I need to draw something here. Oh, that's a start. Let's draw 2 cards and see what we get. Business. Good business. Well, we got the Frostville Ambush. This is a weird game. Okay. let's say I attack with the 3-2 double strike only. If they block with the tiger, I'm really unhappy about that. What happens if I attack with, like, phase dolphin and wolverine? I get in 6, they eat a phase dolphin. If it was a land, I would be conceding right now instead of a tight game. I'm still losing, I think, on board. But if I draw like Shark Typhon or Rock Slide, I could still win this game because of the Frostville ambush. Saved for myself. Alright, so I have the ability to 9 them right now with the Dolphins. And then tap down like the 6-4 and 3-4. I need to tack down the checkpoint officer, and I really don't want to throw away the Dolphins, though. This is a really weird spot. I mean, if I attack with the Wolverine, if they don't block with the Tiger, they don't have good blocks on it. And, like, I mean, from their position, they shouldn't necessarily want to trade a 3-4 flyer for my Wolverine. So I think I'm going to attack with just Wolverine this turn. Cool, so they just chumped it, so that went well. I'm going to play a land and hold 1 land, because we do have, like, rummage and card drawing and stuff. Hopefully, they'll tap 2 with Checkpoint Officer to tap Pterodon, and then I'll be able to ambush the Tiger and the Sanctuary Smasher. And then if their hand is, like, 2 land, it's really tight, but I might be looking okay. Well, that's not a land. It also means if I want to ambush any of the flyers, I have to do it now. 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I can't lethal them on my next turn. But I also am not facing lethal this turn, so I don't think I'm tapping anything with ambush this turn. So I think I let that out. I mean, neither of us are dying this turn. If they hit me for 7, and I tap 2, I take exactly 11 next turn and die. Oof, that's kind of rough. Our best draws are Rock Slide, Sharknado. So now, I can't... Wow, what a draw. Creatures you control flying, so I'm 1 mana short. Brutal. Oh yeah, the Mythos would be incredible too, yeah. Wait, I can tap Tiger and Officer, so they can't tap Pterodon, and then I'm not dead next turn. But it's not great because I have to do it on my turn, so it's 1 less turn of them staying tapped. But for now, we don't really have any choices. Let's see what we draw. Hopefully it's something good. Mythos or Rock Slide would be really good. Sharknado would be pretty good. Land, of course, doesn't help us. So I could tap the 2 blockers and deal them 6, 9, 10, 11, 13. 13's not 18. I can tap Checkpoint Officer and Tiger. That's the only way I'm not dead on board. So I have to do that. If I pass the turn, they use Checkpoint Officer on Pterodon, and then hit me for 7, because I can tap down a 3-4 and a 2-2 flyer and die. Why am I still dead if I tap Tiger and Officer? Then I have a blocker and I take exactly 4. Yeah, I'm still dead. What am I saying? You're right. I'm losing my mind. So I have to cycle it. I don't even think I have outs. Yeah, I'm still dead. I don't think I even have outs. Wow, what a game. Cycle and hope for a land. If ambush isn't enough, I mean, do I even have outs? I needed to just draw something this turn to go along with this. What a game. That was a really good game. Yeah, I mean, we did flood, but, I mean, it was still a good game. And I had a lot of tools at my disposal. Unfortunately, I don't think I played perfect, but I think it was just too many lands to win. Let's see what deck I have over here. Yeah, so I would have still been in a horrible position, of course. And I would have certainly still lost because I drew land, and then the card I drew off the Frostville was a land. What I should have done, though, was when they cast the 2/2 flyer, I needed to respond by tapping, like, 2 of the flyers in play, like the Tiger and a 2/2 flyer. Then I could have untapped, like, thrown away one of the 1/4s to hit them for 6 with the Wolverine. But, I mean, like, and then I could have had, like, another draw step, but I would have just drawn the land. I got off cycling the ambush anyway. So, like, I should have done that because I needed to be able to spend my mana on the following turn on, like, Sharknado or on, like, Rock Slide or on the Mythos card. But given I didn't draw those, I would have lost for sure anyway. Another second place. Hey, it is the only record I hold in Premier Play, right? I all time, I am #1 in most Grand Prix second places. That is my Premier record. So this is a deck I drafted off stream probably last night, lying on the couch or whatever. I'm going to go ahead and play this, and then we'll get to a new draft. We're currently 2-2. I think I just hit Mythic also yesterday, lying on the couch. I think my Mythic rating's really low, so let's try and do some climbing today. Take the drafts a little more seriously and focus on camera. Thank you, Joelire. Appreciate the subscription. Looks like a pretty clear keep. It's not a good hand in and of itself, but hopefully we'll draw a combination of spells we can cast and lands for Archipelagor. I don't mean draft Detsy. I leave that to the professionals. We draft for the W's, not for the memes. Lost a really close 3-game finals. So I can attack with the 1/3. If they block, I can finish it with Ram Through. Not great, but I think it's worth doing. We have plenty to spend our mana on here. Don't want to let them start looting. Next turn, we can start putting our mana in the Brushwag, and then we're 1 land away from the Archipelagor. So playing aggressive with this hand makes sense. So next turn even, actually, we can Archipelagor. And now we'll get to loot away one of these lands. Turn this baby Godzilla into a real threat. Yeah, I've got 2 firsts and like 8 or 9 seconds. And honestly, I think it's 9 F2 Pengineer. It's my only record in Premier Play. I mean, obviously, look, I have a good Premier Play career, and, you know, I'm very proud of it. 5 Pro Tour top 8s and all that. But I do believe I'm in sole first place of GP seconds, which I think is 9, not 8, if I remember correctly. Okay, so we're going to play Archipelagor. We can put it on either creature. It is sick with Trample, but I'm also not worried about putting them in Chump Block mode, right? And the Brushwag's kind of a threat on its own, whereas the Baby Godzilla isn't. They're probably just going to Essence Scatter it and own me. But I don't really think I can not play it here, can I? Maybe I can. Maybe I should play around Scatter. Because it is going to win the game with Trample, and the Brushwag can attack anyway. I think I will play around Scatter, actually. They can leave up Scatter and Cat Activation, but they can't block Brushwag anytime soon. And I might draw other threats. It's not like I'm planning to win the game with only these cards, necessarily. And anyways, I can always go for it next turn, and then at least they miss a Cat Activation if they want to scatter it. See what we draw next turn. Yeah, I'm probably supposed to send Baby Godzilla, but there are cards they could have. Like, the thing that makes this into a 4/4, and then they can eat the Godzilla. And they did call my bluff with it the turn before with the Skybonder. Okay, well, so now I think I do want to Archipelagore, because next turn I'll have enough lands, I think, to use this and Brushwag, and even if not, like, whatever, at least if they scatter, they don't get to activate the Cat Lord. So I think now is the time to go for it. I think they're going to have scatter, probably, but whatever. We also do, even if they counter it, get this Baby Godzilla effect here. Hey, thanks, Potter. Nah, I don't need the draft log to review it. I mean, I talked through all my picks on stream anyway. Thanks for having me, though, and for your help. All right, so we'll clearly discard a forest. They could have the 4-mana removal spell. I probably should have put this on the Godzilla like I wanted to. I know it's really good with trample. Well, they are making 1/1s also. I'm not really sure which one was right to put it on. There's up and down to both. It has been a flood stream today. I do agree with that. That's not that bad. Like, it's not great, but it's not that bad. Like, I can do it all again next turn. Like, now I can just play the forest and the Brushwag. I mean, it depends what else they have in hand. They could beat me, like, in a tempo game here. But I can definitely go for mutating again, getting to loot again, get rid of one of these lands again. This stays tapped this turn. Like, life could be worse. Do agree, though. This has been a flood stream today. I'm not going to argue. Get out of that. Well, yeah, but that's what I mean by tempo out. Like, if they have, like, another mutate, but, I mean, it would have to be flash, I guess, for me to sink mana into it with the shark. Or, like, if they have, like, bounce and removal for the Brushwag or whatever, I put the Archipelagore on. But it looks like they might not have anything, so we're actually in decent shape here now, I think. So I guess this turn is almost scripted. We just want to Archipelagore the Brushwag, and then tap down the big one and attack. It's going to have trample, so. So we can't play that now, but I don't think I'm using Bonder's Enclave before this game's over. I'll just discard that. I do have black cards I'm splashing in the stack. Tap down the big one, of course. Because that's the one they would rather block with. I chose the Bonder over the other one because if they needed a block, I wanted them to have to block with the Cat Lord. I wasn't that worried if they played a flyer and attacked me for 1 extra. I was much more interested in tapping down the one that I didn't want them to be able to use as a blocker while they wait for their creature to untap. Oh yeah, we're playing the land for double activation for sure. Also, like, we have Gust and Frostlinks now. We don't have any flyers, but we can play both these next turn with 7 mana. So we'll see what they have. I think our chances are looking decent. I mean, I can't Gust a flyer. It'll cost like 1,000,000 mana with Skybonder. But Skybonder's ability doesn't affect Frostlinks. So I can tap down a blocker. I can pump this to a 10-power Trampler if they don't have removal. Yeah, if they can't deal with the Archipelagore, we're looking quite good. If they do mutate onto this to deal with it, I may just have to, like, gust that and make them pick it all back up. I mean, I can Frostlinks it to buy me 1 turn. Looks like they're dead. This can pump, right? So I can Frostlinks, pump, and they're dead. Yeah, we won. Sweet. I mean, they don't know I have Frostlinks in hand, so they don't know that they're dead. But they are. I'm very happy to be there. Thanks for the invites and setting it all up and all that. Let me know when the next one is. Oh, I guess I got a $50 donation I missed. Thank you, Nikolai Bolas, for the $50 donation. That's super generous. Oh, and speaking of Nikolai Bolas, I will put up the link as soon as it's up. I don't know if it's up yet or not. But Nikolai has a YouTube channel, for anybody who doesn't know. He records like a draft video a day, like he's a sicko. Like there's just infinite draft videos up. And I joined him for a draft video yesterday. So on his channel, you can find me like guest starring on a draft video of his. I will put up the link when I have it. But thank you again for hosting me. And, you know, if you like my content, you might want to check that video out. And you might want to check out other of his stuff while you're there. I'll mod you up, Nikolai. Hold on. Not sure exactly the best way to do that. There we go. It's the second time we've collaborated on a video, and it's a lot of fun. Things have been kind of hectic, but I would love to do one with him a set if it starts to line up. Okay, let's see. So Otter clearly first. We can tap blockers. We can give Otter flying. Try and draw extra cards. Definitely check it out. And like I said, he makes a lot of limited content, like a lot of draft videos. So definitely give his channel a check out. See if you like his stuff. Definitely one of the good guys making tons of limited content for us. All right, so presumably they can grow that dragon. And it already has flying. So I'm not interested in risking losing this Otter here in combat. So this turn, I think Frostlinks makes the most sense. Because we can bounce the sprite later with Gust. To reset it after it's gotten counters. So I kind of want to tap it now. There's not a lot they could have that actually kills the Otter. There are cards, like they could have Prophecy or whatever, but I can't stop that. And then at least I can invest the Wingspan Mentor into the Lynx and start trying to grow that. But if they just have like a random spell to cast, like an Anticipate, I don't want them to be able to kill this Otter. Make them have removal. If not, I'm drawing 2 cards a turn, and life is good when you're drawing 2 cards a turn. Yeah, it is true. They could have had Scatter, but they can't count on me playing a creature pre-combat. So Scatter seemed less likely. Well, thank you, Tree Walker. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, so Scatter seemed less likely because, like, they're gambling that I play a pre-combat creature. And unless it's, like, Frostlinks, I'm not going to do that, right? In the case of Frostlinks exactly, there's value in playing pre-combat. But let's just say I had a generic 4-drop for the turn. I'm going to attack first, right? So that's why I didn't think Scatter in particular. Okay, so now, this time I'm going to Wingspan Mentor the Otter. They have a 2/2 out, but not one with flying. So let's give my Otter flying and see if we can keep drawing 2 cards per turn. I don't know, Harmony. Thank you, Vadre. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks to everybody who supports my channel. So this is what they had last turn. They had +2/+2. So they got us okay with it here, but they just ate a ground creature and not the flying Otter. So we drew another card. You're welcome, Nikolai. Thank you for staying on top of me and getting me to do it. It's always a lot of fun. And definitely everybody go check out that channel, like I said. He's somebody who makes a ton of limited content, just like all drafts all the time. He's very big on his YouTube channel, very professional looking. Definitely go check out his work. Thank you for that subscription, ARGTS. Appreciate the support. Okay, so even though this is a 4/4 that would get reset to a 2/2, all I really want to do is keep drawing 2 cards a turn. But I can use Wingspan Mentor to pump the otter if they block with the Sprite Dragon. So what are we afraid of for a blue and a black? The bounce spell, Gust, which is quite good in this format, is a sorcery, so they can't play that. So what are their options for a blue and a black? There's like the +2/+0 indestructible combat trick. It's not super likely they've got that in their deck here, but it's not impossible. The 4/4 thing that I had 2 of in that last draft. Yeah. Thanks, Real Freebie. Appreciate that subscription. I think if we just keep drawing 2 cards a turn, we're probably going to win. I'm just going to bounce the Sprite. Hopefully we'll draw an island, but if we don't, we can always play Farfinder, get an island. Then we have Farfinder to chump like a 4/4 with, and then we also have more blue out. And then we could have Voracious Great Shark up next turn, potentially. Deathsea is great. I wouldn't say Deathsea has a bromance with Ben. I would say that it's definitely mutual. I guess, yeah. If bromance means both ways, then yeah. I'll do my best to keep you in check like last time we did it. And I'm down. I mean, I'm home all the time now, so my schedule's a lot more flexible than it usually is. I usually still log 30 hours at the casino every week or so, but their doors are shut, so I'm sitting in my apartment all the time, drafting all the time. Well, being a world-famous baseball player, Jose Canseco, I mean, I assume you have more important things going on. So, now that I did draw the second island, I'm actually just going to go get the swamp, because I do have a black splash. I'm still going to play the island this turn, because I don't have any black cards in my hand, and I might want to have 3 blue next turn to be able to use Mentor and Great Shark. But, well, no, I actually have enough, but I'm not going to get the blue, because as you'll see, I've got like 3 black cards in my deck, and I don't have a swamp right now. So it's more important that I get access to black mana. But I'm playing the island, not the swamp I just searched out. Because next turn, if I draw an island, I want to play it, and then I have access to 3 blue, potentially. I mean, Wingspan is 3, and Great Shark is 5, so we're 1 turn away from that. But nonetheless, I don't care that they know I have this swamp in hand. It's pretty irrelevant. So they're attacking with just the 4/4. I still have enough life. I don't think I need to chump yet. Let's plan it, Deathsea. This week I'm planning to stream on here tomorrow and Thursday on my usual schedule. 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. or whatever, Eastern. I can stay on a little late for you if I need to. Friday I'm doing the CFB coverage from 7 to 11. And then Saturday and Sunday I'm planning to play the online Magic Fest. So if you want to stream tomorrow night or Thursday night, like if you want to co-do our last draft before I would sign off at like 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern or something, let me know. Okay, so let's see. We have a counter open, so I can attack with the otter. If they block, if they play like just a +1/+1 counter, I can pump with Mentor. If they play some awesome spell, I can Voracious Great Shark it. So here, let's attack with the otter. Let's see what they have. This may not work out. But again, the otter's about done what it can for us. It's drawn us 2 cards like the past 3 turns. We actually played around multiple tricks that they had pretty well. Okay, so now it would be nice to have Great Shark up, but I'm not sure we have that luxury. This turn looks like Cavern Whisperer and Fertilid develop our board. Turn Farfinder into a relevant threat. The shark does only counter creatures and artifacts. No, it's one turn from now that I want the triple blue, actually. The Shark is 5 and the Mentor's 3. What I said wasn't wrong, but it wasn't super relevant. I was just pointing out that, like, I might want triple blue next turn. Like, I might draw a blue card or whatever. Or I might draw... I guess I can't draw an island and a blue card in one card. So, it was probably even just irrelevant. Well, I could because of Otter. I'm drawing 2 cards a turn. Basically, what I said wasn't, like, strategically wrong, but it also wasn't super relevant. That's the sum of it. Okay, I don't need to mutate onto this Whisperer much more. Definitely going to go ahead and trade that 4-4 for their 4-4 to save this 4 damage. So we don't have any more flyers. We're even on board except the flyer here. We can't do anything about that for now. What happens if I attack with the 2-2 and play a 2-2? That's fine. The 1-3 can block the 2-2. The 2-2 can block the 5-2. And if I trade Fertilid for either of the creatures they have in play, I'm happy. So it's right to attack with Fertilid. And I mean, we're losing on board, but only to a 1-1. Sure, they can trade the 5-2 for the 5-4, but if we do Great Shark their next creature, we're in a pretty good position. We just have to draw stuff. I'm not countering that, obviously. They still get the counter. I have to assume they have enough mana. I would counter even a small creature right now, but I'm not going to counter something that produces mana in a spot where both players have unlimited mana already. Alright, that's not the worst. I can cast the Boar, make sure it resolves. If it does, I'll then attack with the Fertilid. If they countered it, I wasn't going to attack with the Fertilid because I don't want to chump and I can't trade 5 for 2. How did you want me to mutate? I don't have any mutate stuff. I mutated my last mutate creature. They didn't cycle the crystal because it doubled the clock of the Sprite Dragon. I'm not saying the play was right, but certainly the logic for casting it was that it grew the Sprite Dragon. Okay, that's definitely a good enough creature. Like I said, I would Great Shark just about anything because we're in a tight game. Alright, that's decent. Whatever we do grow, we have the ability to grow further. I guess it has to be the Fertilid. We get a card, and that's how we, like, combine them. We get to keep the counters, too. Dreamtail Heron, and any Mutate and Fertilid just work really well together. That's another pretty good draw. I could just go for the win. If they don't have removal, I'm in really good shape. I don't think they have removal, but I don't know if I should go for the win here or not. Because I'm in really good shape if they have nothing anyway. And if they did Blood Curdle in response or something, I'd literally cry. What do they have up? They have up all kinds of mana. 1 card in hand. 5, 10, 14. I mean, we're winning by so much. I feel like I can just attack with all 3 here. Assuming they have nothing. We're winning by so much. Let them block and trade. And then, I mean, what can really happen? If they play anything, I can respond with Ram Through on the Sprite. Good stuff. We're definitely doing another draft after this. I'm not going to do a late night tonight. You know, it's my first night of actually a ton of days in a row streaming. As I just covered, I'm streaming tomorrow and Thursday on my usual schedule. I'm doing the CFB standard coverage on their channel Friday night. And then I'll be streaming and playing in the Magic Online Fest on Saturday. So I'm definitely not going late tonight. But after this draft finishes up, I will do a whole nother best of 1 draft, play it all the way out before I call it a night. So there is going to be a whole nother draft, and we're going to play that one all the way through. Because I was already like 2-2 or something in this draft. This was a draft from off stream. Land, please. No, thank you. I lost the finals of the Streamer Showcase event this week. 2-0, and then lost a really nice, tight 3-game finals against Scotty Nada. I don't remember when I got the Monsters Enclave, but it's pretty good. You can get value out of your land slot. All lands or no lands, the Death Sea way. With one land, I can pretty much cast the whole hand. That's why I discarded the Brushwag. Well worth it just to have you in the house, Deathsea. I'd rather lose with Deathsea than win by myself. No, I haven't looked at Standard again yet. I'll have to do that off stream this week. I'm sure this game is over, but I guess if their hand is all lands, I mean, they don't actually have that much going. If they counter this Godzilla or kill it, I'm going to concede. Then they're drawing 2 cards a turn with the Otter. But I mean, if their hand is nothing else, I guess I can block the Otter and take 6. And then if I draw the land, I'm not, like, completely out of it. Probably better than not Silver EMS. Okay. Well, we won 3 games or something before that loss. So, live by the sword, die by the sword. I frequently keep 2 landers like that. Get there and win nice games. Sometimes you don't get there. Let's get back into the queue. So this is going to be my only draft tonight on stream. I mean, I already did the streamer event, which was 3 rounds best of 3, and played that one out. But we're going to do another draft, and we're going to play that one all the way through before I call it a day today. So let's get back in. See if we can work on that mythic ranking. Do a new draft. My goal is to have this top 100 by the end of the week. See if we can climb that ladder a bit. I did write a limited article for CFB, my first limited article in a year. It is CFB Pro now, so you do have to pay. But that said, they literally charge $10 a month and give you $10 store credit. So it's not really costing you money. It's really just locking up $10 worth of your purchases. And if you're an online-only arena player who does want to access my limited content there, for $5 a month, you can not get the credit because you can't really do anything with credit unless you want some cool CFB merch or something. If you're an in-person player, then you certainly spend $10 a month on Magic cards. So I would personally recommend getting that. You just pay 10 and get 10 in credit and get the content for free. Ugh. Sorry, y'all. Sorry about that. I missed it. I'm sorry. Luckily, these queues fire, like, instantly right now. Understandable. I mean, like I said, I'm not really here to sell it at the moment. Like, CFB is not even, like, my sponsor or anything. So, you know, but again, like I said, just my honest opinion. It's not like some exorbitant rate. They're practically giving it for free. Content costs money. You know, I'm not making it for charity. They're paying me to make it. So I think what they're charging is totally fair. I play the best of 1 and best of 3. But I still wanted to go and get that mythic ranking and all of that. See if we can climb the ladder now that there's human drafts. So we could take this Ruinous Ultimatum. It worked out well for us last time we first picked it. Oh yeah, the camera needs to be smaller or move. It's currently blocking half the draft. You're going to want to see the cards. I'll just make it small for now. Now that I'm not going to be on Magic Online very often, I'll reset the scenes tonight. Okay, so anyways, the commons, Blood Curdle, awesome, best common, or Ruinous Ultimatum. That's all we really have to decide between. The Spider's good. There's nothing wrong with Bastion in the Black-White Humans deck, but this is a pick between Broken Ultimatum if we draft around it or Blood Curdle. I think Blood Curdle is right. Blood Curdle's like the best common. It's super efficient. It's super splashable. So basically we don't even have a color at all yet. You can toss Blood Curdle into any deck in this format with the amount of fixing and lands and stuff. Oh, that ultimatum is incredible, no doubt. Oh, I like Blood Curdle over Fire Prophecy by quite a bit, pick one, pack one. Blood Curdle's splashable. Fire Prophecy's not as useful a late game card. And this is more a format about killing big creatures than small creatures. I mean, yeah. Like, I'm all about Blood Curdle over Prophecy. Prophecy's a good card. I'll take it fairly aggressively. I'll always be happy to have multiples of it. But I'm all about the Blood Curdle. Savvy Thundermare is like one of the best red-white cycling build-arounds. I might want to grab that. There's no black card to consider. And again, Blood Curdle's so easy to splash. So, I mean, I think I don't want to take something as weak as like the Murloc just to get a one-color card. The Thunder, I don't force red-white cycling, but it is a great archetype. And if there was a Blood Curdle, I would obviously just take that over Thundermare and have two Blood Curdles. But given I'm not taking Unlikely Aid, I have to take a non-black card. I'd rather get the near busted red-white 2-drop here. That said, Archie Pelagor is also near busted. So I'm not going to take, like, Tactician third. Obviously, if there was another Thundermare, I would take Thundermare over Archipelagor following it. But I don't care if we use all of our cards. I'm just trying to find the open lane. You always get enough playables in this day and age. Blue-black can be a fine deck with Blood Curdle and Archipelagor, two good cards. Or we can play a red-white cycling and splash Blood Curdle, whatever. So now I'm taking another first pickable uncommon here. Archipelagor, best card in the pack. No, we're probably not going to play all three of these cards in the same deck, but this is a drafting the hard way draft, not a drafting the easy way draft. So again, yeah, this is a drafting the hard way draft all the way. Now we have an interesting pick. I mean, we could take Flame Prophecy, look at red-black or red-white cycling. We could also just play, like, this is single blue on the Mutate, I think. Yeah, so we could still play, like, any three of the four, basically, if we Prophecy. Auricorn, but, I mean, we don't have any single white cards yet. And if we go red-white, we'd rather have Prophecy than Auricorn by quite a bit anyway. So I guess we just take Prophecy here, even though it's not solidifying us in any one direction. It's not a hard pick. So now we could take one mind if we want to consider like the Grixis control type stuff, like the blue-red-black spells matter, the blue-red light splash black. We could take Evolving Wilds to shore up the mana. We know we are gonna need it. We could also take Dismal Backwater to shore up the mana, but if we go white-red splash black, then it doesn't help us. With Mind and Frostlink, some of the best cards in this pack, it does seem likely we're seeing blue. I won't miss either of those cards that much. They're both playables, not amazing, not filler. Like, they're both just solid playables. I guess locking up Wilds with what we already have makes the most sense, yeah. I do feel like we're seeing, like, the blue-red spells deck, though, or the blue-black control deck here. Doesn't seem like we're seeing much cycling stuff. Think I want to take Of One Mind, start drafting in that direction. Archipelagor is amazing. Blood Curdle's super easy to splash. I say that, and then the very next pick, there's Reflection, a really good cycling card. Like, it doesn't have cycling, but you can play it and then cycle for 1 or 2 mana and attack for 5 immediately, or you can just play it on turn 3. Like, it is very good. Mutual Destruction is not good in these spells deck. Mutual Destruction is a black-white card, basically, or like a black-green card. I guess I'll take the Reflection just in case we go cycling. I don't know where we're going at the moment. There was nothing else in that pack that I cared about. Okay, easy Gust of Wind. Like I said, blue feels like the color we're seeing the most of. Gust is pretty much just a good card in this format. Nothing special. You don't Windmill Slam it. You don't take it that early. But it's a very solid card. 1 mana Cycler. So this card is fine in blue-red or in white-red or whatever. You shouldn't view this just as a blue card. In the blue-red spells deck, it's a split card. In a white-red cycling deck, it's just a 1 mana Cycler, and we don't care about anything else in that pack. Green is the only color we're not currently messing with, and the only color that has cards that are playable in this pack. I guess just grab the cycling one. Wow, so now there's Gust of Wind and Snare Tactician. Unlikely it's an okay trick for like a creature-heavy deck, like for example the Black-White Humans deck if you need it, but that's not what we're looking at. I mean, we haven't seen much white, and we've seen infinite blue. So I got to take Gust of Wind. Blue is the only color we're sure we're seeing. I mean, we don't have a lot of spells payoff yet. But, I mean, we could just play a blue-red control deck, a blue-red-black control deck, whatever. I'm not trying to force this archetype. It was clearly what was open in the streamer draft. You saw my deck. I was tabling, like, the 4-mana 2/3s and stuff. Now I just got a of one mind 10 millionth pick. Like, I'm not trying to force this. It's just clearly I'm seeing all these blue cards late right now. So, if we're not going to be able to kick Mythos, which we're not going to be able to do most of the time, it's still a good card. But I think Pouncing Shore Shark is substantially better. Pouncing Shore Shark, I mean, we don't have a ton of spell synergy. We will pick up some stuff to mutilate onto if we can. To mutate onto. I always call it mutilate. I don't know why. And because we already have Archipelagore. And Shore Shark is like a near busted card. I think I might have listed this like number 1 or number 2 out of all the uncommon blue-green mutate cards, which are like all ridiculous. Like Sturix and Gnar and all these cards. But this is like a tempo-y format. I already draw cards well. And Shore Shark is just A+. Like, I would be happy to have this too, but I think Shore Shark is better. Like, substantially better. I could just draft Mono Blue. I mean, obviously I won't literally play Mono Blue. Like, I would play 4 Mountains, 4 Swamps, and play, like, Fire Prophecy and Blood Curdle in my Mono Blue deck if it came to that. But, I mean, the best card in this pack now is Scatter. Scatter is also excellent. Scatter's good with the bounce spells. It's just cheap and efficient. It's just a really good Magic card in this format. And again, if we're going to do a blue card drawing control deck, that's the deck that does want Boon of the Wishgiver. I don't love Boon of the Wishgiver in, like, blue-green tempo, like blue-green tempo mutate. Listen, I'm never going to cut Boon of the Wishgiver from my deck. In my article on CFB about blue-green mutate, I listed it as the dead last of the uncommons, but that's not of all the uncommons in the set. That was of the key good uncommons for the deck, basically. As in, you're never cutting it. It's not filler. It's a solid playable in any blue deck. Sometimes in the late game, it just wins you the game by drawing 4, and you can always cycle it for just 1 mana. So you should never be cutting Boon of the Wishgiver from a blue deck. But in a deck with a bunch of Scatters and Fire Prophecies and Blood Curdles and counters, Boon of the Wishgiver is an all-star. In a blue-green mutate tempo deck, Boon of the Wishgiver is fine. It's a 6th pick. In this deck, it's like a 2nd or 3rd pick or 1st pick, just a little bit worse than Great Removal. In the blue-green mutate deck, it's like a 5th pick, a 6th pick. Ominous Seas looks excellent here. We're looking to play long games. We have cycling. We have card drawing. Ominous Seas is a 2-mana win condition with cycling for this deck. We're going to pick up some enablers if we can, but we're not really focused on mutate or enablers. We're focused on counters, bounce, killing things. I agree completely. Great job, chat. I take Dream Heron over... This is just about what your deck needs. I take Dream Heron over Ominous Seas in any creature-based deck. If I'm blue-white with some mutate synergies or blue-green or whatever, I'm taking Heron over Seas every time. If I'm a blue-red spells deck with cycling and card drawing, then we go the other way. Alright, so now there's no blue card to take. We can take Deadweight. We can take like a red-black duel. We have 1 black card. We have a few red cards, not many. We're basically just blue at this point. This is a control deck, so I think Deadweight will be good in it. I do want to stop the early aggression. And I could still just play blue-black. I mean, like I said, I have, like, 1 red card I care about. Like, I'm probably not playing Reflection in this deck. Reunion, if I'm heavy red, cool, but if not, whatever. So I basically have, like, 1 red card and 1 black card that I care about at this point. It's kind of weird. I don't think these cards really matter at all. I lost to Scotty. It was sad. Congrats, Scotty. Nicely done. Frostlinks isn't good in these kind of decks, but it's still a playable. I'm not really taking it over anything here. He wasn't even really a cycling deck, to be honest. People are starting to like overrate the cycling deck. They're just saying, oh, cycling wins all the time. Scotty wasn't playing a cycling deck at all. He had no cycling synergy cards against me. He had a nice beatdown deck with multiple tappers, and we played some close games. Well, whatever. Memory leak wasn't horrible to get there anyway. Wow, now I want Wolverine and Neutralize really badly. Wolverine... Wolverine for the red-blue spells, which I have a million of. It's just a 3/2 double striker. And Neutralize for my control deck, which I'm drafting. I guess I'm a really controlling deck here. Like, I could go Spells Matter, but I'm more of just a control deck, I think. Just a blue-black control deck. Maybe I'll play Prophecy, maybe I won't. Well, now I can pick up a nice red-black duel. Help get that Prophecy in. I mean, look, I'm not committed to black. Memory Leak cycles for a colorless. Blood Curdle is super splashable. And even if I don't play a Deadweight, I don't care. Deadweight is okay in this format, but Deadweight is not in this format what it's been in some past formats. Deadweight in this format is a solid playable that you're never cutting from a heavy black deck, but it's like a 3rd through 7th pick, not a 1st through 3rd pick. Like, Deadweight is fine, but it's nothing special in this format. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Farfinder. This pack doesn't really have anything I'm excited about. Obviously, I can take a Gust, or I can grab a Glimmerbell. It blocks well early, and then I can put my Archipelagore or my Pouncing Shore Shark on it. Wasn't really hoping to be first picking a Glimmerbell, even though it's a solid card I could use. This was fine if you're going wide with tokens, but I'm not. I mean, if I wanted to go red-blue, I could Light Splash white and play the Thundermare. I do have a lot of Cyclers. I guess I'm going to take the Thundermare just because it's over nothing. Just in case the next pack has another good card for that or something. Because, I mean, if you look at my deck, I could very easily toss 1 Plains in and play these Thundermares if I want to. And I do have a lot of cheap cycling and even more in the board cycling. So now we're Windmill Slamming Sharknado. I don't like to still be drafting the hard way in pack 3, but that pack just didn't have anything for me. Like, obviously, I would have took Essence Scatter or, like, you know, Blood Curdle or Fire Prophecy over that Thundermare. It wasn't really meant as a hate draft. It was just, for all I know, I'm going to get past another Save Thundermare the very next pick, and I'm giving up on a Gusta Wind that I already have 2 of. It isn't even especially good in my deck. So, I guess now we are still doing blue-black control, though, so I'll grab Easy Prey. I don't really like Easy Prey. It only kills small creatures. It's not a very good card. But again, one with the wind, of one mind with no humans, really, with almost no creatures, is pretty bad. Now I want Essence Scatter and Archipelagore pretty badly. I don't have many creatures. I do need to get a few early ones. I mean, Archipelagore is definitely better than Scatter in general. But I think this is an Essence Scatter deck. This is just like a real control deck. Like, I have a bunch of counters, good removal. Not like infinite removal, but pretty good quality removal. I think this is just a pure control deck. Ominous Seas is an excellent win condition. I don't really want any of these cards. I don't know. I can't really play Smasher if I'm heavier black than red. It's double red. Alright. Cabin Whisper's fine. Not great, but fine. I hope I can pick up like a Bell or a Farfinder or 2. Like, I do see a lot of cards. Blitzleech actually might be okay because it has Flash. Leave up my counters, play it end of turn. Flash stuff is really good in this deck. Kind of a weird draft deck. I don't think it's bad. I think it's very strange. I haven't really drafted like a control deck like this in this format. This might be the very first time, to be honest. I don't think we're going to play any of these cards, but who knows? I didn't take the Wolverine because I'm just not really that worried about attacking like that. So my removal is pretty cheap. I've got the Deadweight. I don't know if I'm going to splash just Prophecy or not, but with 1 mountain, I do get 3 sources. And Prophecy is really good in this kind of deck. Sideboard card. Oh, I'm not worried about winning like that. Like, I won't deck. I just don't know if the deck is good or not. This isn't a human, so we can flash this out, block, flash it out in a turn, and then we can put these, some of these big mutators on it. So we didn't get any small stuff to mutate on, so that's kind of unfortunate. I mean, there's stuff in every color. Like, we could have had, like... I mean, whatever. I don't think I'm going to play either Third Crustacean or the Wolverine. I mean, we could have had Farfinders and Victory Bells. Those are fine early blockers. We just didn't see them. So if we do this very light red splash, we're certainly only playing one mountain. Maybe we'll play Reptilian Reflection if enough cyclers get in two. It's a pretty good card, but you have to have a ton of cycling. So let's see what this looks like. 13, 16, which is probably too many lands, if anything. 15 with all those cyclers. We'd have to cut 4 cards. Do we have 4 bad cards we want to cut? Not really. I mean, if we cut the cyclers, I don't think we can play Reflection. I mean, I don't think we'll need Suffocating Fumes. Let's see how many cyclers we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not the worst. Oh, Convolute wasn't supposed to be in. No, Convolute's not in. Whisperer looks bad. Which? Oh, Cavern Whisperer. Yeah, that's one of the weaker ones for sure. We could cut Cavern Whisperer. Could cut Gust. At least one of them. Yeah, we can cut the Whisperer. I'm down to try it. We have enough cycling that the Reflection's a good blocker. I don't think the Reflection's great in this deck, but with 7 cyclers and a bunch of other card drawing, it's actually more than 7 cyclers. I talk about this concept from time to time, where like cards like Of One Mind, they don't do anything except make your deck smaller, really. So, you know, like I have a decent amount of cards that draw cards, so this is more like a 35 card deck with 7 cyclers than a 40 card deck with 7 cyclers. We're playing 15 lands because we have a bunch of 1 mana cycling and we have like 3 mana draw twos. Seize is the best card. Like, we want to see that in our opening hand every game. We have all this card drawing and cycling. Turn 2 Seize is bonkers out of this deck. Yeah, Trap, I would certainly board in if this wasn't best of 1 against creature decks. And if I was a heavy blue control deck without good removal, I would certainly want to play it, Gettys. I think I have pretty decent removal, though. So I don't think I need it, but I could be wrong. I could certainly see Trap. It definitely makes sense out of a Drago-style deck. We can't kill that, so let's cycle. We will make an 8/8 soon. So do I want to cycle or cast Memory Leak? What do they have off to the side? Kahira? I can eat the Helica Glider, but it's going to be a 3/3, so I can't do that till turn 6. I think I'm just going to leave Blood Curdle for now. My hand's pretty strong. Blood Curdle gets me through this turn nicely. If they play Kahira, I'm definitely going to kill that. If they do that, I can murder Blood Curdle it at end of turn. I'm not responding. I would much rather kill both creatures. You know, I want to play for the long game. I don't really care if they get a land. Cool. Well, now we can just have 1 mine and then cycle and make an 8/8 this turn. Turn 5. Turn 5, 8/8. Don't mind if I do. Their draw, they didn't have a 2-drop, but they played fine cards. Okay, Kahira's fine. And end of turn 8/8. That's cool. There'll be another one soon. Don't worry. For now, let's just chill. Our 1-6 can block the 3-2. The second 8-8 is starting to brew up. I'm not sure whether I'm going to cycle or cast Shark Typhoon. I'm probably going to cycle it. It triggers the Seas again, and I get an instant flash blocker to eat Kahira with. But this turn, I would rather play the 1-6 because the Typhoon will get bigger next turn. We'll see what I draw. I know I'm a spells deck. I'm definitely going to cast Shark Typhoon sometimes. This just isn't the time. Now I get an instant 5-5. I eat the Kahira. I get another counter on the Seas. Like, I'm definitely cycling it here. Why does Kahira have Menace? How did it get Menace? Oh, Blood Curdle. Well, whatever. I'll eat the 4-2. Good beats. Kahira doesn't give itself or normally have Menace, so I forgot about that. I admit it. But, whatever. Still get another counter on that. Still gonna eat the 4-2, and then I can gust the Kahira so then it won't have Menace anymore. Yeah, I forgot they gave it Menace with Blood Curdle. I think Geddes is right, at least for this match. Oh, yeah, it's best of one. I was going to say I would definitely board in the trap in this matchup, but it is best of one. All right, so first let's fetch out a mountain. I don't really need to draw more lands, and I don't need to play Reptilian Reflection here. Then we can start by cycling. All right, nothing else to do. Let's go ahead and bounce Kahira, draw more cards, get more counters. And we have an 8-8 online next turn. But now I'm going to replay the Reflection. And I don't need to go to 7 end of their turn. That's not making an 8-8. So I'm going to untap. Because they don't know that I have Cyclers left in hand or not in the late game here. So what I'm going to do now is just cast this. Pass the turn. If they attack, I make a 5-4 and an 8-8. Life is good. They may concede to this. Vigilance Death Touch. They gave that flying, so we'll trade the 5-4 that goes away. And then end of turn, make our second 8-8 of the game. Kahira shrinks back. Let's Prophecy it up. Get rid of a land we don't need. Life is good. Remember, turn 2 Seas out of this deck is near broken. But, again, if you're a blue-green creature or a blue-white creature deck, you can play Seas, but your deck isn't going to be filled with cyclers and card drawing. Like, that's a whole different ballgame. I'm going to take a look at the deck. I think Geddes is right. I think this deck actually wants Trap. I don't like this card, but we're like a draw-go deck. We do have the Crustaceans to block small ground creatures, though. Yeah, the Reflection. I mean, I didn't have the Mountain. Remember, if I had the Mountain, I would have played the Reflection early, and it would have been great. But, I mean, we don't need the win condition. We do have the ability to close quite nicely, and we are a pure control deck. This will make us a little more consistent. I do like anticipating decks like this. I just think it's worse than the cards I have. Okay, so we're going to cycle that Leak, see if we can find a Swamp or an Omnis Seas. I mean, remember, we're not going to turn 2 Omnis Seas every game. We did make 2 8-8s out of it that time. I agree. I mean, we have a lot of card drawing and cycling, but Reflection off the splash isn't great. That's a card you want out the whole game, not you want to play at the end of the game. I prefer best of 3, but I also like ranked and best of 1. I'm going to be playing both on stream. I'm going to be on exclusively Arena, aside from like flashback drafts, now that we have human drafts on Arena. And I like both best of 1 and best of 3, and I'll be playing both. I see no reason to let them resolve anything here. If they play a creature, I'll respond with Memory Leak, cycling it. If I get a swamp and I can deadweight it, I won't counter it. If it's a 4/5, then I will counter it. Okay, now we're going to have one mind. Definitely before we play a land, because we have Evolving Wilds and a tap duel. Drop shields, but it's only turn 4. Hopefully they don't have anything that big. Plus we have Frostlinks into Archipelagore and so on. Okay, no real decisions here. Get my swamp, keep making my land drops. Frostlinks up that Ceratops. And now we can just slam Archipelagore onto Frostlinks, keep the Ceratops tapped again, hit them for 7. Life is good, assuming they don't have a deadweight for this Frostlinks. And then after that, we probably have Typhoon to win the game. Frostlinks are kind of small. Maybe mutate into a 7/7. Archipelagore is so sick. This might be a very rare taking of an Essence Scatter over 1, because I'm a near creature light. I'm a very creature light control deck. But I think Archipelagore is like slam first pickable, just like the Shark for like normal blue-white and blue-green mutate tempo decks. Okay, well, 1/5 doesn't stop a 7/7. Looks like we can sit on Typhoon or a counter. Seems pretty safe. And then, of course, if they play something good, I'll neutralize it and wait on the Typhoon. If they don't, I'll just make a 5/5 flyer into their turn. Flash creatures and counter spells. I think that's something people play in Standard. Well, they're at exactly 5, and I can make a 5/5. So unless they play a flyer, I'll just Shark Typhoon. That one, though, I think I'm going to counter because I don't want to risk, like, I let that resolve, I make my 5/5, they somehow kill it, and then I still have to deal with that 3/4. Again, the goal is not to end the game as quick as possible, it's to lock the opponent out. That is a scary, scary Mythic Rare. Okay, so they have exactly 5 power. So if I dead weight, then they don't have a block. So let me go ahead and draw 4. Definitely want to kill the 2/3. I'll assume they have +1/+0 in first strike, but I mean they'll kill the or Prophecy, whatever. They'll kill the Archipelagore, but I still kill the Ceratops, so this is not bad for me or anything. And of course we have the Typhoon to win with. I already lost I went 2-1 in the Streamer Challenge, lost the finals. With 8 mana, we could play the Typhoon and pass with Scatter Up. I could also Startling Development their creature, and then I'll get a 4/4 end of their, a 2/2 end of their turn. I can just cycle Shark Typhoon end of their turn, and then if they don't have removal, they're dead. If they do, I go to 12, and then I can untap and play like one mind, but I will be almost out of win conditions. I think it's better to just play it in this spot. Because now, like, if they play a creature, I can scatter and get a 2/2. If they're holding removal, they can't use it. I can end a turn, make this into a 4/4 with development, hit them for 2. Then I can bounce that and get a 4/4 flyer. This is just safer against removal. Even though it takes even longer to kill, I'm not trying to make my opponent suffer as much as possible. I'm still at 16 with a handful of spells. I just don't want to run out of threats and somehow have them, like, grossly outdraw me and win the game. Like, if they play a creature, I have Scatter Up, and I get a 2/2 flyer. If they do nothing, I can make a 2/2 flyer end of their turn. Then a 4/4 on mine. Okay, and I even have Scatter, no real decisions. I'm gonna gust their creature squad here. I guess I can play this too. Still have Scatter Up. There's no way my order here was correct, and there's no way it matters. Sharknado. I didn't see the movie, but I do love the card. This hand looks fine. Even though it looks a little land light, this draws 2 for 3 mana. This can sit and play, which is another good reason Geddes was right that we should put the Springjaw trap in our deck. Because we have 2 of 1 mind. So when we're on the draw, we can't turn 3 of 1 mind without discarding. Whereas we can just put the trap in play, and then we don't have to discard if we turn 3 of 1 mind. So obviously we're going to keep this. We'll just put out the Caves turn 1, and then we can play like Springjaw and cycle. Hopefully we can cast up 1 mind. Of course, if they have drops and we draw land 3, we might Frost Links. Can't really plan out the whole game, but basically we're going to want this trap out of our hand and in play. It's not really about the surprise value. It's just about not having to discard if that's relevant. I don't care about cycling or casting Memory Leak. I mean, we'll see what they do. Obviously, if I draw a land and they don't play anything on turns 2 or 3, then I'm not going to cycle Memory Leak. I'll just cast it. You can go 3 pretty easily in this format if you're dedicated to drafting the lands aggressively. There's a lot of fixing in duels in wedge formats. The rules aren't much different. You're just looking to produce at least 8 of all your main colors. So in order to plus 24, that means you need, like, 7 duels. And then, of course, if you have a crystal, that's just a plus 3 all by itself, or a triome is a plus 2. Well, we'll see what they do. I don't see much reason to cycle now. I'm not really digging up a 1-mana card. Against a blue-white deck, if they play nothing here, I probably won't cycle. I'll just start memory leaking them. Since my hand has all this card drawing, if I can attack their hand, that's pretty good for me. So I'm not worried about showing them that. I'm going to get it out of my hand. But I'm just going to start memory leaking. Let's see what they have. Reactive cards suck against me. Let's take their threat. Okay, I'm going to draw 2. I chose that over the memory leak because I'd rather memory leak next turn. I'm never going to whiff because they have these cards in hand. Let's give them more time to draw like a powerful bomb or something like that. Well, don't know if they drew that this turn or last turn. I'm pretty unhappy at the moment, but what are you going to do? The plus doesn't really matter. The minus is drawing a card. Not the end of the world. So we know they have Capture Sphere to stop a flash creature. So for now, I think we still just want a memory leak. Capture Sphere scares me a lot more than Pacifism because of its flash ability, and I have the Shore Shark. Frostlinks does nothing, really. I mean, it buys time, but I can kill it. Well, that exposes it to the trap. This hits any target. So unless they have something, I can now just trap off the Narset. I didn't really want to do that this turn because it's my boon turn. But if it's going to get a Narset off the board, I'll happily do it. So I want to do it during their upkeep. I can't let them plus it. But just in case they have some kind of a bounce spell or something, there's no reason to do it main phase. Trap's kind of filler. Like, I wouldn't want to play it in a creature deck. It's not efficient removal. But this deck doesn't need efficiency. It has all these cheap counters and card drawing. So I think Trap is just to make sure we don't get run over. But Planeswalkers are a pretty big problem for this deck, even though they're not that big of a problem for my massive hand. So I'm happy to get rid of that. Then we can draw 4, get back to business. Well, never mind. I'm just going to play this the hard way now. If this resolves, we win the game. Even though I only have the boon that I can proactively play, they're going to play a creature, which is already a 4/4 out of this. And then this draws 4 more cards. Thanks, Doc Reactions. Appreciate that subscription. If this resolves and they can't remove it, like, this game is over. Vivian is disgusting. Okay, nothing else to do right now. Let's go ahead and play this. This is a cast trigger, so even if they have a counter, we still get our 6/6 flyer. I mean, I know they can pacify that, but remember, we're drawing 4 more cards. We'll discard a land, we'll play a land. We got lots of business. Red's a super light splash, that's why I played the Swamp. We literally are playing 1 Prophecy. I wouldn't even have splashed it, but I picked up a black-red duel and a wild, so it's like pretty free. I think I'm still just going to cycle this. I don't need one more 2/2 flyer out of this. Probably Skittering Surveyor, but just because Dom was slower and less tempo-oriented. But, I mean, Far Finder's bonkers, too. They're both excellent cards. So what mana are we going to spend? We can like links their links and leave up scatter. That looks pretty good, and then we don't have to discard. Seems almost certainly correct. Anytime they're 1-for-1ing me now, like, that's just good for me. Like, I'm not saying their play is wrong there. Obviously, kill a 6/6 flyer. But, like, I have all this card drawing, and I'm making all these flyers. Like, they need to do something powerful or over the top. Like, 1-for-1ing me is just not a way they can win this game. I think I'm just going to gust the pacifism. They can replay it, but I'll get another 4/4 flyer. That's the reason. You can main deck cycling enchantment removal, but just remember, like, when you ask a question like that, it's not like can you, it's like what card are you bumping out to play it, right? Like, it's certainly not unthinkable, but it's taking up a slot in your deck, and that slot could go elsewhere. So that's the real question you have to ask, is what are you bumping out to play it? I mean, this game is completely over, like I said, unless they're going to surprise deck me or something. I still have my Neutralize. I have to find it, but I haven't used that yet. Channel Force for exactly 2. Okay, I'll Shore Shark in response. Now my creature will live. I'm not bouncing anything, but that's well worth it to me. Just to have another threat. I certainly don't need to bounce anything. I have a handful of removal. Speaking of, I guess, kill one of my lockdown creatures here. Neutralize should seal the deal. I'm not going to counter that. Neutralize is for any game-breaking bombs. There's just absolutely no need to counter removal. Scatter something when it comes into playability, but otherwise I'll probably Blood Curdle because I'd rather get a 4/4 flyer than a 2/2 flyer right now. And then we should be able to play Archipelagore. Yeah, that doesn't do anything, so we can mutate. I mean, we can Blood Curdle that. And then crack the land, get 10, and then we can play Archipelagore and still have Neutralize up for any surprise super bombs. I don't really want to mutate it. I mean, I'll put it on a 1/1 if, like, there's a reason to tap something. But ultimately, at this point, I'm just playing my threats. Like, there's no need to mutate it. Holding Neutralize for, like, a sweeper. I mean, this game is 100%. These are the kind of games, like, I can't think about this game. It's just impossible. Mutating it does give it haste, but diversifying threats, like, they'd have to kill all our stuff to win. Like, it's not a question of speed, right? Again, we win no matter what. Like, let's save brain power for the next game. Like, analyzing which set of plays makes us up more 100%, which doesn't even exist, because we're 100% to win pretty much no matter what. I'm going to jump in the queue, use the bathroom real quick. Hey, no islands. First not perfect hand. I guess we're keeping this. We've got easy prey for a 2-drop or to cycle, and we've got like 9 or 10 blue sources or some high amount. Even though it's a really good card in our deck, clearly we're not that greedy. We'll cycle Boon. Okay, so what can we do? We have Easy Prey, we have Dead Weight. Easy Prey can kill a 3-drop. Dead Weight can kill a 3-drop, Easy Prey can't. But Easy Prey can cycle, and we don't have lands. So I think for now, we just Dead Weight this turn and see what they do next. If they play a 2-drop and pass back, we probably buy more time by just Easy Preying it than cycling. But I don't really care. Like, if they have a 3, like, good beats, like, I didn't want to Dead Weight that into a 1-1. And there's the land we needed, so that's good. So now I'm going to pass the turn. Any creature is going to get scattered unless it's easy preyable. If they don't play a creature, then I'll just cycle easy prey in a turn and try and dig up lands. Format seems cool. That's certainly good enough to scatter. No land, no counter in hand. Let's Frostlinks the 3/3, buy ourselves some time. Hopefully we'll find lands. We can start playing these 1/6s, which block that 3/3 just fine. Might even get in a double block and get to trade our Frostlinks for it, which would be tight. Format seems fine, Crandom. Seems fun. Doesn't strike me as an all-time great, but it seems like another fun, limited format. There's the White Cataclysm Mythos. Like, there's not a lot, to be honest. So that's not a great draw. I wouldn't mind memory leaking them, but I think I really have to just try and dig up lands. Okay, so we know for next turn we have at least Crustacean. Easy Prey is not hitting anything in play. I think I'm just going to cycle it now in case I get a red tap duel, which I have 2 of. 2 of my 3 red sources come into play tapped. Unfortunately, these mana problems have made this a close game instead of just a bloodbath, but hopefully we can stabilize and then turn the corner. I mean, Blitz Leech kills Glider. These 1/6s stop the 3/3, so we're good on board. Of course, if they keep adding to the board every turn and getting further ahead, they may ride that out to victory. Oh, that was a good turn. Definitely going to be tough. Okay, I think this is kind of a no-brainer. Frostlinks on Kahira. Crustacean bounces here with the 3/2. I can't block the 4/4 because it has Menace. If I get to trade with Kahira, though, that's pretty good. Shrink their whole team. Down to 3, but nothing much I can do about that. So now Blitz Leech can take out the Glider. And then I can double block the Zerda. Doesn't actually matter if they mentor it. Think there's no reason to Blitz Leech now. If they grow the Zerda, I don't really care. It's not any different as a 4/4. And if they make the 1/6 unable to block, I can just Blitz Leech, get rid of the Helica Glider, and block the mentor creature. So it's fine either way. I don't think I'm dead. Could be wrong. Oh, last turn their guy had Vigilance. Yeah, they could have used it. Oh, the Zerda has Menace. Yes, right. Well, I don't have any choices. I mean, I have to, let's see, I can Blitz Leech. But yeah, I'm dead if I... Yeah, I have to kill the Mentor creature instead of the flyer to not be dead. And then I have to top deck it out for the flyer, which would be like my mountain. Unfortunately, 2 of my red sources come into play tap, so that's kind of rough. I mean, I obviously have a cycling card too, and I do have 1 on tap mountain. I guess I don't have a choice. Not like I have anything else to do. I can also blitz the Zerta. Take the menace counter off. I don't think it matters. I'm happy to trade the Leech for the Zerta. So this game just comes down to whether I can draw removal. Assuming they don't have anything here. It comes down to whether I can draw removal or an on-tap mountain. Got a cycler. I've got plenty of removal and bounce and stuff. Hopefully I can find it. Well, that's a flyer. So, back to you, opponent. No more! Don't do anything. I had big mana problems. I can stabilize right now. Don't do anything. Just lose, opponent. Please be out of gas. You had a great draw and I was mana screwed. Don't have any removal here. 3-3 is perfect. No removal, please. Thanks for... Ah! Why did I make it 3-3 and not a 4-4? Well, whatever. Don't have anything. Okay, cool. That might not even have been a bad play. Now I can, like, cycle for 1 mana, which is, like, relevant, because I need to dig. Yeah, and it plays around Blade Brand. It might actually have been even right on accident. Okay, though, so if I attack and they block, I can turn it into a 4-4, but that's, like, an even trade that I can get pretty much whenever. Obviously, I want to turn the corner or find my neutralize, but no real choices here. I cycled Boon right away. That's unfortunate. Wow, so that's going to give something Mentor. Well, I can't stop that from happening. Obviously, I'm fine with Fire Prophecy and another Crustacean, but... Menace. I said it's going to give it Mentor. I meant Menace. Okay, so what do I want to do? I can Fire Prophecy the Mentor, see what I draw. I can cycle Startling Development, holding that's not accomplishing much. I'm not that worried about them growing that like once or twice. I think I'm not going to hold on to Startling Development, so first and foremost, I'm going to cycle that and see what I get. Okay, well now... I'm definitely going to Fire Prophecy. Get rid of these lands. So for this turn, not much we can do. Still got Scatter Up. I died over removal, but nothing I can really do about that. Hopefully they don't top deck a removal this turn. Next turn with Archipelagore, I can take over the game again, I think. I don't think I need Seas here, even though the card is totally busted in my deck. Now it's the late game, and I'm about to Archipelagore, so... Wow, and that's a great draw. Okay, so now let's count my mana. 9. So I can actually have Neutralize up and Archipelagore if I play the on-tap land, so that's awesome. So I guess, just turn one of these into a 7/7, tap down the real creature, and then we just kill them in 2 turns, and I'm not even worried about them top decking a removal because I'm holding Neutralize for it. So we can just hit them for 10 and 10. I mean, I know they can chump block, But I'm just saying, like, if they play a creature, I have Scatter. If they top deck a removal, I have Neutralize. I guess I can't actually attack with 2 creatures next turn or anything if I don't draw a creature, but whatever. It's probably right to turn the 1/6 into a 7/7 and not the 3/3 flyer. Okay, so I actually can't attack, right? Because if I attack with 1, they can take it. If I attack with 2 and they chump, I die to the 5/4 menace. I mean, I don't need to attack. Just going to go ahead and chill. And if I draw, like, any spell in my deck, I pretty much win. And I have a hard counter and a counter for a creature. I do lose to a resolved removal spell. Obviously, they'd have to have 2, not 1, because I'm holding Neutralize. And then if I just draw a creature, then I can attack. Well, we have to counter that or we're dead, so there goes our comfort zone. I will be playing the Bloodfell, but I wanted to thin out first. Because we don't have that. We have 9 cards left in our library, so thinning out really lowers our shot at drawing a land. I'm not holding the Bloodfell indefinitely, but who knows if they even have that uncommon in their deck. Getting one of those islands out greatly increases our chances. Okay, that's really good. So now I can gust the 5/4. Oh, I forgot I bought him an island when I prophesied. You're correct. So now it's lethal if they don't have anything. See no reason not to go for it. We still have Scatter up. If they have a pump spell, then they end up chumping and going to 6, and then if they can kill me, good beats. But let's not give them a draw step when I'm at 2. Let's try and lethal them. Okay, so now they have the Indestructible. I don't want to die to removal. So that didn't work out too well. Well, clearly just going to attack for 3 in the air and pass this turn. Yeah, I know Trap can go to the face, but if they chump the Archipelagor, it's not lethal. Clearly, that's worth scattering. Wow, this is interesting. So I can attack with the 3/3 and the 7/7. But then if they top deck removal, they win. I mean, it has to be removal for a 1/6. Like, there's not much. Even Volpikit doesn't work because they're going to be left with a human. Well, unless they chump with the human, but I mean, if I don't attack with the shark, I get a chump. That doesn't seem like I'm really closing out well. I mean, I guess if I send the 7/7, they stay at 7. No, because then next turn the officer just taps it. I do have Shore Shark left in 5 cards, I think, which would be, I would just win if they don't have anything. So I can draw that. I'm definitely sending the 7/7. The question is whether I send the 3/3 or not also. I don't think it's right to, but I also have to make sure I don't deck. I have 5 cards left in my deck. I have Shore Shark, but if they draw removal, am I going to win or are they just going to deck me anyway? Well, next turn they're going to tap the 7/7 with the officer. So it's not really going to be any different. If I send the 3/3 and I brick, I have 1/1/6 back to block. There's not a lot red-white can draw to kill a 1/6. Like, we say removal, but, like, Prophecy doesn't win them the game. Blade Brand, or whatever that card's called, doesn't work. They have to draw, like, exactly Pacifism. I think this game is too tight to play around a top-deck Pacifism, but maybe not. I mean, a haste creature kills me, too, obviously, if I tap the 3/3, so there is that. And, yeah, Rock Slide, too. And there's the Pacifism. You so smart, chat. Okay, so what do we do now, though? I mean, if they let me attack, I can attack with both. And then when they block the 1/6, I can make it a 4/4. And if they don't block it, I can make it a 4/4 and go for lethal. Assuming they do tap, I don't think I want to attack for 1, so I guess we're just chilling. I mean, we don't die to a removal right now. This only has 1 power. We're at 2 thanks to the caves. I do have the Shore Shark. I mean, it's a good draw. I could, like, end of their turn, bounce the officer on tap and hit them for 7, potentially. I could cycle it, but also it's pretty relevant. That looks rough. So what's my exact deck? I have Shore Shark. So I have 25%er to not be dead. Yeah, I know I'm going to probably have to cycle, but I guess I don't have to think. I guess I have to cycle because I'm dead if I don't hit that or removal or something. I'm going to have to kill my own creature now. Oh my gosh. Am I going to deck? I have 3 cards left. What removes flying? I don't even know what you're talking about. Removes flying. Well, I have to Blood Curdle. I mean, I'm dead on board if I don't. I don't have a choice. I mean, I have Shore Shark, so it's not like I have no ability to lethal. I'm not saying I'm going to succeed, but... So if they brick, I still win. Now I can bounce the officer. This has Menace. So next turn, if they don't draw a creature, they can't tap it because the officer will be sick. And then they take 4/4 and die. So I can win if they brick next turn. Like if they don't draw a creature or removal, if they draw a land next turn and that card in their hand's a land, then I win the game. We only need them to brick once. This has Menace thanks to Blood Curdle. You just need them to brick right here. Just if all they have is Officer, they're dead. Nothing but Officer. 2 cards in my deck. Nothing but Officer. I can't beat anything else. Okay, that doesn't stop me. Nothing else. No, don't tap more mana. Why are you reaching for mana? You got nothing else. So now I need a removal. I don't know if I have one or not. I don't know what's left. If I attack, they're forced to double block. Everything trades. Does anyone know the last card of my deck? 2, 4... 9, what is this? 4 swamps, that's 13. 14, is it a land? I think it's a land. What a game. What a game. I have Untapped, it's actually just not open for no reason. Let me open it. Yeah, what a game. I have to have punted that one. It was fun, but I wanted the win there because it was such a good game. I don't know. Did I ever connect with that shark? I meant to 4/4 the shark. I just miscounted my lands. I don't think I ever connected with with that shark, though. Like, it eats the same creature. Like, all that's the same. I don't think that 3/3 shark ever hit them. So I don't think that actually mattered. I mean, it was obviously more of a misclick, like, type mistake than a strategic one. But I don't actually think that ever hit them. Turn 2 Cs. I like that. Well, I would have died, Spiffy. I never was even able to attack. It's not like I had way more creatures than them. Yeah, turn 2 Omniseas is just the most incredible thing ever out of my deck. It's kind of a waste. They're discarding. And I have, like, my bustedness. Right, but they actually even had the pacifism. If I didn't play around pacifism that time, we would have just died. Oh, Omniseas is absolutely disgusting in this deck. But remember, most decks aren't this deck. Again, Omniseas is fine in a blue-white or blue-green creature deck, but it's not the same. Like, most decks aren't all cycling and card drawing, do-nothing spells control decks. Like, this deck uses Omniseas way better than an average blue deck. Shark Typhoon. Okay, this game's over. I have not even put any thought into the new standard yet, no. I appreciate the question, I just literally haven't. I was planning to cast this to draw 4 and get 4 counters, but if we're not going to find land and we have this handful of gas, I'm just going to cycle it too. Similarly, I'm just going to make a 1/1 shark because they're stuck on lands, and it gives me a counter and helps me hit my land drops, and of course I have Archipelagore and so much else. So lucky. Land 2. Who top decks the land? I mean, obviously they got unlucky. You do have to lower your land count if you're a cycling deck. Like, if you're a deck that just has a couple of nice cyclers to help you, like, smooth out your draws, you don't drastically lower your land count because you're usually playing those cards. But if you start, for example, drafting a red-white cycling deck full of cards you're not even casting that are just cycling 1, you will flood out a lot if you don't lower your land count. Here, I'm not going to cycle anything yet. Even though I don't have any blue yet, this hand is so reactive and my deck is so reactive. End of turn, I'll easy prey any 2-drop they play. If they don't play a 2-drop, I'll cycle easy prey end of turn. And then I can play Memory Leak, and then I can draw cards. I can play this hand as a control deck. Just keep the board even, attrition and 1-for-1, and work my way towards Boon, which is only double blue. It's not, like, that hard to cast. I guess it doesn't matter much. Oh, no, it exiles, so if I take the 2-3, they can't get it. And I don't care about the 2-1, so we'll take the 2-3. I mean, I'd prefer them to have nothing, but either way, they're going to get a 3-drop and play this turn. And I would rather it be the 2-1 Death Touch than the 2-3 First Strike cycling thing. Okay, let's draw cards. We don't even know if they're holding creatures. We're just trying to advance towards Boon, playing as a control deck. Make our land drops, draw cards. Two 2-1 with every ability, but lifelink doesn't matter at all to me. I'm a control deck. Death Touch is, you know, whatever, menace. Like, I have to have 2 blockers. What are you going to do? Okay, for now, I think we should Frost Links, and then we still have Scatter up for any more creatures they draw. Just buy some time. Next turn, we can scatter this turn, and then boon if we draw land, one with the mind if we don't, one of the mind if we don't. If we don't draw a land and we don't use scatter, we can always get a land, draw 2 cards, and then still have scatter up. Pretty comfortable. I mean, whatever. Certainly good enough to scatter. I kind of just want to play my cards with my hand full of card drawing. I've got removal in my deck, so it's not a big deal if they resolve something when I'm about to draw a million cards. No on-tap land, so this turn is pretty much scripted. Fetch the land first, because we don't need more. This has Menace, so there's no reason to hold up the 1 blocker. And then, of course, if they play anything decent, we'll scatter it. If not, we can spring block. We can put out the trap end of turn. I definitely don't really care about taking 1 hit for 2. And we have a bounce spell if they resolve something good while we're tapped. So this turn, I'm just going to play the boon so I can make my land drops and see what I have to work with. Because if they resolve some mythic rare, I'll gust it and then I have scatter. Dead weight's not taking care of anything broken anyway, so I'll happily use that on the boot nipper. Or the booty nipper, as Elias calls it. Thank you, Traff DL. Appreciate the subscription. Appreciate the great 9 months of support. We can blood curdle big creatures. We can only trap small ones. So I'm going to go ahead and trap that. I'm not going to leak them. They have 1 card in hand. It could easily be a land. I'm just going to cycle my stuff into their turn. See what we dig up. Archipelagore is 7. Can we play it in scatter? No. But do we need to? No. We're holding 2 removal. So I'm just going to put out a 7/7 win condition. If they kill it, I'm not worried. I still have Shark Typhoon, which I can always play as an enchantment, as well as Ominous, which even though we're getting low in my deck, should still make 188 at least. So as long as those cards are not like right at the bottom, I shouldn't deck. And I can even Fire Prophecy to ensure that they're not the dead bottom card. Okay, so there's the Seas. Of course, we're playing it, not cycling it. But now that means I will cycle a development. Now that I have it out, I'm accelerating towards the 8/8. Decking is pretty much the only way I can lose this game. I'm at 12 cards in my deck. So I do want to try and find the Shark Typhoon, preserve some spells for after that if I can. Because red, black, white does have access to removal. They may have pacifisms or blood curdles or who knows what. That's a perfect target for Fire Prophecy, which I want to do because it's not actually even draw. It's going to put things on the bottom. So let's start by Fire Prophesying the 3 toughness, get rid of a dead swamp, see what we draw. Okay. Now we have to decide whether we want to scatter this 1/3. I only really want to bounce it if I draw the Typhoon. I've still got a Blood Curdle. Blood Curdle can hit anything after the Typhoon and be bigger. Think I'm going to scatter it. So I'm probably going to just play the 5/2. I can always... well, no, it's you don't control, but I'm still just going to play it, right? Who knows what they'll draw. I can kill small creatures, but I'm very interested in 5 a turn if they're not holding anything. There's my money card. So do I want to cycle, or do I want to just hard cast? I guess I cycle into turn. I don't think they're holding a removal. I think they would kill the 5/2. And it's going to be like a near lethal threat on its own. Plus it gets me the 8/8 1 turn sooner. It's not like instant wraths, right? How much mana do I have? 6, 7, 11? So X is 9. They could have Mardu Ultimatum, but they have to have that and a spot removal. And I still have my Neutralize, right? So if I draw my Neutralize off the cycle or my turn, then that works. And remember, I can protect my 8/8, like, with the Neutralize. So, I mean, again, like, yeah, it's somewhat close to decking, but not really. Thank you, Seiji Puza. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the support, and very cool name. That just doesn't matter. 8/8 lethals them. Well, it wasn't going to guarantee the win. They have to play a creature for me to play Blood Curdle. There was nothing in play for me to bounce with the bounce spell. I didn't have a bunch of proactive like cards I could play. Hey, thank you to everybody subscribing. Thank you, Imperator. Whoa, that name is tricky. Imperator Ming Ming, appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the support, even if I can't say your name right. I do appreciate the support for my stream. More than 40 would not really help me unless I wanted to get more win conditions in, because with all the cycling and card drawing, even if I played 45, I'm still decking first. Also, I'm not really decking. I decked one game by inches where my cards came up in a really awkward order and they drew a lot. I mean, it doesn't matter if you win with 7 cards in your deck or with 17 cards in your deck. With Shark Typhoon, with Ominous Seas, Archipelago's Giant, like, I'm really not that worried about decking. Okay, so here, I think I'm just going to Memory Leak. If they resolve something, no big deal. Easy take of the Auricorn, because if they put that footing on the Serval, they can get me for 5 once, but then I'll just easy pray it and life is good. So, well, a 1/6 does stop a 2/5 or a 5/5. So I'm not actually sure whether I'm supposed to easy pray the 1/3 flyer or easy pray the 5/5. I guess for this turn, I'll put out the Crustacean because I don't care if I lose it to a combat trick. So I can block with it. If it gets countered or something, obviously I'm going to have to easy pray the 5/5, not the 1/3. But if my 1/6 is stopping the 5/5, I might rather just kill the flyer. Yeah, certainly not countering a 1/6. I don't care about that. Okay, so if I don't counter that, I have to kill the 5/5. Taking like 2 a turn, that's pretty much nothing. I do kind of want to tap my mana, though. I still have Scatter for their next creature, and I have the ability to tap out next turn. So I think I'm going to counter that. Just because my hand is so loaded. Like, if I draw a land, I want to tap out. And I have, like, Bounce to reset this also. I think I'm more interested in killing the flyer than I am the 5/5. It's kind of a weird situation where you're killing a 1/3 over a 5/5. But I have a second one of these 1/6s. I also have, like, a bounce spell or 2. Also hard removal. I just don't think I care really that much about this 5/5. Okay, clearly we can't cycle right now because I want to leave up Scatter. I'll cycle end of turn. If they have like a Volpakite, we'll have to scatter that. If they have like Shore Shark, we'll scatter that. If they have removal, I take the hit for 6. cycle. I might get locked out of being able to play Boon. I mean, I can obviously dead weight, but we'll see what we get off the cycle. So still not really finding a land to slam Boon, but on the other hand, now we can bounce the man's servo and reset it. So that looks pretty good. Shore Shark does the job too, but in this exact position, I think I just want to bounce main phase here. Like if this gets countered, I still have the Crustacean, the Crustacean to block, so it's not like scary. And I'm really just trying to dig up land 6 so I can slam Boon. No reason to deadweight that 1/6. Yeah, I should have kept a blue up. Yes, you are right. I mean, I let the auto tapper do it. I didn't tap manually. But if I drew an island, I would like to have a blue up for scatter. You are absolutely correct. I should have tapped manually there. Okay, servo, I don't care. There's the Volpikid I think they were thinking about last turn, but decided not to play into my open mana. We still have plenty of life to take one hit for 3. Who cares? Let's resolve Boon while they're tapped out. Make our land drops. Unlock more of our deck. And then I guess deadweight. No, I don't need to deadweight that, right? If I take the counter off of it, well, it's going to be a 2/3 flyer, and then I can Prophecy it. So there's not much reason to deadweight. Oh, we're taking a hard hit this turn. Kind of wish I had deadweighted, but I mean, it's fine. Like, they have one card in hand. They're a blue-white deck. Like, we're not really under a serious amount of pressure. We'll just have to figure out what our best option is next turn. So we can Prophecy the 4/3, but the 1/6 can block it anyway. I think what we want to do here, now that they did that, is deadweight the flyer and put out the 1/6. And then if they have removal for the 1/6, we can Prophecy the 4/3 and only take 1. If they don't, then like we can Prophecy the Volpikid in combat or end a turn after we leave scatter up. I'm pretty glad I played it this way. Like, we're just not under any real pressure. Like, even just getting to find out what they have, like, who cares? Like, 13 and 6 are the same against a blue-white deck here. So now they're playing the bounce. So we're going to have to Prophecy the shark. So I want to do it now. I don't want to let them draw another card. Bottom. All these cards are pretty good. I guess just the cycler. So now this doesn't really matter either. Should have sacked the wilds first. I did forget about that. Now we can just Blitz Leech this flyer, I think. Not really concerned. If they attack, I'll trade. I've got a bunch of threats. If they play a creature, I can scatter. If they kill it, I can go to 3. Sure thing. I think this game's pretty much over. 5/9, so I can actually just play this. And then still have scatter up. Looks good to me. And I can trap that, so there's no reason to counter it, right? If I didn't have trap, I would counter that. And then we can start attacking. Obviously, I have the 1/6 to block the 2/4. If they counter it, I can go to 3. So we're not like at a risk of dying. Even if they have the +2/+2 and flying card, 1 does not equal 0, like we always say on this stream. The trap's kind of filler, but it plays well with all these counters and cheap card draw and stuff like that. I don't normally play it, and I didn't even put it in the main of my deck originally, but I think Getty's correctly pointed out that it just fits this deck really well. And next turn, we can Shore Shark up the Lynx for lethal. Oh, no, we can't. They gain 1. Okay, we have plenty of cards left, right? 9? Yeah, 9 is a ton. We can afford to cycle still. Guess there's no real reason to bounce that. Just drop out the 4/3 and eat it if they attack. We're running 2 Crustaceans. Wow, we're 6-1 with this sweet control deck. And if you remember that one loss, they had to top deck like that pacifism that one turn, and then they had to top deck a creature on the very last turn to not lose. And they had that Steal Our Flyers card, or we would have been cruising to victory. Wow, we could have been 7-0ing with this masterpiece, this blue-black control deck. Hopefully this game won't be hard. Turn 2 Seas in this deck is totally busted. We don't have our card drawing or cycling yet, but we have a ton of it in the deck. Okay, I'm going to start out with the Seas. I don't care if they get 1 loot. I just want to get this ticking. Now we'll pick apart their hand. Even though it's tempting to cycle with the Seas out, we extend the game more by taking their good threat or their good card. Can't be in too much of a rush. They can search out lands or bring back creatures from the dead. None of that really matters to me. I'm going to deadweight the looter. I guess these will ultimately be threats I have to deal with. And instant is kind of annoying for my deck. So I'm going to take the instant one. This is at least sorcery speed, which is just easier for my deck to mitigate, because I'm on control deck with counters and a bunch of instants. So I'd rather them have to do it on their turn. I'm not really worried about them doing it a turn earlier. I already have Blood Curdle, so even if they discard like an 11/11 and then bring it back next turn, I'll just Curdle it. But there's no reason to sit here letting them loot away lands the whole game. So I'm going to go ahead and start by deadweighting. They can bring that back, but who cares? Like, that's why I took one of the reanimation spells, because ultimately those were things we'd have to work through. In general, I'm quite low on discard effects. I didn't even like Agonizing Remorse in the last format. But yeah, when it has cycling, that gets rid of the whole downside. The big problem with discard effects is against aggro, they're really bad, and in the late game, even against mid-range and control, they can often just be dead cards. But now you just cycle it for 1 mana when it's dead. So this is a really good version of discard. So I gotta kill that. They can bring it back. Hopefully I'll draw another answer, but I can't really do anything. I need some card drawing. That's what my deck does. I mean, I'm currently not matching up well against their threats. These 1/6s are near dead cards right now. It's not a good situation for me. I mean, I can win this game very easily with 8/8s. If I draw removal, keep them off that beast. Or if I draw card drawing, which I have like a bunch of cyclers. I also have 2 of one mind and 1 draw 4. But at the moment, I'm definitely losing. I'm taking 3 a turn, which is a slow clock, but a clock. And then also, Parcel Beast draws 2 cards a turn, and I have no ways to interact with any of them. Scotty won the streamer event earlier. He beat me in the finals of the draft. So hopefully we'll draw something. Card drawing, something to get going. Well, we can't easy prey either of those, so let's cycle it and see what we get next. That's pretty good. I'm going to bounce the Parcel Beast, prevent them from drawing extra cards for a few turns. Still like a very winnable or losable game, just depending on my next couple cards. Like if I flood out, we lose. But like I'm making an 8/8 this turn. If I draw an answer to the Heron, or especially if I just draw my card drawing spells, which I have, like I said, 2 of one mind and 1 draw 4. If I draw any of those, that's awesome. Well, that's scary. I mean, 8/8 is bigger than 7/6, so it's not the end of the world at the moment. That was the number 1 card in my deck I wanted to draw. That was good. That was good. Hello, Boone. Nice to see you. You're half an 8/8. You're endless ammo. Thank you, Boone. Thank you. I appreciate you. Cycle in case we hit a land. Yeah, I mean, hopefully they don't have an instant bounce spell, but a sorcery speed bounce spell doesn't even work. And Gust with Wind is sorcery. They have to have, like, the shark, the shore shark. What? Don't attack? What do you have? Oh, well, they're going to destroy it, but I still get my 8/8. Hopefully they don't have anything else. I don't need the second 8/8, but I do need to eat this Kagla here. Come on, you can't have something else. Don't have Blood Curdle. I ripped the best card in my deck. And then they somehow have Capture Sphere for the win. Well, last game of the draft. Going to be the last game of the night. Thanks to everybody who hung out today. Always appreciate the support. Tomorrow won't be the cool feature streamer draft pod, but I will be back on with 3 Ikoria drafts. We'll be on 3 p.m. Eastern till however long that takes to play through. I might do best of 1. I might do best of 3. I think I'm going to do best of 1 tomorrow, but I'm not sure. If it goes really quick, I might do 4 drafts or whatever. But either way, I'll be back on tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time doing more Ikoria drafts. We are 6-2. That's why it's the last game, win, lose, or draw. Well, not draw, but I don't know if it's possible to draw. Thanks, Pluck. Appreciate the support. We have some tap lands, and we don't have a scatter in hand, so rather than rep 1 on turn 2, I'm going to cycle main phase, because we might hit Evolving Wilds or Bloodfell Caves. I know that can be tough, El Rain. I appreciate the huge compliment. For anybody who does want to keep their job and therefore can't watch me live but wants to watch me, we do put all the VODs on YouTube. If you check out my YouTube channel, it's Bennis_MTG, the exact same as my Twitch name and my Twitter name. And every VOD is usually up within a couple of days. And we leave them up there forever, so you can always catch me there. See if we can get 7 wins out of this sweet Grixis control deck. I don't really want to gust a 1/1. I'm not going to do it because we have Scatter and Blood Curdle. So I'll just chill. I mean, I do want to cycle Gust because I want to get to lands 5 and 6 since I have good things to do. But I'm not going to do it on a 1/1. Maybe they'll make a token. Maybe they'll enchant something. That's a good one to Scatter because they get another 1/1 token. So we don't want to let that out. Thank you, Oversol. Appreciate that subscription. Think I'm happy enough to Blood Curdle that and spend my mana. I could try and ambush it with Shore Shark, but they still have 2 cards in hand. I don't really want to fall behind. I am playing a 15 land like control deck here with like infinite gas. Like, let's just go fetch that mountain, have all of our mana online, and we'll see what we draw. Yeah, I don't really care about the Menace counter value. Really, I don't need value. I just kind of want to play my cards right now in case they're not really holding much. I think the plan now, I'm going to Shore Shark just to get a 4/3 body in play. Like, I don't really need to bounce any of these things. Can't bounce your own creatures, right? Because bouncing Blitz Leech would be sweet. No. So now let's Blitz Leech away the 3/1, and then we can attack with the 4/3. They can trade both creatures for it or not. I'm good either way. Just kind of going aggro because, I mean, they're down to 1 card in hand. I've got these good cards to put out. See no reason to hold them for longer. It's not like they're playing a control deck and I have to get max value. Against a little black-white humans deck, I just kind of want to get my stuff in play here, I think. So I'm going to Fire Prophecy away the 2/3, discard a land, see what we get, or bottom, I should say. Okay, and then, of course, this is a race I'm winning, so attack for 4, bounce one of the tokens, because what's the difference if I bounce something else they play? At least a token goes away forever, and we'll cycle our Gust. I couldn't really use Lich as a trick. I mean, I could eat a 1/1 potentially, but I think it was better to kill the 3/1. Who knew if they had cyclers in hand or not? And if they did, they make 1/1s every time they cycle. And all I'm trying to do with the Leech is eat a 1/1. Like, I had a good creature to kill with it. I killed a 3/1 that makes cyclers with the -2/2. So we're flooding a little, but we still have all that card drawing that I keep talking about. Obviously, there's no reason to put a spell in their hand. It could be Divine Arrow, but it could just be a land. I'm never going to cast Memory Leak here. Let's cycle and see if we draw something better. Nope, something worse. Just need to find those of 1 mines that draw 4. Neutralize is a really good draw. We obviously won't counter something small. Like, even if they played a removal spell or a 3/3, I'd just let it resolve. My deck is built for the late game. That's close, because they get a 3/3 and a 1/1. I think I'm just going to let that resolve still. Like, my deck is built for the late game. I've got a draw 4. I've got Shark Typhoon. I've got 2 draw 2s. They're all in the deck. I think I want to save Neutralize for a Stalemate Breaker. Obviously, I'd rather cycle than kill a 1/1 token right now, so let's see what we can draw. So that looks good. I can Archipelagore, bounce the token, tap the 3/3, and hit for 7. If they have removal, it's not great, but it's not bad. And, I mean, if they don't have removal, then they're pretty dead. Could have maybe waited a turn since What? That was the exact opposite of what I wanted, obviously. I better win this game. That was like, that token was supposed to be gone and the 3/3 tapped, and I'd be attacking for lethal right now if they didn't have anything. I mean, I'm still in good shape with a hard counter to spare, but that was ridiculous. But whatever. So now if I neutralize what they play, they're dead. They have to have a second blocker, and then it's just a chump blocker anyway. Good stuff. So we got 7-2 out of the control deck, and if you remember, both of the games we lost were like epic games. So that deck played out really well. I thought it was pretty sweet when we were done drafting it. It's been a tried and true formula since the dawn of time. Counter spells, removal, card drawing. I think that's an archetype. What's it called? Control. For now, though, I'm going to get some food, rest up, and I'll be back on, like I said, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern for more Ikoria drafts. It won't be that special streamer event like today, but it will be just 3 to 4 Ikoria on Arena